Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Lucille Ball and Mark Stevens in The Dark Corner. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The other day at the studio, Fred Colmar, prominent 20th Century Fox producer, was telling me how, a few years ago, when he was a young film executive, he chanced to see a Titian-haired young model whom he thought had great screen possibilities, Lucille Ball. Little did he dream that some years later he'd be starring that same Titian-haired beauty in his production and our play tonight, The Dark Corner, thereby vindicating his judgment. Co-starred with Miss Ball is another player who's risen rapidly to well-deserved eminence on the screen, Mark Stevens. Both superbly cast, I think you'll agree, in a hard-hitting melodrama of murder, mystery, and romance. And that reminds me of another mystery story, one concerning Lux Toilet Soap. It's from Mrs. Vivian Gardner of Santa Barbara, who discovered that for some weeks, Lux Soap was mysteriously disappearing from her cupboard. After competent detective work, she finally traced it to her teenage daughter. That young lady said, "Why, Mother, I thought you knew. I just took the soap to put in my bureau as sachets because I just love the Lux Toilet Soap fragrance." Well, I'm sure Mrs. Gardner meted out to her daughter no more punishment than a compliment for her ingenuity and good taste. It's playtime and star time. And here they are, Lucille Ball as Kathleen and Mark Stevens as Bradford Galt in Act One of The Dark Corner. New York City, a sultry summer afternoon. In an old-fashioned office building, Detective Lieutenant Reeves is making a routine visit.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It says on the door, Bradford Galt, private investigator. You're his secretary?
Yes, may I help you?
Lieutenant Reeves, Police Department.
Oh.
Yes, you can help me. If you know anything I want to know.
Well, I wouldn't know anything you couldn't find out by asking Mr. Galt. He'll be back in a minute.
Nice quality. Loyalty. How long have you been working for Galt?
Several weeks.
What do you know about him?
I like him.
Does he keep you busy?
I sharpen pencils, do the typing, answer the phone, and mind my own business.
Well, look who's here. Hello, Reeves.
Hello, Galt. What are you working on these days?
My income tax. Why?
Nothing special. Last time I called on you, you were on 6th Avenue. Why didn't you tell me you were moving your office over here?
Why should I? I notified the Commissioner of Licenses.
Yeah, but you didn't notify me. I like to know these things, too. I've taken a professional and personal interest in you. I promised my friends in San Francisco to see that you didn't get into mischief. You're an impulsive youth, you know.
Look, I got a fast shuffle out west. All I'm asking is a fair chance to work up a legitimate business. I'm playing this by the book, and I won't even trip over a comma.
I hope not. Okay, Galt. I'll see you around, I guess.
It's nearly 6 o'clock, Mr. Galt. I'll leave, too, if there's nothing else.
There is something else.
Oh?
Would you mind having dinner with me?
Is this part of the job?
It is tonight.
Working conditions are certainly looking up around here.
And party your nose, honey, and let's go.
Oh, dinner was lovely, Mr. Galt. Thank you.
You're welcome. Say, how'd you like to go dancing? We got some great playgrounds up around 52nd Street.
Among them, your apartment?
Oh, well, that's just a coincidence.
I haven't worked for you very long, but I know when you're pitching a curve at me, and I always carry a catcher's mitt.
No offense. The guy's got to try, doesn't he?
Not in my league, Mr. Galt. In my league, we play for keeps, said she with a smile.
Oh, well, maybe I ought to fire you then.
Before you do, I ought to tell you something. We're being followed.
I know. Guy in a white suit, about 5'10", brown hair, sports shoes.
I've never been followed before.
Hey, that's a terrible reflection on American manhood. It's been tailing us since we left the office.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe he likes your big blue eyes.
Do we just keep walking?
No. There's a cab at the corner. Take it. Go around the block, then park across from our office. Wait there till he comes out.
And you?
I'll invite the white suit up to the office for choir practice. After he sings, you follow him. Let me know where he goes.
Okay, but what have you been doing lately?
What do you think I've been doing?
Well, I think you could have been doing a lot of things. Because you're stubborn and impulsive and you think you're tough. You've got some blind spots, too.
Yeah? Name one.
Sentiment about women, for instance. You're afraid of emotion. You keep your heart in a steel safe.
I suppose you're the blowtorch type.
I can be warm.
Well, good. Here's the cab.
Be careful, Brad. I'll see you later.
All right, Buster.
Huh?
Let's take a walk.
Why?
Because there's a gun in my pocket that says you'd better. Come on. My office is just around the block.
I don't like this, mister. I don't like this at all.
Just stay in the chair. You travel light, don't you? Nothing in your pockets but a roll of nickels, some keys, and your wallet. But a roll of nickels will do for brass knuckles any day.
Brass knucks ain't legal. I just carry my change the hard way.
What's in the wallet?
$5.
Oh, no. No. More than that, Buster. An identification card. Fred Foss, huh? 728 East 23rd Street. All right, Freddie. Let's play 20 questions. You give me the right answers, maybe I won't knock your teeth out. What's your racket?
Same as yours, Private Dick.
That's the wrong answer. We don't go on a job without a license. Where's yours?
I left it home.
Okay. Let me coax you. I can do it the hard way, too. How long you been shagging me?
2 days. I was climbing in your pocket all the time.
Who pays the fare?
A client. You know I can't tell you his name. It ain't ethical.
Yeah, sure. You and me both. We're up to our ears in ethics.
Hey, lay off of me.
What's his name? Who's paying you?
What do you have to slug me for? All right, take it easy. His name's Jardine.
Come again.
Anthony Jardine. Tall guy, fancy dresser, thinks he's class.
Where do you live?
You saw my address, 23rd Street, with my brother-in-law.
What's his phone number?
Chelsea, 43510. Go on. Phone him. See if I'm lying.
Just stand where you are, Foss.
What's the matter? No answer?
Hello?
Fred Foss there?
He ain't here.
When'll he be back?
I don't know. You want to tell me something?
No message. All right. Take your keys and your nickels. And if I catch you tailing me again, I'll ram that roll right down your throat.
Uh-oh.
Oh, now look what you've done. Knocked my ink over.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'm nervous or something.
All over your nice white suit. Here's your $5. Get it cleaned. Jardine's fussy about neatness.
What you doing with my wallet?
This I keep. I got a poor memory for names and addresses. I may want to look you up again sometime. All right, Buster, blow.
Hello.
Well,
This time you will fire me.
you lost him.
Uh-huh.
That's fine.
He got in another cab. I followed him.
Except when the other cab stopped, he wasn't in it.
How'd you know?
He told me that's what he'd do.
I'm sorry, Brad.
It doesn't matter, honey.
Well, who was he?
Just hired muscle.
Who hired him?
Forget it. You'll be better off.
Come on, open up that steel safe. I want to know and I want to help.
That's awful good talk, baby. But why?
Because I happen to be very fond of my boss, even if he is stubborn.
Look, get going while the door's still open. Stick around here and you'll get grafters, shysters, two-bit thugs, maybe worse. Maybe me.
I like those odds. I'll take them and I'm staying. I like your style, too.
Thanks.
Having said my piece, I think it's time for me to go home now. I'll see you in the morning.
Sure. Okay.
Good night, Brad.
Good night. Jardine. Jardine again. Jardine.
Hello, mister. mister.
Huh? Oh, beat it. Can't you see I'm phoning?
It's dark in the hall. I'll turn on the light.
Thanks.
You're the man who rented the room, aren't you?
Yeah. Here's a nickel. Go on, go to bed. It's late.
Thank you. You got ink all over your suit.
Wicket residence?
Let me talk to Mr. Wicket.
Who's calling, please?
Tell him it's the man from San Francisco.
Yes, sir.
I told you to go to bed.
Good night, mister.
Hello?
Wicket,
Yes?
I'm back at my rooming house. Well, it worked just like you said. Galt took me up to his office, pushed some muscle at me. I played softy.
You mentioned the name?
Jardine? Yeah. And when he heard it hit him right where he lived. I just thought I'd let you know.
Well, I'll be in touch with you.
Is that all?
I said I'd be in touch with you. I'm entertaining guests. I'm very busy now. Good night. Well, looking for me, Jardine?
As a matter of fact, for your wife. Where is she?
Wasting her charm on those dullards in there. Shall we go in?
I think it's a wonderful party. Well, then you don't give any other kind, do you, Ralph?
Ah, there's Mary now, the woman who brightens my declining years.
I heard that, darling. Aren't you exaggerating? This is only our 3rd anniversary.
You're not decrepit yet, old boy.
Then why do I detect a rather tactless emphasis on that old boy? Yes, Mary and I rather think we present the perfect picture of Beauty and the Beast.
You can be a beast at times, Mr. Wicket.
But as long as I'm amusing Mrs. Kingsley, you'll forgive me. Senility, though, is unforgivable.
You're the most attractive man in the room, and you know it.
Oh, I adore you.
I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Well, Miss Wilding?
I need advice. Legal advice. I was wondering if I might borrow Mr. Jardine for a moment.
Oh, of course, Miss Wilding. Shall we go out on the terrace?
I think we'd better. It's really very confidential.
What's Jardine trying to do? Drum up business at my party?
Isn't that what you're doing? Celebrating your anniversary? And at the same time entertaining some very likely customers for your art gallery?
I never confuse business with sentiment, unless it's extremely profitable, of course.
But there is an exhibition at the gallery tomorrow.
Now, that happens to be a coincidence I took great pains to arrange, Mrs. Kingsley. And if you come, I may have that turn a landscape.
The landscape? Oh, how wonderful. I'd give anything for that painting.
Well, you'll give plenty if you buy it through me.
Excuse me. Oh, I must tell my husband the good news.
Ralph, what would that Miss Wilding want of Tony, Jardine?
What's the matter, darling? You jealous?
You know you don't mean that.
No. I'm the jealous one, Mary. You're beautiful. I never want you to grow one day older. You should remain ageless like a Madonna who lives and breathes and smiles and belongs to me.
That's very sweet, Ralph. But you haven't answered my question.
I haven't the slightest idea what Miss Wilding wants of Jardine. Come along, darling.
It's beautiful on the terrace, isn't it, Lucy?
Oh, stop it, Tony. Did you receive my painting? I sent it to your apartment.
I got it this afternoon. I would have preferred cash, but if you're short, the painting can have to do. I imagine I can always dispose of it.
Now may I have my letters, please?
Certainly. They're all in this envelope. Oh, I'm a heel, Lucy, but I'm not greedy. I promise not to trouble you anymore.
Who's next on your list, Tony? Wicket? Or perhaps Mrs. Wicket?
That's a dangerous remark to make.
Yes, isn't it?
You know something, Brad? I've just decided I don't like this restaurant.
What's the matter with it?
It does things to you. You just sit there staring. It couldn't be the company, so it must be the restaurant.
I'm sorry, baby.
Still worried about the man in white?
Yeah, in a way.
That was 2 nights ago.
And I don't know any more about it now than I did then.
And every time I've mentioned the subject, you told me to shut up. Oh, very politely, of course, but... Brad, what is it? Please tell me.
I got a feeling something's closing in. And I don't know what it is.
Maybe it's only me.
I wouldn't be so jumpy. Just about you.
Oh, yes, you would. Because I'm playing for keeps, remember?
I thought you were sharp.
I am sharp.
Then you got out fast. Stay with me and you'll wind up in a corner. Nothing but a lot of grief. I'm serious, Kathleen. Get out now.
You're a poor salesman, Brad. Even... Look who just walked in. Detective Lieutenant Reeves.
Yeah. Excuse me. I think I'll have a word with Lieutenant Reeves.
Go right ahead.
I'll be back in a minute. You'll be smart if you're not here.
Hello, Reeves.
I was going to look you up in the morning.
Fine. What have you got?
Not much. There's a shyster lawyer in town with a swank office, but no clients. The shyster's name is Anthony Jardine. He's put a tail on me. I think he wants to finish where he left off.
I figured after San Francisco he'd leave you alone.
I'll see that he does.
Don't play too close, Gord.
I won't. I'm still working by the book.
Jardine is definitely not the bookish type.
Yeah, I know. I just thought I'd keep you posted.
I decided to wait.
Why?
You've aroused the maternal instinct in me. I want to look out for you. You hate him an awful lot, don't you?
Who?
The man who hired White Suit.
He makes hating easy.
Brad, what has he got on you?
Nothing. Nobody has. Nobody's going to. Come on, I'll take you home.
I don't want to go home.
I may have to work tonight.
I can help you.
No. Stop looking at me like that.
Like what?
As if I belonged to a test tube. Look, a guy named Jardine's afraid of me. Put a tail on me. Tonight he tried to kill me.
He what?
Yeah, in front of your apartment. Car came around the corner. How it missed hitting me, I don't know. Anyway, it did. So you go on trying. Now, you satisfied?
No, I want to know why.
Okay. I had a private agency in San Francisco. This guy Jardine was my partner. A lawyer. Swift cookie with the women. Worked his charm, then he worked a little blackmail on the side. I called him on it. We were driving out to his house. Somewhere along the road, he slugged me. Wet me down with a bottle of scotch. Set me behind the wheel for a takeoff. I hit a truck and killed the driver.
Brad,
Manslaughter. 2 years in prison. Jardine had a fixed alibi. It wouldn't break and it wouldn't bend. It's the last I heard of him until White Suit showed up 2 nights ago. Then the business tonight with a car.
Why didn't you tell me before?
Guy likes to hold his head up. I'd look like a chump.
That's not the real reason. Come on, say it. You're not so tough, Brad. You just like to think you are. I've cracked you wide open and you know it.
Yeah, I know it.
Still have to work tonight?
That car almost clipped me. Fellow runs a newsstand on your corner sod. Got description, part of the license number.
Is that what you told Lieutenant Reeves?
I didn't tell Reeves anything. Got other contacts on the police force. There's a sergeant downtown who's checking the license plate for me. Told me to call him at 9 o'clock.
That still leaves 30 minutes.
Okay, baby. You win. Come on, let's have that dance.
Marie. Well, come in, darling.
Tony. It seems ages since you've kissed me.
It is ages. Marie, aren't you taking quite a chance? I mean, coming to my apartment this time of night.
You don't have to worry about Ralph. He's gone to Scarsdale.
Scarsdale?
Mm-hmm. He sold Mrs. Kingsley that Turner landscape. He's got to settle the deal with the man who owned it. At least, that's what he said.
You don't doubt him?
Of course not, darling. Anyway, I don't care anymore.
I'm glad. I do want to talk to you.
So strange, Tony. Ralph Wickett. He loves me. He gives me everything I could wish for. But still, it isn't enough.
I know, dearest, I know.
For 3 years, I've tried to stick it out with him, but I just keep sitting, listening to his paintings crack with age. I want you to take me away, Tony, please.
Look, Marie, Ralph Wickett can afford you. I can't. I love you, but I've no money.
It doesn't matter.
I've already borrowed money from you. Do you think I want to go through life
Darling, we have my jewels. They're yours. You'll take them for me, for my sake. Just tell me when we can go away.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be soon, Marie. I promise you.
Well, Brad, what about the license number?
Jardine's car, all right. I've got his address. I'm taking you home now.
And then?
Then I'm dropping by Jardine's apartment. I've got something to settle with him, once and for all.
In a moment, we'll return with Act Two of The Dark Corner. Meanwhile, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. What's new and exciting, Libby?
I saw a picture today, Mr. Keeley, that brought back a thrilling experience I had not long ago.
Universal International invited me to see Walter Wange's new production, The Lost Moment.
Oh, yes. Starring Robert Cummings and Susan Hayward.
You know that terrific fire scene in The Lost Moment, Mr. Keeley?
Yeah?
Well, I was on the set at the time it was filmed.
How exciting. Weren't you a little nervous, Libby?
I certainly was. It was the biggest fire sequence ever attempted on a soundstage. The entire studio fire department was standing by in case it got out of control.
That's where Robert Cummings does his thrilling rescue scene.
Well, the flames got so high, he had to rush in before his scheduled entrance. And then the firemen went into action. I was watching the scene with Susan Hayward, and we had to move fast to avoid being drenched.
Well, I hope you succeeded, Libby.
Yes, but you should have seen us. Our faces were smudged with soot. Mr. Kennedy, you'll be interested in this. Susan Hayward asked me to come back to her dressing room with her to freshen up.
Ah, Lux Toilet Soap to the rescue this time.
Right you are, John. After an active lather facial, both of us looked and felt much better.
Lux Soap Care never fails, Libby, even in an emergency.
And for regular day-to-day care, there's nothing finer. Susan Hayward certainly thinks so. She's so lovely with her gorgeous red hair and flower-fresh skin.
9 out of 10 famous stars use Lux Toilet Soap for million-dollar complexions. That's quite a recommendation, Libby.
Well, it's a beauty care that really works.
Skin specialists made tests that proved it. For 3 out of 4 women,
Skin actually became lovelier in a short time.
no wonder fragrant white Lux Toilet Soap is Hollywood's own complexion soap. Now, isn't that a beauty tip for women everywhere, Libby?
Yes. Here's all you do. Smooth the fragrant lather in thoroughly, rinse, and pat to dry.
Screen stars find these Lux Soap facials give skin fresh new loveliness. Why not try this gentle care and see? Back now to our producer, William Keeley.
Our theater lights are lowered once again, and here's the second act of The Dark Corner, starring Lucille Ball as Kathleen and Mark Stevens as Galt. An hour ago, Mary Wickett, beautiful young wife of a rich and celebrated art dealer, entered the apartment of Anthony Jardine. But now at Jardine's door is a second visitor, Bradford Galt.
What's the idea, Galt? What do you want here?
Take it easy, Tony, and keep away from that desk drawer. There might be a gun in there.
I said, what do you want?
We'll get to that. Who else is here?
No one.
Whoever it is, I like her perfume. Surprised to see me?
Certainly I'm surprised to see you. Oh, I had an idea you were in New York, but...
And I intend to stay in New York, alive. I got a message to deliver. From me to you. Just 2 words. Lay off.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The guy in the white suit. Keep that mug away from me. And next time you loan him your car, tell him he'd better use phony license plates.
Loan who my car? When?
I'm getting mad, Tony. He tried to flatten me with your car late this afternoon.
Nobody had my car. It was in the parking lot all day.
Yeah, sure. But just remember, I spent 2 years in Hock with nothing to think about but that pretty face of yours. And if you're not sharp, you're not going to have that pretty face. You're not going to have any face at all.
Now, you listen. I don't know any mugs, and I haven't been after you. I didn't even know for sure you were in New York, and that's on the level.
You on the level? Why, for 6 bits, you'd push your own mother out the window. I'm glad you swung on me, Tony. Even the cops would say I had a right to defend myself.
Tony. Oh, darling, are you all right?
I'm all right.
But who was here? Who came here to fight with you?
Just forget about it, Mary. He won't bother me anymore. Well, I had to let him hit me. If I fought back, the neighbors might have heard, and with you here... Mary, you better go now.
Just tell me one thing. Can we leave tomorrow night? Can we, darling?
Yeah. Yes, Mary.
We're expected at Mrs. Kingsley's, you know.
We'll invent some sort of excuse.
Wait for me here, Tony. I'll come tomorrow night as soon as I can. Hello, boss.
Kathleen, what are you doing here?
Waiting for you. Wish you'd speak to your landlord. What this corridor needs is a nice, comfortable chair.
Oh, you've been worried about me, huh? I'm deeply touched.
From the looks of you, I'm not the only one who's touched you.
You should see Jardine. Well, come on in.
Thanks. What happened?
We talked. One thing led to another. Then he led with his right. After that, he stopped talking. Here I am.
And where did all that get you?
Nowhere, but I feel a lot better. Come on over here, baby, where you belong.
No, thank you. If you're feeling that much better, I think I'll go home.
Hey, wait a minute. What about that maternal instinct you talked about?
That doesn't work after sundown. Brad, what about Jardine? You didn't find out anything about him, what he's doing?
Yeah, he's a lawyer.
You told me that before, but he has no clients.
I heard him talking to someone when I got to his apartment.
Who?
A girl. Didn't see her. She must have used the back door.
What does it all add up to, Brad?
As far as I'm concerned, nothing. But I'm pretty sure Jardine's going to lay off me for a while.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Wickett.
Oh, good morning, Miss Stewart. Any messages?
Nothing special, sir. Mr. Barstow will be in at noon about the Raphael portrait, and those people confirmed their appointment to see the Donatello statue this afternoon.
Oh, thank you. Oh, if Mrs. Kingsley should call, tell her Mrs. Wickett and I look forward to seeing her this evening. I'll be in my office for a while. I don't wish to be disturbed.
Yes.
Well, greetings.
Oh. Well, I must say you make a neater appearance without the white suit. No one saw you come in.
I came through the side door as per instructions.
Good. Well, what happened last night?
It didn't work. Busto Crusto.
What?
A flop. Oh, I borrowed Jardine's car, all right, and brushed off Galt,
Well, certainly Galt must have suspected Jardine.
Oh, he suspected fine. He went over to Jardine's place last night and pushed him around some, but that's all. Jardine is very much alive.
Yes, I know.
Now, look, if you want my opinion, I think you're wasting your time. This guy Galt is a smart cookie. He ain't going to let himself get shoved into a noose. You know he saw at Jardine. You figure you can needle him into knocking Jardine off. But nothing happens.
You've a better idea?
Yeah. Let me take care of Jardine.
Get Galt on the telephone. Try his office.
Now? Here?
Yes. And stop flicking your ashes on my rug. That's a genuine cash-in.
Oh.
Now tell Galt you're through with Jardine. Sell him a bill of goods. Tell him that you're going to...
Hello.
Let me speak to Galt.
Who's calling, please?
Tell him the name's Foss. Fred Foss.
Yes, Mr. Foss, just a moment. Brad, the suit's on the phone. The man in the white suit.
Hello.
Hello, Galt. Got any dough?
Maybe. What are you selling?
I'm selling Jardine short. He's slow pay, and I like to keep moving. Well, you want to know what he's up to, don't you?
For how much?
I need $200 to get out of town.
Suppose we talk it over here in my office.
Nothing doing.
My apartment, then?
What time?
8 o'clock. I'll be tied up until 8. 904 West 52nd, apartment 307.
8 tonight. And I'll tip you off.
If I can't show. Alone, Galt. Just you and me.
Well, that's that.
Is it? How are you going to get Jardine to go to Galt's apartment? After last night, he ain't going to pay no social call on Galt just to get pushed around some more.
For one thing, he won't know it's a Galt apartment. I'll tell him it's a legal matter I want him to handle for me.
How do you know he ain't busy tonight?
I've been very kind to Mr. Jardine. I've asked him to do me a favor. He'll do it. But you'll have to find some way of getting into Galt's apartment.
That won't be tough. Have Jardine there by 7:30. I got a date with Galt at 8.
Jardine will be there. You call me in the morning.
A complete one-hour newsreel show starts in 5 minutes. Folks. See the latest newsreel.
Brad, I don't want to see a newsreel.
Look, honey, the show takes an hour. It's 7:30. I'll be right here waiting for you at 8:30.
I want to go home with you.
I know this Foss guy. He won't talk if anyone else is around.
Please?
No.
All right, but you'll be sorry. I'll look for you here at 8:30.
Right. And I'll tell you all about it then.
Brad, open the door.
Go away.
What's happened, Brad? Why didn't you meet me at the theater like you said you would? Brad, what's the matter?
Nothing. Go home, please. I'll see you later at your place.
I won't go home. I'm going to stay right here until you open this door. Brad.
All right. Come in.
What's happened?
Come in. Take a look. There in front of the fireplace. Meet my ex-partner. Meet Tony Jardine. Only he's dead.
Oh, no.
Don't start crowding me. I haven't got the answers. The police will find them. They're laid out like road markers running right up my alley.
You've called them, the police?
No, what could I tell him?
Whatever you know. Brad, you didn't do this.
No, honey, I didn't do it. So I called the cops. Should I tell them the truth? I left you at a newsreel theater and came straight here. And when I opened the door, somebody was waiting for me.
Who?
I don't know. I went out like that, with a face full of ether.
Ether?
Yeah, ether. And it sounds as screwy to you as it does to me. What do you suppose the cops will think? That's what happened. I woke up a few minutes ago and there was Jardine, dead.
Shot?
No, the poker from the fireplace. And it was in my hand. Should I tell that to the homicide squad? They'll still be laughing when they strap me into the chair. I'll get out of here.
But, Brad, you can't handle anything like this by yourself.
Look, don't give me that law and justice routine. The cops operate on facts. The facts are phony from here to the death cell. Now get out of here. Let me try to dope this out.
Brad, all I meant was that I want to help you.
I know you do. Thanks, baby. But you can't. Now beat it, please. I've got to stall for time. Got to start thinking.
Brad, listen, this may sound silly, but I think the man in the white suit wanted you to spot him that very first night.
Yeah, of course he did. No guy in his right mind wears a white suit on a shag job. Why'd that car almost hit me? No, Jardine wasn't out to get me. I should have known that from the start. But somebody is out to get me. Somebody who knew about Jardine and me back in Frisco. Somebody who wanted me to think that Jardine was after me. Whoever that is, he's the one who killed Jardine. And he's pinning it right on me.
But who, Brad? Who?
I don't know. There isn't a thing to latch on to.
Well, think, Brad. Think back.
I have, and I'm clean as a peeled egg. No debts, no payoffs, no angry husbands, nothing.
But people just don't go around committing murder and frame-ups for the fun of it.
All right, so it doesn't add up. What do you want me to do?
Well, for one thing, find White Suit. You've got his address. Maybe you can get a lead.
Yeah, I thought of that. It's the only thing I can do.
Wait, what about him, Jardine?
He stays where he is. Look, go on downstairs. Find the janitor. Tell him you've been ringing my bell and I don't seem to be at home. He'll say if I'm not here, he doesn't know where I am. It may help me frame an alibi.
Where'll I meet you?
Go straight to your apartment. I'll find Foss and meet you there later.
Come in, Brad. Oh, you don't have to say it. I can tell by your face. No dice.
Oh, I found him all right. Only Fred Foss wasn't the man in the white suit.
But you had his wallet.
I had a wallet. A man by the name of Fred Foss lost it a week ago. He was very grateful to me for bringing it back.
Let me get you a drink.
I could stand a drink. That was my last lead, baby. I'm all dead inside. I'm backed up in a dark corner and I don't know who's hitting me.
Hello? Yes, this is Wicked. Well? No one saw you leave Galt's apartment. You sure? Oh, that's good. Well, get in touch with me tomorrow. Same place, same time.
Yes?
It's I, darling. Well, Mary, have you forgotten we're expected at the Kingsleys tonight?
I simply can't go, Ralph. I've such a headache.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, my dear.
I'm going straight to bed. You run along without me.
Well, I wouldn't think of it, darling.
But Mrs. Kingsley will be so upset.
Oh, yes. And I did promise to meet Tony Jardine there. I had a rather delicate matter to discuss with him.
Well, hadn't you better go then?
I imagine it can wait. It's a problem that Jardine is eminently qualified to handle, a man of his experience with the law and all its tawdry aspects.
You make it sound very mysterious.
No, it's the oldest situation in the world. One of my friends, who deluded himself that his was the ideal marriage, has recently discovered there's another man.
Well, Tony doesn't handle divorce cases, does he?
Well, the husband doesn't want a divorce.
You mean he wants her back?
Yes. And as the Lost and Found ads say, he offers a suitable reward for her return.
You mean the other man would take money and just go away?
When an impoverished character, unendowed with any appreciable virtue, succumbs to a rich man's wife, it must be suspected that his interest is less passionate than pecuniary.
But how could she be taken in by such a man?
Well, take Tony, for instance. Now, I never imagined him to be interested in Lucy Wilding, but he is.
It's not true. He couldn't... I mean, she's too old for him.
Love is not the exclusive province of adolescence, my dear. It's an ailment that strikes all age groups, like my love for you. My love for you is the only malady I've contracted since the usual childhood diseases, and it's incurable.
Ralph, about the Kingsleys.
And leave you alone? Oh, no, Mary. I wouldn't think of such a thing. We'll both remain at home tonight.
Who was it, Kathleen? At the door. Someone was just at the door.
The milkman.
Milkman? What time is it?
7.
I told you to wake me. All I needed was a little nap.
You needed a night's sleep even more than your suit needs a pressing. And what could you have done last night that you can't do now?
If I only knew who was after me, it wouldn't be so bad. But how can you fight back when you don't know who you're fighting? You lick before you start.
No, I know you, Brad. You're not letting anybody get away with this.
Oh, don't be too sure. I could be framed easier than Whistler's mother.
All right. Then we'll just sit down and feel sorry for you.
Okay, but don't give me that Pollyanna routine either. About how everything's going to be fine. I'm no miracle man. When that cleaning woman comes to my apartment and hits bingo, I'm as good as cooked.
Here, you'll feel better after some coffee.
Thanks. Look at me. Tower of strength, nerves of steel. I'm sorry, baby.
Don't worry about the tablecloth. The stain will come out.
What'd you say?
I said the stain will come out.
The stain? The ink, baby. The ink. He spilled ink on his white suit that night in my office.
What of it?
He'd have to have the suit cleaned, wouldn't he? The cleaners would have his address, wouldn't they?
Well, cleaning places grow on every street like mushrooms.
Yeah, I know. But most of them don't do their own cleaning. They farm it out to the big cleaning and dyeing plants. Where's the classified phone book?
Right in back of you.
There can't be too many of them.
What if he didn't have the suit cleaned?
He wouldn't run around town in an ink-stained suit, I hope.
That's a pretty long list, Brad.
Yeah, I know, but the odds are even longer. But give me a better idea.
Okay, where do we start?
Just grab your coat, baby. We'll start uptown.
A white suit, eh? When it's very early in the season for white suits. If we have one, we'll find it all right.
There's a 5-spot in it for you if you do. Get moving.
Sorry, lady, we've got 3 white suits, but none of them with ink spots. You sure that...
Positive, thanks all the same.
A linen suit, mister? A seersucker? Oh, we got a sort of white seersucker, but no, that's got fruit stain. You can always tell the difference.
Sorry, no white suits.
Yeah, we had one, but the guy picked it up yesterday.
Not a white suit in the plant. Why don't you try Gordonson's? Ask for a guy named Al. He'd know if there was anyone.
Wicked Galleries?
I want to speak to Mr. Wickett.
Who's calling, please?
I'm Mr. Smith from San Francisco.
One moment, please.
Hello, mister.
Oh, you here again? Go on, kid, beat it. Your mama wants you.
My mama's out. She don't want me.
Hello?
When am I going to see you?
About what? I have every morning paper on my desk. There's not a word about it in any of them.
I told you the deal went through. Can I help it if they ain't found the shipment yet?
I don't believe you.
What do you want me to do, take out an ad? Listen, Wickett, we better get this deal settled or I'm coming down to the galleries and right through the front door.
All right, don't get excited. I have a dental appointment at 3 o'clock in the Grant Building. You meet me there.
Grant Building? What floor?
The 31st floor. I'll be waiting near the fire escape.
Okay.
What you mad about, mister?
Oh, me? Well, I ain't mad at nothing, sister. All of a sudden, I feel kind of good. Yeah, here. Here's a nickel. Buy yourself a phone call.
Well, Brad, where's that list of the cleaning plants? Which one do we go to next?
As far as I'm concerned, the one we just walked out of is the last. It's no use, Kathleen. We've been to a million places. I can't even think anymore.
Let's get in the car. We can go to the park. Maybe when we've cooled off a little bit.
Lady.
What is it?
I made a mistake.
Yeah, so did I.
No, I mean about that suit. We do have a white suit, all over ink. I don't guarantee we removed the stain.
Forget the stain. Do you know who left the suit?
Certainly. The name and address.
Here's $10, mister. Just give me that address.
In the office. Come, I show you.
This is it, baby. A rooming house. Now, if the landlady's only home...
Ring the bell, Brad. Ring it.
I'm coming. Well?
We're looking for a man named Stauffer. Our Stauffer's sort of a heavy-set fella. He lives here?
No, he don't.
But
He did live here. He left a half an hour ago, bags and all.
Where'd he go?
You police or something?
No, please, lady, where'd he go? It's important.
He paid his rent. Why should I ask him where he went?
I know, Mama.
You keep quiet. Don't mind her, mister. She don't know nothing.
But I do. I heard him on the telephone.
Well, tell him then.
Where, honey? Where did Mr. Stauffer go?
I heard him on the telephone. He went to a building.
What building?
Same as the president. The one with the tomb on Riverside Drive.
Grant Building.
Uh-huh. And he said he was going to get his ticket at the gallery. Can he get tickets at a gallery?
I don't know, honey. Here's a quarter, thanks.
Gee, everybody gives me money. Good thing I'm so friendly.
Brad, it doesn't make sense. Where are we going?
The Grant Building. We'll try to figure out the rest of it when we get there.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, we'll return with Act 3 of The Dark Corner. Our guest tonight, Miss Betty Ann Lynn, began her training for Hollywood in a rather unusual school. Did you ever think, Betty Ann, while you were entertaining the GIs in far-off Burma, that one day you'd be a starlet at 20th Century Fox?
Well, I'd always dreamed of being in pictures, Mr. Keeley. But now that I am, I find I have much to learn. My USO experience helped me, but picture technique is quite different.
You have excellent inspiration in the stars at 20th Century Fox.
It's a great privilege to be able to watch our finest stars at work on the sets. I saw the filming of Darrell F. Zanuck's Gentleman's Agreement. What a grand piece of casting that is.
Yes, with Gregory Peck and Dorothy McGuire as the stars of that very unusual picture. You know, their interpretation of a serious, modern problem is both sensitive and honest.
Yes, and Mr. Keeley, I love to watch the filming of a costume picture, too. The sets for the Foxes of Harrow were simply gorgeous. Romantic old New Orleans.
And I've seldom seen more lavish costumes than Rex Harrison and Maureen O'Hara wear.
26 beautiful period costumes were made especially for Maureen O'Hara. And she's just the one to wear them, too, with her flame-colored hair and lovely complexion. And I happen to know it's a Lux complexion, Mr. Kennedy.
Well, you're not surprised at that, are you, Betty?
No, indeed. So many famous and beautiful stars are Lux girls.
Actually, 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars have made Lux toilet soap their regular complexion care.
As well as hundreds of ambitious starlets like me. You know, Mr. Kennedy, when I was overseas, I used to hoard my supply of Lux toilet soap. I didn't want to skip my beauty care a single day.
With Hollywood in mind, that was wise. Soft, smooth complexions certainly help in a screen test.
I think any girl would be wise in using Lux toilet soap regularly, Mr. Kennedy. It's a complexion care that really works.
Thank you, Miss Betty Ann Lynn. You've just given women everywhere a very practical beauty tip. Here's what tests by skin specialists showed. Daily care with fragrant white Lux toilet soap improved 3 out of 4 complexions in a short time. Why not let Hollywood's own beauty soap help your skin to be lovelier, too? Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
We conclude our play with the final act of The Dark Corner, starring Lucille Ball as Kathleen and Mark Stevens as Brad Galt. It's 3 o'clock. Armed with the knowledge that the man they're looking for has gone to the Grant Building, Kathleen and Brad Galt are rushing uptown. Meanwhile, high up in the Grant Building, unobserved on the platform of a fire escape, Ralph Wickett is about to settle an account for services rendered.
Hello, Mr. Wickett.
Oh. Well, I haven't much time. I told you I have a dental appointment. He's waiting for me.
We don't need much time. Say, why'd you pick the fire escape?
Well, do you think I want to be seen with you? I'm a rather well-known figure.
Well, don't the height bother you none? We're sure a long ways up from the street.
Not in the least, but something else does. If Jardine is dead, why is it such a profound secret?
You ain't up to date, are you, Mr. Wickett?
What?
When I do a job, I do a job. Here, I bought a late newspaper. Well, look at it.
Anthony Jardine found murdered. Well, that's different. The body of Anthony Jardine, handsome young attorney.
Yeah. You can read it later, see? I got a cab downstairs waiting for me. So, Where's my dough?
Oh, yes, of course. It's here in this envelope. I came directly from the bank. I didn't have a chance to count it. Let's see now. There's 100, 2, 3. Oh, I'm sorry.
Throwing your money away, huh? It's okay. I'll pick it up. You know it's... Hey, what are you trying to do? Let go! Let go of me!
Sorry, Mr. Stauffer. But after all, it's only justice. You did kill Jardine.
All right, everybody, stand back, please. Stand back.
He jumped out of the Grant building. What a way to commit suicide.
Keep moving. Stand back there.
What do you think this is? Keep the traffic moving.
Brad, it couldn't be. It isn't.
It's him, Kathleen. It's Stauffer, all right. No, don't look.
Where's that cab driver?
Right here. Here I am, officer.
You sure he came here in your cab?
Yeah, sure. That's the guy, all right. And that's my cab right over there. He seemed okay. He asked me to wait for him. I still got his bags there on my hack. Boy, he shook him down like a
Kathleen,
hot...
come on.
What are you going to do?
Never mind what I'm going to do.
Go on home. Hey, my cab. He's stealing my cab.
Come back, you!
My cab with the guy's bags and he's driving up in my cab.
I steal a cab, drive 5 miles with the cops chasing me for what? 2 bags, full of clothes. Not a letter, not a card, nothing.
What'd you do with the cab, Brad?
They'll find it in the park. Now the trail stops cold on a 5th Avenue sidewalk. He'll never even be identified.
But you've got to keep pitching. You'll get a break.
What more break can I ask for? The cleaner found the suit, gave us Stauffer's name and address. The kid tells us Stauffer's gone to the Grant building. Look, I may be stupid, but I know when I'm licked.
Well, I'm not licked.
Nobody asked you to be.
You're not either if you use your head. Think hard. What else did that child tell us?
Nothing that made sense.
Well, what was it?
Oh, something about tickets at the galleries. Okay, figure that one.
Tickets at the galleries.
Tickets for what? For a train? Maybe. He really was leaving town.
What would that have to do with galleries?
You tell me, baby. I give up.
Tickets for a show? Tickets. Galleries. Brad, art galleries. I've got it. I've seen their ads in the newspapers. 5th Avenue, the Wicked Galleries.
Wicked galleries? What would a mug like Stauffer be doing in an art gallery?
Maybe that's the point. He wouldn't, unless there was some connection.
Hey, wait a minute. Up in Jardine's apartment, I remember now there was a painting. Just unwrapped. I wondered why...
What's the matter?
Look, out the window. Lieutenant Reeves.
Brad.
I'll go down the back way. Hide Stauffer's bags.
Where do you think you can hide?
Who's hiding? I'll be absorbing culture at the Pickett galleries. I don't want to die ignorant.
Good afternoon, sir.
Oh, good afternoon. Yeah, got a lot of nice paintings here.
Is there anything in particular you'd like to see?
No, not especially. Just looking around.
Well, it's almost closing time. I just thought if I could be of any assistance...
Well, maybe you can. I'd like to ask you some questions.
Of course.
I was wondering if Mr. Johnson had been in lately.
Johnson?
Yeah, he works for an insurance company. You know, they specialize in insuring works of art, things like that.
I don't believe I know him.
A big, beefy fella. Broken nose. Wears a white suit even though it's early in the season. You sure you haven't seen him?
I'm afraid I haven't. Now, about these paintings, if you step down this corridor, there are several watercolors that may interest you.
Come in. Yes, what is it, Drummond?
Should I close the vault, Mr. Wickett?
Everyone gone?
Just one customer, sir. Miss Stewart's with him now.
All right, you can leave, Drummond. I'll go down and lock the vault myself. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Wickett.
Now, there's something I like. This sea picture.
That's an Alex Barrow, one of his finest.
How much is it?
$1,500.
Okay, I'll take it. By the way, who owns this place?
Mr. Ralph Wickett.
Ian?
Yes, I believe he's still here.
And I realize this small sale doesn't entitle me to any special consideration, but I'd like to see him.
Why, certainly. If you'll wait here just a moment, please. Mr. Wickett?
Yes?
There's a gentleman who wishes to purchase the Barrow Seascape.
Well?
I believe he wants to take it with him.
Who is he?
I don't know. He said he'd like to talk to you.
I'm just closing the vault. I'll be up in a moment. You can go, Miss Stewart. Oh, lock the front door on your way out. I'll take care of the gentleman.
Mr. Wickett's downstairs at the vault, sir. He'll be with you right away.
Oh, thanks.
Well, if you'll excuse me then, I'll run along.
Sure, go right ahead. Good night.
Ralph? Ralph, is that you?
Mr. Wickett's downstairs.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I thought you were my husband. I just came in the side door and I...
Mrs. Wickett? Well, I believe we have a mutual acquaintance.
Yes?
Anthony Jardine.
Oh, he's a friend of my husband's.
Have you seen him lately?
No, not for several days. But who are you? Why do you ask me that?
It's obvious you haven't seen the afternoon papers. Jardine's dead. He's been murdered.
Murdered? Oh, no.
That's what I came to see your husband about. You see, he killed him.
Oh.
Hey, Mrs. Pickett. Oh, I'd like a light. Okay, sister, suppose you just stretch out here on this bench.
How dare you touch her? Keep your hands off her.
Wicked, huh? It's good to see you out in the open at last. Cut you down to size. Way down. I don't think you've ever met me, but you've certainly been using me. My name's Galt.
Strange, Mr. Galt, but seeing you here causes me to revise my opinion of you. It's gone up. I suppose your hands go up, too. You heard me, Mr. Galt. That's better. Now, shall we go downstairs?
What for?
For our little chat. I prefer privacy. Mary will be all right, I'm sure. You came to see me, Mr. Galt, about a seascape, Miss Stewart said, and Alex Barrows.
Well, actually, I'm more interested in a piece of modern art. Tony Jardine?
I never handled anything as worthless as a Jardine.
I know. You mishandled it.
Did I? It was found in your apartment.
Perhaps it was delivered to the wrong collector. You sure you can't claim it?
Positive.
Actually, this Jardine really belongs to you. You commissioned an artist to have it done.
Did I, Mr. Galt?
Somebody had to pay that muscle artist to kill him, or didn't you ever pay off? Maybe you just launched Stoffer off the fire escape so he'd get what was coming to him.
An imagination like yours should be confined. Get in there, Mr. Galt. Get in the vault.
You sure you know what you're doing?
You're a criminal. I've apprehended you.
What about your wife? She knows now that you had a boyfriend bumped off. Do you think she's going to keep quiet?
What my wife thinks or does is no concern of yours. Leave her out of it. Jardine's body was found in your apartment, and that ends it.
Oh, no, it doesn't. It nowhere near ends it. You pinned the evidence on me, but when the police finish digging, they'll find you had a much better motive.
Now, that's the only sensible thing you've said. Brought to trial, our respective motives would make an interesting case, but unfortunately, you won't be around to hear the decision.
Ralph.
Mari, put down that gun. Are you insane?
You'd better kill me first, Ralph. Because if you don't, I'm going to kill you.
Mari, darling, you don't know what you're doing.
Evil. You're all evil, Ralph. You should die.
Mari!
The district attorney's on the phone, Lieutenant Reeves.
Oh, thanks. Hello, Miss Reeves, sir. Well, we're about finished at the art gallery. Cleary and Anderson just left with Mrs. Wickett. I'll take her right to your office. What? I think we can. Yes, sir.
Well?
You know the facts, Galt?
Okay. But you're not holding Kathleen. She didn't have any part in any of this.
I wouldn't say that. She's the one who tipped me off to get down here.
Brad, I had to. Wickett would have killed you, you big lug.
I can take care of myself.
No, you were doing fine, just fine. You knew Wickett's wife would show up, of course.
Okay, Reeves. You booking me or not?
Sure, I'm booking you.
But you told me that
You can't go around New York stealing taxicabs. Well, maybe I can square that rap.
Oh, thanks, Reeves.
You better drop around my office in the morning, though. Both of you. Say 9 o'clock.
Could you make it a little later, Lieutenant? Brad and I have a date in the morning at the City Hall.
We have?
See, he hasn't asked me yet, Lieutenant. But I told him from the beginning I was playing for keeps.
Well, Reeves, there you have it.
And I promised my friends in San Francisco I'd keep you out of trouble. Go on home.
As the curtain falls on Act 3, we bring our stars out from the dark corner where they acquitted themselves so brilliantly and invite them to the footlights for a curtain call. Lucille Ball and Mark Stevens. Lucille, while I have the chance, I want to congratulate you on the wonderful reviews that you received for your recent stage success back east.
Well, thank you, Bill. I've always been crazy about the theater, and I love my part in Dreamgirl.
I hear you're doing that play in San Francisco pretty soon, Lucy.
That's right, Mark. I'm leaving right after tonight's performance to start rehearsals for the opening next Monday.
That shaving engagement's rather close.
I'll say. And tell me something, Lucille. As the wife of a popular orchestra conductor,
Yes?
How do you and Desi Arnaz get any time to spend together?
You arrange to play the same towns at the same time. Desi will be playing in San Francisco all the time I'm there.
Yeah, that's a very smart arrangement. And I'm sure that when you put in an appearance, Lucille, theater-goers will be properly envious of that lovely Lux complexion.
Thank you, Bill. I hope so, because Lux Soap and I spend plenty of time together. I wouldn't be a day without it.
Seems to me I've heard a lot of screen stars say that same thing.
Mark, I understand you're going to be an FBI man in your next production at Fox.
Yes, and as you probably know, Bill here is doing the directing.
I've heard a lot of interesting things about the picture.
Well, we have great hopes for it, since it's being made at the suggestion of the FBI and with their full cooperation.
Hey, speaking of screenplays, Bill, what are you doing next week in this theater?
Next Monday night from Warner Brothers, we present that violent and romantic drama so many of our listeners have thrilled to on the screen. Nobody Lives Forever. And our stars are Jane Wyman and Ronald Reagan. It's the tense, suspenseful story of a man who falls in love with a girl he planned to victimize, and thereby involves them both in a perilous and mounting crisis.
Nobody Lives Forever was a thrilling picture, Bill.
And it ought to make a great play, Bill. Good night.
Good night and
Good night.
sincere thanks. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ronald Reagan and Jane Wyman in Nobody Lives Forever. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Here's news for thrifty housewives. Dealers now pay much more for used kitchen fats. So save and turn in every pound you can. You'll help yourself, you'll help your country, too. Here's what government officials say. It is still necessary to conserve every pound of fat, since the overall fat supply situation is little better now than it was last year. Yes, the worldwide supply of fats and oils is still critically short. Your salvaged kitchen fats are needed to make thousands of essential articles we use in our daily lives. So keep on saving. Remember, your butcher now pays you more for every pound you turn in. Mark Stevens appeared by arrangement with 20th Century Fox, producers of Forever Amber. Heard in our cast tonight were Joseph Kearns as Wicket, Wally Mayer as Foss, Dan O'Herlihy as Jardine, Fay Baker as Mari, and Bill Johnstone, Truda Marson, Janet Scott, Lois Corbett, Norma Jean Nilsson, Noreen Gamil, Eddie Marr, Stanley Farrar, Herbert Butterfield, and Cliff Clark. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is rebroadcast to our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our Lux Radio Theater production of The Dark Corner has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, Hollywood's own beauty soap. The complexion care used regularly by 9 out of 10 lovely screen stars. They depend on this fine white soap for the gentle, beautifying care million-dollar complexions must have. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Nobody Lives Forever with Jane Wyman and Ronald Reagan.
Pepsodent won by 3-1. Yes, by an overwhelming average of 3-1, families throughout America who compared toothpastes they were using at home preferred new Pepsodent with Irium over any other brand they tried. They said new Pepsodent toothpaste tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter. Yes, with families who made comparison tests, Pepsodent won by 3-1.
Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Nobody Lives Forever with Ronald Reagan and Jane Wyman. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players. The Lady Esther Screen Guild play tonight, A Night to Remember. The starring players...
This is Lucille Ball.
This is Brian Dunleavy.
Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in Columbia Pictures' comedy of murder and blackmail in Greenwich Village, A Night to Remember. It stars Brian Donlevy as Jeffrey Troy and Lucille Ball as his wife Nancy. The Lady Esther Screen Guild Players in A Night to Remember.
The address was 39 Gay Street, New York. I had a strange feeling about the place right from the start. First the scream, and then...
Jeff, there's something crawling across the floor.
39 Gay Street, New York. You know, an artist might call that Greenwich Village. A social worker might call it the slums. Sure, I pointed all that out to Nancy, but she was sort of sensitive, I guess, because, you see, she'd rented the place without even asking me, and, well, anyway, you know how women are.
Now, Jeff, I've said it all before.
Many times, darling.
And I'll say it again. If you're going to write a novel about Greenwich Village, then you
ought to live in Greenwich Village.
You funny man.
Quite frankly, I didn't like number 39 Gay Street. I don't think you would have liked it either. One of those musty old brownstone fronts they'd cut up into small apartments. And when we went up the steps that night and entered the hall, our landlord wasn't exactly overjoyed to see us.
I wasn't expecting you, Mrs. Troy. And not till Thursday.
Well, I thought as long as the apartment was vacant. You see, my husband is a writer, and he's very anxious to get to work.
Yes, we'll be glad to pay you for the 3 extra days.
No, it isn't that. No. You see, I haven't had the lights turned on, and the apartment isn't cleaned yet. And, perhaps if you'd have stayed at a hotel tonight, by tomorrow I could have everything ready.
Oh, but our furniture's on the way from Connecticut. It ought to be here in an hour or so. I guess we'll just have to... Jeff, what was that?
Well, it wasn't the 6 o'clock whistle.
It came from downstairs.
Mrs. Troy, I assure you it's nothing at all.
Mr. Turner, it happened again.
Oh, what happened?
Down in the basement, that thing, whatever it is, it crawled across my feet.
Stop that, Mrs. Salter. Stop it at once. Now, you go to my apartment and wait for me there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Say, what did she mean?
Oh, you mustn't mind her, Mr. Troy. She's my janitor, you see. An excellent worker, strong as an ox, but when she works in the basement, she gets hallucinations. That's absurd, isn't it?
Yeah, silly. Well, if you'll lend us some candles, Mr. Turner, we'll have a look at our little nest. Come along, Nancy. Let's you and me go up, huh?
Jeff, it isn't up, it's down.
Well, then let's go down and see our little... Down?
I forgot to tell you, it's the basement apartment.
It didn't look so bad by candlelight. The living room was pretty fair size. One door opening on the street and another opening on the hall. And the bedroom had a door that opened right on a garden. That's what had Nancy so excited.
Oh, just imagine, darling, a garden right outside your bedroom in the heart of New York. Why, we can even have a victory garden.
Mm-hmm. Good soil, too. Lots of iron in it.
How do you know?
Well, isn't that a horseshoe lying there?
Jeff, you found the lucky piece. Pick it up.
Where'll I wear it?
You just hold it tight and make a wish.
Oh. Okay, I've made it.
What'd you wish?
Well, while we're waiting for our furniture, I wish we could find a restaurant where they still have some steaks. Cute name for a restaurant. Polly's Stable. Must be a good place to put on the feed bag.
You funny man.
Good evening, folks. How's everything?
Well, the martinis are swell, but I need some toast.
Toast? What kind? White or rye?
Oh, it doesn't matter. I just want to stick it under the leg of this table.
Look, Jeff, while you order dinner, I'll go and phone the cleaners about our drapes.
Well, I'm pretty hungry, Nancy. Will you be back soon?
Uh-huh, and 2 shakes of a dry martini.
Hey, listen, I've had about enough stalling. You meet me tonight, or it's going to be curtains.
Gosh, that's in the next booth.
Yeah, let's meet the same place as before. 39 Gay Street, the basement apartment. You heard me. That's all.
39 Gay Street. The basement apartment. Oh, gee. Jeff, while I was in that telephone booth, Oh, excuse me, I didn't realize the waitress was still here.
She isn't the waitress. She owns the joint. Darling, meet Polly. Polly, meet Darling.
Hello, darling.
How do you do?
Now, Nancy, you were saying...
Jeff, you see that man at the bar with the hair growing down his forehead and the scar on his chin?
Uh-huh.
Well, I heard him threatening someone in the next booth, telling him to meet him in our apartment.
Well, they couldn't meet in the telephone booth, so I guess if they want... Our apartment?
I distinctly heard him say 39 Gay Street, the basement apartment.
39 Gay Street?
Yes, do you know the place?
Oh, sure. I live there myself on the second floor.
Oh, you do? Well, then maybe you know who that...
Excuse me, we're awful busy tonight. See you later, folks. Enjoy your dinner.
Jeff, she acted so strangely. What's it all about?
Oh, I think I better find out. I'm going over and have a talk with that guy.
No, Jeff, don't.
Well, now you just wait there, Nancy. Hiya, pal.
I'm not your pal, and keep your hands to yourself.
Hey, just a minute. Who do you think you're shoving?
Don't like it, huh?
No.
Well, maybe you'll like this better.
Jeff, darling, open your eyes. Speak to me.
Is that guy still here?
No. He's gone. He ran out.
Okay, honey. What'll we talk about?
My hero. Now you'll need 2 steaks, one for your stomach and one for your eye.
Huh? Home, sweet home. And there's no place on earth I'd rather not be.
Jeff, it's awfully dark in here.
Yeah, lucky we bought these extra candles. Well, there we are. That gives us some light.
But don't you understand? I left a candle lit when we went out to dinner.
Oh, well, it must have blown out. Any little draft could... Ouch!
What's the matter?
Oh, my foot. I stubbed my toe. Hey, look. It's that darn horseshoe. My lucky piece, no less.
That's odd. What's it doing on the floor? You put it on the windowsill.
Say, that's right. How did it get on the...
Jeff, listen, you hear that noise?
Sounds like water running in the bathroom. I'd better have a look, huh?
Hey, not without me.
All right, here. Put the candle down on the floor.
Right.
That's it. Steady now. You with me, Nancy? Nancy!
Jeff, look. That candle is moving.
Gosh.
Hey, what's so funny?
Look, it's a turtle. It must have come in from the garden. You put the candle right down on its back. Hey, I'll bet that's what's been scaring Mrs. Salter, too. Come on, now let's have a look at that bathroom. There you are, Nancy. You see? Just some water running out of the tub.
That's what I mean. Where'd the water come from?
Well,
We didn't fill that tub.
That's right. We didn't. Oh, I know. That guy from the restaurant came in here to take a bath, but he was very modest, so he blew out the candle. And he pitched horseshoes to dry himself off.
You funny man.
Oh, well, there's no use getting all upset, Nancy. Ooh, what's that?
Maybe he's back again. Jeff, don't go.
Don't worry, I'm not.
Anybody home? Got a load of furniture here.
Oh, it's just the furniture.
Yeah. Imagine being scared by an overstuffed chair. It was quiet enough the rest of that night, but in the morning things really started to happen. First of all, the police woke us up.
Sorry to get you folks out of bed, but the neighbors complain. Fella lying in your garden without any clothes.
In our garden? Well, he's got a nerve. Well, go on out there and get him out of there. Wake him up.
Well, I wish I could. He happens to be dead.
And then later, when they had us look at the corpse, Nancy had to go and blurt.
Why, Jeff, it's the man you had a fight with in the restaurant last night.
Now, just let me get this straight, Mr. Troy, about this exchange of blows last night.
Inspector, there wasn't any exchange. Only 2 blows were struck. He struck my husband, and my husband struck the floor.
Ah, no, Nancy, I pushed him once, didn't I?
Now, what's one little push? You didn't murder him, did you?
Who, me?
Say, Inspector.
Yes, Balling?
I got a little dope for you. The guy's name was Kaufman, Louis Kaufman. Had an apartment up on the 3rd floor.
Who told you that?
Oh, you wouldn't guess in a million years. Remember during Prohibition, this place was a speakeasy? Joe's place it was called. And Joe had a partner.
Eddie Turner.
Yeah, that's right. Remember, we grilled him, and when Joe disappeared, well, little Eddie's still around. In fact, he's the landlord of this joint.
That's interesting.
Inspector Hankins?
Yeah?
My name is Lingle. I have an apartment in this building.
That's right, Chief. I got his name on the list.
I want you to know, sir, if I can help in any way.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Lingle. We may call on you.
Oh, I'm in the phone book. The Lingle Art Studios. Any time at all, Inspector. Any time at all.
Inspector, if you don't mind my putting in a word.
Not at all, Mr. Troy.
Well, I think you should have questioned him. After that conversation my wife overheard, you should question everyone in this house.
Mr. Troy, remember, you live here, too.
Oh, that's silly. Jeff isn't the murderer's type.
Oh, I didn't say he was. Come on, Balling, let's go up and look at Kaufman's apartment.
Wait a minute, Inspector. Just look at these books. Murder in the laundry, murder in the air, murder in the subway. Must be a couple of dozen of them. Somebody got murder on the brain.
Mr. Troy, you said you were a novelist? You didn't by chance...
You bet. I wrote every one of them. Murder Mysteries by Jeffrey Yort. That's my name spelled backwards. TroyYort. You get it?
Yes. Didn't you write a book called Murder in Prison?
I sure did. How'd you like it, Inspector?
Well, I thought it was the kind of a detective story that knits.
Knits? Oh, you mean all the clues fall into one place?
No, I mean knits. Knits. You spell that backwards, too.
Knitstin.
Mr. Hankins, you're not a detective. You're a critic.
Well, I guess that made me pretty mad. Made me want to show the inspector up, so while Nancy was throwing some breakfast together, I sort of wandered through the halls looking for clues. That was how I ran into Polly. You know, the girl we met the night before. Well, one thing led to another, and then she asked me in to have some coffee, and that's when it happened. I noticed a letter lying on the coffee table, and quite casually I read the address. To Mr. Andrew Brule, 507 West 12th. Only Polly seemed to get upset, and she made a grab for the letter, but I got it first, and just to tease her, you know, just for a gag, well, there we are, sort of wrestling for it, and I guess she has her arms around me when all of a sudden Nancy shows up.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, that's all right, sweet. We were just kidding around.
Yes, over this letter.
Well, when you get through playing post office, Mr. Troy, your breakfast is ready.
Say, I think she's mad.
I better go and explain. Nancy! Oh, Nancy, wait a minute.
You stay away from me, you bluebeard.
Oh, Nancy, you're not jealous, darling. That's silly.
You're never jealous, I suppose.
Of course I'm not.
How about when the butcher saved me that roast? You weren't jealous. Oh, no, just mad enough to kill, that's all.
Darling, shh.
I will not shh. You were mad enough to kill.
Say, Mr. Troy, I want to speak to you.
Oh, now look what you've done.
Let's get down to your apartment, folks. A few more questions I'd like to ask. Mr. Troy, did you ever see this horseshoe before?
Oh, sure. That's my lucky piece.
Wasn't so lucky for Louis Kaufman.
What do you mean?
I mean, there's dried blood on it. And these strands of hair are from the dead man's head.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that this horseshoe was the murder weapon?
Now you're getting hot, and I do mean hot.
Oh, say, Chief, we checked the fingerprints on that horseshoe. They're his, all right.
Whose?
Yours.
Oh.
Okay, Troy. Get your hat and coat.
Wait a minute. He hasn't done anything. He wouldn't hurt a fly. Jeff, darling, don't go. You haven't even had your breakfast.
That's all right, baby. Don't you worry. I had a cup of coffee upstairs with Polly.
Oh, with Polly. Take him along, Inspector, and I hope he gets light.
Lady Esther has presented Act One of A Night to Remember, starring Lucille Ball and Brian Donlevy. In just a moment, we will hear the Lady Esther Screen Guild players in Act Two. But first, a word from our hostess, Lady Esther.
Every time I see the rush for new spring bonnets, I think how much wiser those women would be to get themselves a new spring face. I can almost hear you say that's not so easy. But it is. Do you realize that the face powder you use can either make your skin look old, dry, and lifeless, or it can do just the reverse? It can make your skin look so radiantly fresh and alive that people instinctively turn to look at you. Lady Esther face powder is made altogether differently from other powders. It is deliberately planned to make your skin look more youthful, smoother, more appealing, and one thing more, to keep you more attractive for hours and hours. You see, my Lady Esther face powder isn't mixed in the usual way. It's blown by twin hurricanes, blown with such terrific force that all the tiny particles of color and powder are merged into a smooth, velvety blending. This method transforms Lady Esther face powder, transforms it from the ordinary powdery particles that blow right off into a delicate film of beauty that clings to your face for hours. You'll feel and see the difference the instant your puff touches your face. You'll see how wonderfully smooth your skin becomes, how little lines and blemishes disappear. Try Lady Esther face powder and look more youthful, more glamorous, not just for minutes, but for hours and hours.
Lady Esther presents the second act of A Night to Remember, starring Brian Donlevy as Jeff Troy and Lucille Ball as his wife Nancy. Jeff continues our story.
Well, they kept me down at headquarters all that day. But then some new development turns up, so that evening they let me go. Nothing else happened till late that night. I guess I must have been sleeping pretty soundly when...
Jeff, wake up.
What's the matter now?
There's somebody in this apartment. I can hear him walking around.
Well, tell him to sit down. In this apartment?
Shh. Hear that sound?
I wish I didn't.
Don't go out there. You might get killed.
Yeah, I know. But if I just stay here and listen, I'll die of fright.
Your golf bag is standing here in the corner.
Huh?
Maybe you can hit him with a golf club.
I don't know. I could never hit a ball. Oh, well, we'll try it. Come on.
There he is, Jeff.
Huh?
I can see him outlined against the window.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Don't move now. I've got you.
Oh, Jeff. Sure, you got him, only he didn't know about it. Now he's gone.
This is no time to argue, Nancy. Turn on the light.
Okay.
Hey, Nancy, look. He dropped his knife.
And knocked over the screen. If men weren't so clumsy, they'd...
Say, honey, this isn't our screen.
I know. Mr. Turner lent it to me to cover the window till our drapes got back.
Well, there must be something about this screen that... Sure. There it is. He was scraping something off with that knife. See it, Nancy? Something 07 West 12th Street.
That first number looks like it might be a 5.
507 West 12th. Hey, that sounds familiar. I wonder where I... Wait a minute. I know. 507 West 12th. That was what was on Polly's letter.
The one she had to wrestle you for?
And the name was Brule, Andrew Brule. And somebody didn't want us to know it.
Well, it wasn't Polly. It was a man.
Yeah, and it wasn't Turner. He's not that big.
Listen, who's that?
Why don't you ask?
Yes? Who's there?
It's me, Mr. Lingle. I heard a noise. I thought there might be some trouble. Can I be of any help?
Well, if you find a stray heart in your throat, it's mine.
It's all right, Mr. Lingle. Everything's under control, thank you.
Oh, that's fine. Good night.
Such a nice man, always wanting to help.
Well, that doesn't answer the question of Mr. Brule. Say, Nancy, call me a cab, will you? I'm going in and put some clothes on.
Jeff, it's after 1 o'clock.
Well, if Mr. Brule is a respectable guy, he'll be home and asleep, and I'm going to wake him up.
Oh, that's swell, except for one slight mistake.
Mistake?
Yes. We're going to wake him up.
Yes, what is it?
Oh, good evening, madam. I'm sorry to disturb you, but it's very urgent that I see Mr. Brule.
Ain't no Mr. Brule here, and it ain't evening, it's morning, and you ought to be ashamed. Good night.
Cute kid.
Jeff, are you sure you had the right address?
Absolutely positive. You know, Nancy, it's funny. His mail should be sent to a place where he doesn't even live. I think we ought to check with the post office, you know it?
Darling, not tonight.
Well, no, I guess it can wait till morning.
Here's the clerk now. Go ahead, Jeff. Ask him.
Yeah. My name is Brule. Andrew Brule, 507 West 12th. I haven't been getting my mail lately. Would you please check and see if there's something wrong?
Why, Mr. Brule, you gave us instructions over a year ago to hold all mail and general delivery. Don't you remember?
Well...
Oh, he's so absent-minded.
Oh, is that so?
Sometimes even forgets he's married.
Well, that certainly clears things up for me.
It does?
Mr. Brule, I guess you just forgot. You called up here about an hour ago.
I did?
Surely. You asked if anyone had tried to pick up your mail. Sounded kind of worried, too.
Oh, he's just the worrying type. Come along, dear. There are others waiting. Come on.
Yeah, that's right. Well, thanks, old man. Much obliged.
Not at all, Mr. Brule. Don't mention it.
Jeff, what do you think?
I think Mr. Brule is worrying, too. It's pretty clear now, Nancy. He's mixed up in this murder some way, and he knows that we've gotten a line on him. Well, the next thing, I guess he'll come after us.
Jeff, what do we do?
What can we do? Just sit tight and wait. And when he comes, we'll grab him.
Ow! Jeff, what time is it now?
Oh, just a few minutes to midnight.
Midnight?
Say, what are you so scared about? We've got all the lights on. I've got my trusty mid-iron here, and... Hey, the lights. Who turned those lights off?
Not me.
Huh? Then it must have been the murderer. The fuse box is out there in the hall.
Jeff, there's something coming through the door.
Steady now. Steady, Nancy. Yeah. All right, you, whoever you are, you better give up. I got you covered.
Oh, Jeff!
I've got him.
Jeff!
Nancy, I got him. Give me a hand, will you?
Jeff!
Sock him with something, Nancy.
Yeah.
A chair, anything.
I'm coming, Jeff.
Hit him, Nancy.
I'll help you, darling. There, take that, you nasty man. I'll teach you to hurt Jeff. I'll teach you to...
Hey. What hit me?
Oh, Jeff, it's you. Oh, darling, I'm sorry. It's so dark in here.
Maybe it is, but I can see stars. Hey, the murderer. Where'd he go?
I don't know. That was a door, Jeff. He must have gone out.
Hey, listen. Police whistles. How did the cops get here?
How do you think? I called them this afternoon.
Oh, look, the lights are on again.
They must have fixed the fuse.
Say, did you call the cops or the electricians?
Nice work, Mr. Troy. We nabbed him all right.
Yeah? Who was it, Inspector?
Mr. Andrew Brule, alias Mr. Lingle.
Mr. Lingle? Who lives upstairs, the one who wanted to help?
Oh, that was a front. Like his art studios were just a front for his blackmailing.
Blackmailing?
Sure. He was collecting from every person in this house, and they didn't know that Brule and Lingle were one and the same.
But how could he blackmail all these people?
Oh, easy enough. Just get something on them that might embarrass them. Funny the things that people will try to hide. Since he only spoke over the phone to them, they never guessed who he was.
Yeah, but what about Kaufman? Why was he killed?
Well, I guess Kaufman was the only one who suspected the truth. And when he insisted on having a showdown, Lingle had to kill him to keep him quiet.
Well, I guess that's that case, Inspector. I sure am glad I was in on the finish.
Finish is right, Mr. Troy. Only it might have been yours.
Huh?
We just took this knife off Lingle. Pretty mean looking, isn't it?
You mean he was going to...
Mr. Troy, he's fainted.
Oh, dear. Jeff, open your eyes. Darling, get up. Please get up. You've got to get up, Jeff. You got your good suit on.
Thank you, Lucille Ball and Brian Donlevy, for a most entertaining half hour.
Well, we ought to thank you, Mr. Bradley, because it's really been fun. And besides, all of us appreciate an invitation to play here because we know what wonderful work is being done by the Motion Picture Relief Fund and its country house and clinic, a work made possible by these radio broadcasts. Brian Donlevy will be back in a moment, but first a word from one of America's foremost beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Ball. Ladies, if you've ever watched an artist paint a portrait, you know he can make his subject look younger or older just by the way he tones her skin. Think about that, because you do exactly the same thing with your face powder. You make your face look younger or older. Any artist studying my 9 different shades of Lady Esther face powder recognizes them at once as young skin tones. I proved what a difference they make in an experiment the other day. At a dinner party, a woman I'd never seen before was seated opposite me. She looked rather middle-aged, rather plain, and didn't attract much attention. After dinner, I struck up a conversation with her. Knowing my interest in beauty, she confided that she hated her drab, plain look. But it's my age, she said. What can I do? Well, we went into a dressing room, and I removed her hard, cakey makeup that made her face look so dry. Instead, I applied my own shade of Lady Esther face powder, which fortunately was her shade, too. She looked and looked. She was simply enchanted. Her face did seem altogether different, so radiant, so smooth, with almost a little girl freshness. It's all due, I explained, to the different way Lady Esther face powder is made. It's blown by twin hurricanes to give it those young, translucent shades, that velvety texture, and to keep it clinging to your skin for hours. Perhaps you'd like to try an experiment on your face. So why not get a box of Lady Esther face powder tonight?
And now, here again is Brian Donlevy.
Thank you, Mr. Ball. People are beginning to wonder how they will fare post-war. They're asking, will high incomes continue? Will there be jobs for all? Well, seriously, nobody knows, but we all know this. Money invested now in war bonds is the best way you can safeguard your post-war security. For every $3 you invest now in war bonds, you get $4 at maturity. And in an emergency, your bonds can be converted into cash any time. So isn't it plain good sense to buy all you can, put every cent you can spare into safe, profitable, patriotic war bonds? Thank you.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild players will present Dark Angel. It will star Donald Crisp, Merle Oberon, and Ronald Coleman. Be sure to listen. Lucille Ball appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of White Cliffs of Dover. Brian Donlevy appears through the courtesy of Paramount, producers of the Hitler Gang. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. To try Lady Esther four-purpose face cream, just get the smallest size jar. Later, you can get the economical large jar and keep refilling the small one for convenience. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther, saying thank you and good night, everyone.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Bob Hope and Lucille Ball in Fancy Pants. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
From Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. One of man's greatest gifts is that of laughter, particularly the talent for making other people laugh. Tonight, as our stars, we are fortunate enough to have two clowns. First, the unpredictable Mr. Robert Hope, and second, and by far the prettier of the two, Miss Lucille Ball. We will present this extraordinary team in their Paramount picture riot, Fancy Pants. Now, Fancy Pants was adapted from the novel Ruggles of Redgap by Harry Leon Wilson, and is a perfect vehicle for the talents of our versatile comedian, Bob Hope, and glamorous comedienne, Lucille Ball. You know, I think the glamorous comedienne is here to stay. No longer do our feminine comics wear frumpy clothes and funny makeups. They're chic, well-groomed, and just like our Lux girls, they guard their beauty with Lux toilet soap, which they know assures them the very best in complexion care. Now, Fancy Pants, starring Bob Hope as Humphrey and Lucille Ball as Aggie. It's England, 1905. And out in the countryside, a third-rate group of actors has just concluded another dismal performance. We're backstage now, and the cast is on its usual topic of discussion. That brilliant actor, Humphrey, the butler.
I don't know where he came from. I can't stand anymore. Either that blundering monster Humphrey leaves the show, or I leave it.
My dear woman, now don't blame me. I'm only the stage manager.
Oh, what's the use? We're not even making expenses. I suggest we all leave the cast and go home. Oh, Humphrey'll never go home. I know he won't. It's an American plot, I tell you, to ruin the entire British theater.
A little applause, please. I'm about to make my entrance.
Halfway, idiot!
Thank you, thank you. That'll do, please. That's enough remarks. There's no more room between my shoulder blades. You know, with a little concentration, I may become another Gromiko.
Blundering American idiot. Fiends.
Now, if you'll all keep quiet for just a moment, I've got some news for you. What is it? It so happens that the young Earl of Grinstead was in the audience tonight. Royal? Yes, and not only that, but the Earl of Grinstead has a proposition to offer you. Yes, now he's waiting in the office. Come along, all of you.
The entire splendid cast, I presume.
Now, let me warn you, Earl, we're the finest actors in the British Empire, and we're going to be real tough to deal with. Now, what's your proposition?
Well,
we'll take it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I recently have become acquainted with a rather intriguing young lady from America. Now, her mother is a nouveau riche, determined at all costs to inflict culture upon her daughter, Agatha. So, I have invited Miss Floud and her mother to my country estate for the weekend to meet my family. Rather rash, eh, what? Since I have neither estate nor family. However, my friend Lord Twombly has lent me his home, and you, dear people of the theatre, shall enact the role of my family.
On one condition, my lord. Humphrey stays here.
Quiet, Ava. My lord, there are members of this cast who are jealous of my sterling portrayals. I have played valets and gentlemen's gentlemen from Chicago to Liverpool, and the critics all say the same thing about my performance. Yeah, but how can they print that in the newspaper?
What does he say?
Oh, he said there'll be plenty to eat and drink, a good fee, and she's spoiling it all. He talks like that ever since he got hold of a loaded crumpet.
Well, those are my terms. Oh, give Humphrey another chance. After all, he is human. Well, practically. Oh, very well then. But keep him away from me.
Don't wear your hair up, honey. It's the grouse shooting season.
Well, it's all settled then.
Yes, and we're off to the country. And I hope you have an elevator so the upstairs maid can have a fair share of me.
I'll send carriages for you the first thing in the morning. It'll be a lark for all of you. And for me, who knows? A rich wife, Miss Agatha Floud.
Coming. Howdy.
Oh, good afternoon, Mum.
Aggie. Well, you got a courtesy. How many times did I tell you?
Oh, Mom. Good afternoon.
Your wrap, Mum?
I'll say. Bought it in St. Louis. Solid ermine.
Oh, I'm the butler.
Oh. Oh!
Thank you. I think so myself. His lordship awaits in the garden. If the two mums will just follow me.
Aggie, what class? Wish we had something like that back home.
Oh, Ma, somebody'd shoot him before we got him near the house.
My lord, direct from America, presenting Mrs. Floud and Miss Floud.
Oh, so good to see you.
Thank you, sir. Now, here are your guests.
Hi, Earl.
Oh, Miss Agatha, Mrs. Floud, my family. This is my mother, Lady Brinstead.
Flattered to meet you, Lady Brinstead. Sure. Do it, Aggie.
Charmed.
My cousin Rosalind, Duchess of Dover.
Charmed.
How do you do?
Aggie.
Okay, Ma, okay. Howdy, Duchess.
How do you do? His Lordship the 13th Duke of Brinstead, my father.
Hey, what's he trying to do to me?
Just kissing your hand, Miss Agatha.
You'd think there was gravy on it.
But forgive father's enthusiasm. Told him all about you, sir.
You hear that, Aggie? The Earl told his pa all about you.
And somebody ought to tell his mother all about his father.
Well, I hope our guests find it relaxing here at Brinstead Manor. Eh, Mamma?
Yes, indeed I do.
Oh, beg pardon, my lord.
Yes, Humphrey?
Your monocle is smudged. You've been breathing through your eyeballs again. There you are. Anything else, my lord? Mustache wax, a touch of hair oil, perhaps? A whiff of stopette?
Help fellow, Humphrey. But that'll be all for now.
Thank you.
Holy smoke!
Why, that's more service than the hired man gives us in a month back in Big Squaw.
Yeah, come on, let's get out of here.
Shut up. You know, Earl, this is the first time I ever saw a real English butler.
I saw one once in a play.
You did?
Yeah, I was in Cheyenne.
Cheyenne, that was September 1902.
And we threw tomatoes at him. Pelted him with ripe tomatoes.
When I walked off the stage, the manager thought I was Red Skelton.
Jolly good sport, I wager. Eh, Humphrey?
Ham. And now, shall I brew tea, my lady? Which kind shall it be?
What's the difference?
Well, I can give you orange pekoe with a dash of lemon, or lemon pekoe with a dash of orange. Then there's wheat tea, or if you prefer extremely strong tea. Keeps trying to batter its way out of the bag.
I rather found the easy tea, rich rolls of coffee during summer weather. The Chinese Portuguese
What'd he say?
Oh, he just said the rather fancy Indian tea report construction range of the weather, while Chinese importation has little just world. Mum.
That's telling her, Humphrey.
Thank you. Your tea, Mum. May I slosh it about for you, Mum?
Please do.
Tea time, jolly cup of tea time. A tea for you, Mum, of course.
Careful, Humphrey. Watch that tray, my good man.
Oh, but my lady, you know I'm all... Whoops.
Soaked to the skin, all over me.
Yes, quite a natural combination, Mum. Tea and lemon.
Oh, you stupid plunging oaf. I told you his performance was...
Meter,
Well, just look at me. And what's this?
Oh, it's just a slice of pumpernickel, Mum. Dry out like new. It just needs pumping out, that's all.
Monster, you bore. How did you ever get to be such an idiot?
Oh, just early to bed, early to rise. That's the answer, Mum.
Well, don't stand there. I'm drenched. Do something.
Yes, Mum. I'll fetch you some fresh tea, Mum.
Humphrey. Over here, Humphrey. I want to chew the fat.
So soon after tea, Mum?
What do they pay you around here, Humphrey?
6 quid, 3 bob, tuppence, halfpenny a fortnight, Mum.
How much is that?
I don't know. I'm still trying to find out what a fortnight is.
Well, how about a nice fat raise, Humphrey?
Are you trying to lure me from the service of his lordship, Mum?
Exactly.
Impossible. My family's always buttered the Brinsteads. My father, my father's father, my father's 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 father. I could even go farther.
Now listen, son. Hanging around here ain't getting you nothing. Here's my card. Drop in at my hotel and we'll work out a deal. Double your salary.
Don't tempt me, Mum. Money brings out the cad in me, and my cad is ready to get out.
Well, meanwhile, just see that you keep out of the billiard room.
The billiard room? Oh, I've been barred from the billiard room for life, Mum, for cheating. I won £50 shooting pool with the Earl before he found out the terrible thing I'd done.
The terrible thing you'd done? What was it?
Oh, I can't tell you, Mum.
What was it?
Well, I soaked his pool cue in Jergens lotion. He'd never have found out that someone started to play Song of India and it crawled into a basket.
Well, Aggie's in there with his lawyer. And he's alone. Who knows, Humphrey? Maybe he's going to propose.
Gad, Mum. I trust the luscious Miss Floud knows what she's doing, Mum.
Maybe she don't, but I do. Just imagine. An Earl for a son-in-law. Hey, what are you doing? Humphrey, no! Leave him be. I tell you, he's going to propose.
Now then, Agatha, my dear, if you'll just give me your hand.
Okay, here.
Thank you. You place the hand on the billiard cue. Thusly. Do you follow me? May I tell you something, dear Agatha? May I tell you that I brought you in here just to be alone with you?
Why?
Because you're the most exciting girl I've ever met. If only I knew the right words. If only I knew what to do.
May I be of service, my lord? Sherry, my lady?
Well, don't mind if I do.
Sherry, my lord?
No, nothing for me. Thank you, Humphrey.
Scotch and soda, my lord?
Nothing at all, thank you. You may run along now.
Scotch and water, my lord?
No, nothing, thank you.
Soda and water, my lord?
Nothing.
Water over water? Scotch over ice, my lord?
No, nothing, Humphrey.
Scotch over scotch? Scotch over bourbon?
That will be all, Humphrey. Thank you.
Care to play musical glasses? Jolly well crazy, my lord.
No, nothing.
Shall I draw the blinds, my lord? Draw your bath? Draw your picture.
Look, Humphrey, draw whatever you like, but somewhere else. Somewhere else.
Yes, my lord. Or shall I chalk the Mum's cue, my lord?
Why don't we just give up until he winds down? You heard his earlship. Hit the breeze and stop talking.
Well, if Mum feels that way about it, Mum's the word, Mum.
I'm terribly sorry, Agatha. Now, as I was saying, oh, my darling, if you only...
Announcing Sir Wimberley, Mrs. Floud, Lady Margaret, Lady Rosalind, and Sarah, my lord.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Lady Margaret, Mum, may I serve the punch bowl?
You may. Serve the punch bowl, Humphrey.
Fine, Mum, as soon as I return from the laundromat in the corner. I can't think of any place else to put the goldfish. By the time you finish the punch, they'll be suds washed and rinsed 3 times.
Well, Aggie, any news?
Oh, lay off of me, will you, Ma?
Well, you may not want his earlship, but I sure got a hankering for Humphrey.
Ma!
I tell you, Aggie, that Humphrey would make a real gentleman out of your paw.
Take that home with us to Big Squaw?
Well, why not?
You got bats in your belfry.
I don't care. I'm going to get that Humphrey for your paw somehow. If Lady Margaret would only fire him.
Oh, Pa, just feed him to the pigs.
Get over there and shoot your pool. I got to think. How am I going to do it? How?
A little refreshment, Mum? Bavarian punch?
Bavarian punch?
Whiskey stirred with a Bavarian.
No, I don't want any.
Well, spiked, Mum. A little punch, Mum?
Why, thank you, Humphrey.
Make you fit as a tiddly and ready to wink.
I know you, Humphrey?
I'm here.
If you spill so much as a single drop on me, I'll...
Oh, but, Mum, I was bumped just as I was bending over to serve you, Mum. Someone cued me.
Oh, get out! Get out! You're fired, do you hear? And don't ever come back. Not tonight, tomorrow, or ever. Just get out.
Stop beating around the bush.
Get out!
I know. Get out. I know.
Humphrey, double the salary, remember?
For shame, Mum, stabbing me in the back. You know how ticklish I am through that.
Who stabbed you? I just gave you a little push with the billiard cue. Well, you working for us now?
Oh, big squall.
You said it. We leave next week.
Big squall. I'll pack me bags, Mum.
Well, don't say it that way. What's the matter with Big Squaw?
Oh, nothing, Mum. It's just that I hate the idea of living in a town that's named after Crosby.
I got him, Aggie. I got him. Humphrey's coming home with us.
Ah, Ma.
In In a few moments, we'll present Act Two of Fancy Pants. Now, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter, with the Lux movie news of the week.
We're off to Mexico this week, John, to a gay, romantic Mexico setting for the Howard Hughes presentation, His Kind of Woman.
That's the RKO picture starring Robert Mitchum as a gambler who goes straight and is forced to shoot it out with a tough gangster.
And Jane Russell turns in some high comedy as an ex-band vocalist masquerading in high society. But she turns straight, too, and ends up in Mitchum's arms as his kind of woman.
I hear Jane Russell wears absolutely dazzling costumes. But then Jane's a dazzler herself.
She's a Lux girl, John.
With a truly Lux-lovely complexion.
Yes, indeed. Jane Russell always depends on Lux soap care for her complexion. And she tells me she adores the big new bath-size Lux. It makes her daily beauty bath so luxurious.
So many screen stars say that, Libby. In fact, bath-size Lux is a favorite all over Hollywood and everywhere. The creamy lather is so abundant, even in hard as water.
And I love the way it leaves my skin so fresh. Lux lovely all over.
Yes, Lux Soap's active lather makes you sure of daintiness, sure of charm. It has a delicate flower-like fragrance that really clings, really lasts. Tomorrow, get this satin-smooth bath cake that leaves skin Lux lovely all over. 9 out of 10 screen stars use fragrant white Lux toilet soap. Now our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act Two of Fancy Pants, starring Bob Hope as Humphrey and Lucille Ball as Aggie. Well, it's 3 weeks later, and our hero, Humphrey, his acting career blighted, has arrived at the Floud Mansion in Big Squaw, territory of New Mexico. Mrs. Floud is showing Humphrey around the house, while Aggie and her father...
Oh, I sure missed you, daughter. I sure did. Say, how come you're all sunnied up on Tuesday?
Oh, it's Ma, Pa. She's taking the finery like a hog takes the slop.
Yeah, sometimes I wish I never found all them gold mines, Aggie, and got so doggone rich.
And now that we got a butler...
Oh, Aggie, I'm in a peck of trouble. And it's all his'n fault, Humphrey's.
Well, he is kind of lame-brained.
First, your ma wrote me that some earl was making goo-goo eyes at you. Then she sends me a telegram that she's bringing home a gentleman's gentleman. So, naturally, I figured it's the same fella.
Huh? Say that again, Pa.
Aggie, I've told everybody in Big Squaw that you and Ma was bringing home a earl.
You told everybody. Oh, Hey, what am I laughing at?
And now the whole town's fixing to welcome him proper. Gosh, when Ma finds out, what'll I do?
You won't have to do, Pa. You're going to be did. Hey, no wonder Cart Belknap was so mad.
Cart Belknap?
Yeah, I saw him down at the depot. Couldn't figure out what was eating him. Piece by piece.
Toughest hombre in Big Squaw, and Cart's mighty sweet on you, Aggie.
There goes your problem, Pa. Cart thinks there's something between me and Humphrey, huh? Well, suppose I let him keep on thinking it.
Cart had cut out his liver and boil his gizzard in his own sauce, and after that he...
Jiggers, Pa, here they come. Law on him.
Well, there he is, Humphrey. That there's Mr. Floud.
Howdy.
Howdy, sir.
Now, let's get one thing straight, Humphrey. I take care of myself, see?
Oh, that's quite obvious, sir.
In the house, I always go around in my shirt sleeves. Anything wrong with that?
Oh, no, sir, nothing at all, sir. But wouldn't it be better if you wore a shirt with them? Just a suggestion, of course. Don't let me rush you into anything.
Humphrey, I want you to meet our hired help. Get in here, boys. This here's Wampum, our Indian foreman, and this is Wong, our Chinese cook. Boys, meet Humphrey.
How do?
Oh, he do.
All right, Humphrey. You can start right now lecturing Mr. Floud. Humphrey, your first doorbell. Go on, see who it is.
Thank you.
All right, folks, all together now. Welcome to Big Squaw, Your Grace.
Your Grace? What, who, me?
Howdy there. So good to see you all, my dears. Come on in.
Oh, Effie, you're so lucky. Congratulations, Mrs. Floud.
Humphrey, ain't he elegant?
She called him Humphrey, his first name, right to his face. Oh, a real genuine earl.
Oh, this certainly makes you the queen of Big Squaw society, Effie.
Me, queen?
Silly, isn't it?
Oh, your lordship, your tie. Let me fix it. I'll double your salary, double everything. Only don't let 'em know you're just the butler.
Oh, well, in that case, is Humphrey, Earl of Brinstead, and on behalf of my hostess, allow me to welcome you all to Floud Manor.
Oh, your lordship, it's 2 minutes past your tea time. How can you endure it?
Sheer grit. Shall we tee off, then? Oh, ladies, please, if you'll line up in alphabetical order, you may breathe down my neck, one at a time.
He's so pretty, Effie.
Oh, this is a fun group, isn't it?
This way, your lordship. Hey, welcome. Bring out the tea.
Oh, and don't forget the crumpets.
What is crumpet?
That's a bagel with a thyroid condition.
Now tell me, Earl, how do the American women compare with your English women?
Oh, I think you American women are much prettier.
How about your horses?
Oh, I think you American women are even prettier than our horses.
Eddie, where are you?
Sorry, Ma.
Haven't I asked you never to enter a room without dropping a curtsy to Humphrey the Earl?
Yeah, Ma, I know. Dear, dear Earl, what would Lady Maud say? No carnation in your buttonhole.
Oh, I can't wear them, you know. It turns my medals green. Carnation, ladies. Here, you may shed it.
Oh, Earl, please tell us about your medals.
Yeah, some experience I could write up in the paper.
Nothing doing, folks. His earlship's kind of pooped.
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all. Now, let me see. Which medal shall I explain first? Oh, yeah, I think it was my first year of service in Africa. I was a mere lieutenant at the time. Well, those native chaps were becoming very nasty, meant to wipe us out, you know. They were only waiting for the end of the monsoon.
Monsoon, that's French for mister.
Thank you. Well, Colonel Jothergill drew me aside. It's 3 against 1,000, he muttered. We had to have reinforcements. No man could get through.
The Earl was just a boy at the time.
No, I was 13, as I remember.
Oh.
Well, Colonel Jothergill, old Spit and Polish, we called him lovingly because he was always spitting and he was Polish. Well, sir, there we were, 3 against 1,000.
Oh, how horrible.
Stimulating, though. Then Colonel Jothergill told us the worst of it. Stiff upper lip, he muttered, starching his mustache. You'll have to face it, chaps. There was no more tea. They'd cut off our Liptons. Oh, they paid dearly for this. We'd sell our lives at a fearful price, but how to stop them? How to get out of it? How? Oh. But... There was no more time. They were storming the fort now. 3 against 1,000, mind you.
Oh, you're wonderful.
Yes, there I was with a spear through my supple young body.
Didn't it hurt?
Only when I laughed. Well, I drew my cutlass. I drew it. I started to hew my way through them. Oh, well, if you dear peasants will excuse me, If you'll excuse me, well, I always take a nap before tiffin.
But, your lordship, what happened? How did it end?
Oh, the encounter. Well, we finally put them to rout. But we all agreed that they were 3 of the toughest rascals we'd ever fought. Cheerio! Dad, what a performance.
Humphrey! Enter then! Enter! Humphrey, you get out of that bed and make tracks for the Yellow Dog Saloon. Them 2 varmints, Aggie and Pa's over there. In the saloon. It's a revolt.
Oh, but Effie, one does not disturb an Earl this early, and the Earl is feeling very Earlish this morning.
Humphrey, in the weekly newspaper you may be an Earl, and in front of my friends you may be an Earl. But every payday you're Humphrey the butler, and your job is Pa and Aggie.
Oh, but Mrs. Floud, I simply...
Humphrey?
Yes, Mum. I'm on my way, Mum. Yellow Dog Saloon, Mum. Say, can anybody get in, Mum, or just Yellow Dog?
Oh, cut that out. Now just get down there and bring them back.
Tell them the rest of your big idea.
Yeah, go ahead and tell them, Aggie.
Well, boys, Pa and me come down here because we knew as soon as Ma found out we was gone, she'd send Fancy Pants, that is the Earl, down here to get us.
Only meantime.
Yeah, only meantime, I sent word for Card Belknap to come over. So hang around, boys. Figure we might see something real interesting.
Aggie, look who's walking in.
Fancy Pants. Come on in, Humphrey. Boys, I want you to meet our new boarder, the Earl of Brinstead. Earl, the boys of the Yellow Dog Saloon.
No, don't get up. You'll muss up the sawdust. Begging your pardon, young mum, but the maid has requested that you both return at once to the manor.
What's wrong with our manners here?
Oh, come on, Humphrey, sit down. Hey, Aggie, how about singing that song again for his earlship?
Sure, Pa. Why not? Hey, Sam, get over to the piano.
Okay, Aggie.
It's for you, Humphrey.
Jolly decent of you, Mum.
Give it to him, daughter.
Hey, fancy pants. You're a pussy-footin' critter. When you see a gal, you skitter. Hey, you! Fancy pants. Oh, you drop your purty hanky. Mama's gonna spank you. Hey! Fauntleroy! Women who crave men wanna love cavemen. Say, angel boy, show some grit. That's what you gotta get. Hey! Fancy pants. You're a highfalutin' geezer, afraid to take a gal and squeeze her. Hey, you! Fancy pants. Run to mama for protection. House step section. Hey! Tenderfoot. Looking at us and stomping and cussing. What's so weird about take a chance? If you're rootin' and shootin', folks will quit a hootin'. There goes fancy pants.
Fancy pants.
Oh, I was just kidding, Humphrey. Now, why don't you tell the boys about the time you were in India?
Oh, yes. By Jove, what a moment that was. In all India, I'd never come across a more ferocious beast. There it stood in the pitch-black night, its immense size completely dwarfing the elephant I was riding.
Oh, yeah? How could you tell how big it was in the dark?
Cart. Oh, Humphrey, I want you to meet my boyfriend, Cart Belknap. Shake hands with his earlship.
What are there, stranger?
Oh, well, any friend of Miss Agassiz is a friend of...
What's the matter, stranger? Get up off the floor.
Oh, that's fine Western hospitality. You do that again, and I'll report you to Spade Coolies. Well, jolly meeting you, sir, but I fear it's crumpet time. I must be jogging along.
Stay where you are.
Yeah, you were looking at the great big animal in the dark.
I was? Oh, I was. Yes. Well, its white coat stood out, the largest polar bear I've ever seen. Must have been at least...
Polar bears don't belong in India.
Yeah, that's what I kept telling them. Well, he kept coming toward me. I kept retreating step by step.
What happened to the big elephants you were riding?
Well, he'd gone to Washington to get ready for 52. Well, there I was. I never dreamed of that. Well, there I was, alone, unarmed, except for a spear that a friendly native had left lodged in my chest.
Yeah, but it only hurt when you laughed.
Yeah. I withdrew the spear, staggered back, weak from the loss of blood, and well, it's crumpet time. I better be jogging.
You know what I would have done to that big old bear? I'd have twisted his neck. Like this!
Oh.
And I'd have got him by the ears, and I'd have yanked him off. Like this!
I wish you'd have been there. It would have been very...
Then I'd have got me a couple of handfuls of fur, like this. And I'd have pulled him off.
Pa, maybe we better stop Cart.
Oh, he's just getting warmed up, daughter.
And you know what I would have done next?
Don't tell me. Let me guess.
All right, go ahead and guess.
Well, I guess you'd have taken your trusty revolver...
Well?
And hit him over the head like this. Cheerio, chaps. I must whiz.
Aggie, did you see what he did?
Yeah, to Cart Belknap. Hey, Fancy Pants, wait for me! Now, just a minute, Mr. Mayor. Catch your wind and say that over again.
It's true, Effie, it's true. President Teddy Roosevelt. He's making a tour through the Western Territory, so I sent him a telegram about the Earl, and he wired right back that he'd be delighted to come here.
Land of Ocean, President
Of course, he
Roosevelt.
can stay right here in the house with you, can't he, Effie?
Here in my house? Oh, man.
Well, I gotta start organizing the committee. Goodbye, Effie.
Mike Aggie, where are you?
Oh, what is it?
President Teddy Roosevelt's coming here to see Humphrey.
Huh?
I'd have swore she said the president was coming here to see Humphrey.
That's what I did say.
Effie, girl, you've been hitting the Applejack.
Well, what's he want to see Humphrey for?
Because he thinks Humphrey's the Earl. Where is he? Where's Humphrey? Who, Humphrey? I said, where is he?
You better tell her, Aggie.
Well, the last time I saw him, Ma, he was sort of heading out of town.
Out of town? But he'll get lost in the desert.
Well, all of a sudden, he got kind of lonesome for London.
Oh, you two. I might have known you'd do something like that.
Now, Ma, we can't
you
help
have
it.
to go on after him, and don't you come back here without him. Now, get! Get!
I'm lost. Lost in this endless desert. Water. Water. Anything that'll save my life. Water. A package of Chesterfields. I'm going mad, I tell you, mad. The sand, the heat. I'm too young to die. Too young. Too handsome. Water! Water! It's a mirage, I tell you, a mirage.
We do our washing in that mirage every Monday morning.
Oh, yeah? And who asked you to come chasing after me? I want to get out of this country.
Well, I don't exactly blame you, Humphrey. Me and Pa were awful ugly, and Cart Belknap.
Cart Belknap. Only a coward would hit a coward.
Oh, he just snapped his twig, that's all. You see, Cart wants to marry me, and I guess he got the silly idea that you and me were sweet on each other. Can you imagine?
Preposterous. You're not even my type, Mum.
You know, it took a lot of nerve belting Cart Belknap over the head. That's why I figured you might have nerve enough to meet President Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah, well, I've got just as much nerve as... Who?
Well, everybody thinks you're a real earl, so Teddy Roosevelt's coming to Big Squaw just to meet you.
Ha-ha! Well, you're going to look pretty silly. And your ma and pa are going to be looking silly. And this whole silly little town's going to look silly. You'll have to change the name to Big Silly.
Well, at that, it might be worse if you stayed. Imagine you trying to fool a president.
Say, presidents can be fooled. They vote for themselves, don't they? Besides, I made you think I was a butler.
Well, that's easy. You are.
Look, I've been waiting a long time to take some bows for my performance. I'm no earl. I'm no butler. I'm not even Humphrey.
Huh?
My name is Arthur Tyler, and I'm an actor. Afra, Agva, and Sag. And paid up.
Actor? Gosh. Well, why did you pretend to be a butler?
Because I was stranded in England. Flat broke.
Gee, a real actor. Playing an English earl for President Roosevelt. With me and Ma and Pa to applaud.
Yeah, and I'd be the star. That's a step up. And an audience of 3. That's a step up.
Sure. Besides, there's a lot of innocent people down in town depending on you, Humphrey. I mean, Arthur.
Innocent? How about Cart Belknap? Would you tell him we don't mean anything to each other so he'd stop trying to put my head in his trophy room?
Well, sure. I'll tell him that we don't mean a thing to each other. Well, there's my horse, Humphrey. Let's get back to town.
Ah, yes, the horse.
I hope you don't mind riding double.
Double, Mum? Wouldn't think of it. Oop, there we go. Oop. There. You all set, Mum? Perfectly comfortable, Mum?
Oh, sure. Let's go.
Later on, if your feet start hurting, maybe you can ride the horse.
Thanks a lot, Humphrey.
Not at all, not at all. Gee, President Roosevelt. A command performance. We accept the role, Mum, but for a one-night stand only. Then I must go on tour.
What a ham bone.
Wait till my agent hears about this. Yes, Mr. President. As Humphrey, Earl of Grinstead, I can assure you, sir. Oh, but of course, Mr. President, of course.
In just a few moments, we'll return with Act 3 of Fancy Pants. And now for my guest tonight. I have a young lady who's a charter member of Paramount's Golden Circle, Miss Joan Taylor. The circle means, Joan, that Paramount has high hopes you'll become a star.
Well, I'm hoping, Mr. Keeley, and working like mad.
But you already get your name in lights. You know, every time a picture you're in plays in Lake Forest, Illinois.
Confidentially, that's because my father owns the theater.
And your mother danced in vaudeville.
Yes, she was a headliner. and started me on dancing lessons early.
Well, Joan, dancing started many a screen beauty on her career. Look at Jane Wyman and Alexis Smith, who are playing opposite Bing Crosby and Francho Tone in Paramount Pictures' wonderful new comedy, Here Comes the Groom.
I watched it being made, Mr. Keeley. What fun. What tangled romances. Being in love with Jane, Jane engaged to Francho.
And Alexis, the glamour girl, whose competition brings Jane back to Bing.
Yes, if you'd like to laugh, don't miss Here Comes the Groom. And when you see lovely Jane Wyman and Alexis Smith, notice the smooth beauty of their complexions.
Both Jane and Alexis know how easy it is to be Lux Lovely, Mr. Kennedy, and I agree with them. Lux Soap facials really work wonders for my skin.
You have a lovely complexion, Joan. And as you know, here's all there is to a Lux Active Lather Facial. Cream the rich lather well into your skin, rinse thoroughly with warm water, then cold, and gently pat dry with a towel. It's the active lather that does the trick, leaves skin softer and smoother. So discover how easy it is to be Lux Lovely. Get a supply of Hollywood's own beauty soap tomorrow. 9 out of 10 screen stars use fragrant white Lux toilet soap. We pause now for station identification. This is the CBS Radio Network.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Fancy Pants, starring Bob Hope as Humphrey and Lucille Ball as Aggie. The biggest day in the history of Big Squaw is at hand. In a couple of hours, President Teddy Roosevelt is arriving to pay his respects to the Earl of Grinstead. And now, at the Floud Kitchen, excited preparations are underway. Yes, it's home cooking for the President.
Oh, woe is me, what goes with me? I hate this living I've chose for me. Tired of eating misery. Should have never roamed and left that home cooking. Home cooking. Life is cruel, I was a fool to roam.
I went abroad, and how I haw them English critters they never thought. When the Duke says, yes, my lord, partner, you can hear me elbow.
Home cooking. Home cooking.
No fancy pants will stand a chance with me.
With a porch light screen or banner from Niagara Falls.
Grass, lawn, mower, home sweet home up on the wall. That's
home cooking, home cooking. A quiet life is quite the life for me. Yes, give me that home cooking, home cooking. That's the life for me. Thank you, Margaret.
Listen, I'm talking to you. Them that is responsible is going to suffer. You hear me, Aggie?
I hear you, Ma.
And even you forget to curtsy, I'll bust your curtsy.
Oh, all right, Ma.
A doorbell, Mom, I'll get it.
You stay where you are. You quit calling me Mum, gol darn it. Today you're the Earl of Grinstead in capital letters.
Oh, yes, just the way it's embroidered on my shorts. I've been practicing your royal smear all morning. I'll soon be getting fan mail from Basil Rathbone. Oh, what a season this is.
Oh, it's probably just Carrie with her potato salad. Lay off the doorbell, honey. I'm coming. Come in, Carrie. We'll... Oh!
Mrs. Flood, how do you do? Fainted. Pick her up, Bennett, and bring her in.
Yes, sir. That's the trouble with these surprise visits, Mr. President.
Oh, here now. What's the issue, chaps?
She fainted.
Oh, well, you see, President Roosevelt's coming, and everyone is simply...
Well?
Aggie! Oh, come on! Aggie, it's the president!
Huh? Well, so it is. I'm Mike Floud, Mr. President. This here's my daughter, Aggie.
How do you do? And this here's the Earl of Grinstead.
Oh, pleased to meet you. Any president of Paws is the president of mine. How'd you do?
Delighted. And this gentleman is Mr. Bennett, Secret Service, you know.
Oh, yes, of course. And down here is our hostess, Mrs. Effie Floud.
Ma, wake up, Ma.
I'm sorry I dropped in so unexpectedly, Mrs. Cloud, but I've listened to so many speeches of welcome I was hoping to avoid the one at your depot.
Aggie, you take the president in the parlor till we get things fixed up in the kitchen.
Personally, I'd like to go in the kitchen with you.
You mean it?
I make a steak sauce that is very popular in Washington.
You do?
Extraordinary.
Back to the kitchen, everybody.
Delighted. Bully for you.
And to think I almost voted for Brian.
I say this is a ginger group, isn't it?
Now, there you are, Mrs. Cloud, my steak sauce. Now, who wants a taste?
Gee, sure looks good, don't it?
I still think it needs a little more cooking, Sherry.
Paul.
Well, perhaps another dash of sherry wouldn't
Oh,
hurt.
nonsense, Your Honor. You keep your nose out of the president's recipe.
Doggone it, Effie. There was plenty of sherry in your cooking before we got married.
Why, my flout, are you insinuating that...
Gee, Ma, if you'd used stronger sherry, I bet I'd be 2 years older.
After all, the president's on his vacation. Do you want him to think he's back with Congress?
Bully for you, Brinstead. Now tell me, what is the attitude of England regarding the Mediterranean situation?
Oh, yes. Well, frankly, there are two schools of thought, pro and con.
Well, of course. But just how do you feel about it, pro and con?
Well, the pro people seem to be for it, and the con group are definitely against it. Definitely, sir.
But you, Brinstead, what stand do you take?
Oh, me? Well, I'm pro.
Pro? How can you endorse a situation like that?
Oh, what I mean is I'm pro-con. I'm for those who are against it, you see.
No, I don't, but...
Meanwhile, where are you?
It's the mayor.
The train came in, but he wasn't even on it. He didn't even... Jumping Jehoshaphat. President Roosevelt. He's here, folks. He's here. Mr. President, as mayor of Big Squaw, permit me to welcome you to our fair city. And in honor of this... Oh, bravo. Excellent speech, Mr. Mayor. Brief but meaty.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all.
But I've got a whole lot more to say. That's all right. You can mail it in later, Mayor. Thank you. It's free, you know. Everything's free.
I want you to try some of the venison, Mr. President. Aggie here shot it herself.
Bully for you, ma'am. If only I had time, I'd do some hunting.
Oh, what we ought to have is a fox hunt.
Oh, yes, they're fun, especially if the fox is riding a fast horse. Over hill and dale, yoicks and away, all that sort of tittle. Blasted shame you have to be pushing off, Mr. President.
After all, I do have a schedule.
Bad show. Disappointing to the hounds, you know.
Why, Dad, we won't disappoint the Brinstead. Oh, Bennett. Yes, sir. We're staying over. See about the train.
Yes, Mr. President.
And you, Brinstead, you shall lead the hunt.
Me?
Tomorrow morning.
Oh, but
We'll spend the whole day on horseback.
The whole day on horseback? I may find a new place to put my Dr. Scholl's footpad.
I don't care what time of night it is, Humphrey. You and me are staying here in the corral until you learn to ride a horse. Now, this is tougher on me than it is on you.
Yeah, but not in the same place. Let's face it, Aggie, I can't even ride a jackass, even after all those road pictures we made together. That goes with Here Comes the Groom, doesn't it? I can stay on a horse. I can stay on a horse when he walks, I think, but I can't go out there riding in any fox hunt. Playing in her was easy, but all I ever hunted was a job.
Well, I ain't asking you to ride just for Big Squaw or for Pa or Ma. It's for me, Humphrey.
Me? I mean you?
The first time I saw you, I said to myself, here's a dirty, low-down, lily-livered coyote. Then, as I got to know you better, I figured you for a filthy, sneaking rat.
Yeah, I grow on people like that.
But then again, you remind me of a little old chipmunk I had when I was a kid. Only thing I ever loved. Same look in the eye as you got. I'll never forget how he looked at me just before he went west.
California?
Dead.
Smog poisoning, huh?
Clark Belknap shot him.
Hey, did you ever tell Cart Belknap that we didn't mean a thing to each other?
Well, not yet, Humphrey, but I was fixing to.
Well, don't.
Huh?
Well, I don't like my women to be lying.
You mean you aren't running out on us?
Nothing's going to stop me now, maybe not even a horse.
Oh, Humphrey, would you kiss me? Nobody'll see. It's dark out here. Gee, that was swell.
Yeah. He's a very affectionate horse. Now it's my turn.
Bully idea, this fox hunt. Bully!
Well, may not be exactly like England, Mr. President, but the fox will never know the difference.
Ah, here comes Brinstead.
Tally ho, tip tip, everyone. Top of the morning, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Brinstead. Splendid day for the... Brinstead, why, you're limping.
Yeah, what you doing with that cane?
Oh, this? Well, I couldn't find a crutch. I looked all over.
What? Good heavens, man.
Oh, it just happened, you know, about to leap on my horse when my old leg injury hit me again, just like that.
Old leg injury?
Yes, I got it playing rugby at Oxford. I kicked a rug too hard. It kept me off the crew, you know. I was a four-letter man.
Yeah, and I can spell it. Well, we can't have the hunt without you. Guess we'll have to call it off.
Oh, nothing of the sort. Tradition. Oh, no, I'll be all right. Old fellow, whop him, old boy. Just bring my beast over here and have her lie down. I shall get aboard somehow.
Brinstead, you can't possibly ride.
Oh, I'll suffer through, Prez. Nothing stops the Brinstead. Excelsior!
Your family motto?
No, somebody fetch some. I'll put it in my pants.
You can't ride. President's orders.
Oh, well, I guess I'm outvoted then. Rum luck, eh? Better take my horse along, though. This could give her an inferiority complex. She wouldn't be able to hold up her tail among the other horses. Well, buzz off without me, you lucky people. Mount up, you all. Have fun. I'll just sit here till you and the pain go away.
Well, folks, I guess we're all ready then.
Yeah, you might as well start us off, your earlship.
Get on your mark. Trump the trumpet! Unbox the fox!
Hey, look at him go!
Must have a date with another fox. Unbound the hound! Wampum.
Oh.
I shall be in my room. Be a good fellow and buzz me when you hear them returning.
Oh, hey, all of a sudden you walk pretty good.
Here's a buck. How do I walk now?
Keep back.
Remind me to autograph a feather for you.
Come on in, your lordship.
Belknap.
I've been waiting for you.
Hart Belknap.
Sorry about your bum leg, your lordship. You do ride, don't you?
Ride, my dear fellow? I was born in the saddle. Mama got a bad break with the traffic lights.
That's very funny. Now, let's see you laugh your way out of this one, Mr. Tyler.
Tyler? Who's Tyler?
You are. I've been looking around your room, and I found this.
Put down that scrapbook. You're wrinkling the lace. Put it down. You heard me. Put down that scrapbook. Put it down, I say.
Why should I put it down?
So you can help me pick up my teeth.
Shut up. Full of newspaper clippings, ain't it? Like this, for instance. Arthur Tyler, an American and an actor, but not a very good one.
Well, I was a British critic, and they didn't like American actors then. That was before the loan. But look at here. It says Arthur Tyler gives a standout performance.
Only that ain't all it says. He stands out as probably the worst performer who ever... Oh, you admit you're Tyler, huh?
Oh, of course not. I'm Humphrey, Earl of Brinstead, Pip-Pip, Tally-O, all that sort of there.
Then what's this scrapbook doing under your pillow?
Well, I like to sleep with my head high.
You know, the president and the whole town's going to be real upset when they find out how you and them flouts try to make fools out of them.
Oh, but Mr. Belknap, surely you're not going to tell them about it. I mean, not so much for me, but for the Flouds. They're such nice people.
Especially Aggie?
Yeah, that's right.
I wouldn't miss this for $1 million. Well, cheerio, Mr. Tyler. I'll put a real good finish in your scrapbook for you. Your funeral notice.
You can't do it. You're not going out of this room with that scrapbook.
Oh, no?
No.
So long, Humphrey. I'll unlock the door as soon as they get back from their fox hunt.
Oh, Humphrey, this is terrible. Cart Belknap knows you're just an actor?
Yeah, he found my scrapbook. Where is he? Where'd he go?
Well, Cart just left. You know the president's got to catch that train. They're all down at the depot now, waiting for you.
Yeah, then what are we doing here? No, I can't go down there. Belknap's got my scrapbook. He's going to tell everybody that I'm...
Not if we get there first, he won't, and I know a shortcut.
He'll beat me up again. He'll tear me to pieces.
Who cares as long as the president is gone by then?
Yeah, who cares? What are you, a salesman for the Blue Cross plan? Oh, my leg. Oh, my old injury. My war wounds.
Humphrey, this is Aggie.
Yeah, that's right. Gee, you're pretty.
Come on, Humphrey. We're going down to the depot.
Princess, how good of you to see me off. But what happened to you?
Well, I was determined to reach the train before you left, sir, but I fell down twice for every time I got up. Bad leg, you know, sir. Starts at my hip and goes all the way to the floor.
You shouldn't have attempted it, the condition you're in.
Well, you should see the condition I'll be in. Oh, but don't worry about me. Splendid hunt, I hear. I wish I'd been there. Perhaps we'll hunt together sometime when you come across the big pond.
Delighted, Vincent. Bully of you. Bully!
I have put on a little weight.
All right, Miss Bennett. You can start the train. Yes, sir. Start the train!
No, wait, Mr. President. This whole town ought to know what the flowers that fake Earl's trying to put over on you.
What are you talking about, Belknap?
Why, he's just a cheap little actor.
What's this? The most humiliating thing Why, I shall return immediately to
He's
England.
a fake. In this book, I got to prove it.
Give me that book.
Come back here. Stop it, somebody. Stop it.
So long, Aggie. So long, Paul. So long, Effie. Lost in this endless desert. Water. I'm going mad, I tell you. Mad. Aggie, no. No, they'll follow your tracks. You lead them to me. I want to die alone and healthy in this frightful desert.
Oh, relax, will you, Humphrey? The president's gone, and as for Cart Belknap, well, I told everybody the truth. When they like somebody in these parts, they don't care if he's a butler or a horse thief, or even if he's an actor. They want you to come back, Humphrey. So do I.
Gee, Aggie, if you'll be Lady Brinstead, if you'll be Mrs. Humphrey Higgins, if Mrs. Arthur Tyler, you'll make me the 3 happiest men in the world.
Oh, Humphrey, darling, of course I'll marry you.
Oh, it'll be wonderful, Aggie. We'll settle down, and after the first year, we'll hear the patter of little feet.
Yes, and after the second year, we'll hear the patter of more little feet.
Yeah, Aggie, about the third year.
Yes?
The third year, let's have a baby. I'm tired of feet.
In just a few moments, we want you to meet our stars in person, and Mr. Keeley will tell you all about next week's show. But now, here's Libby Collins with a big piece of news for you.
You mean, John, with a big question for everyone?
A question?
Yes. Who is the lovely Lux girl? Or perhaps I should put it this way. Can you identify the portrait of the Lux lovely Hollywood star whose eyes are masked out? Her picture's appearing in newspapers all over the country, on posters, in grocery stores, everywhere.
Oh, she's the mystery star in the big Lux Girl contest.
And it is a big contest. $60,000 worth of prizes. Why, the first prize is $5,000 cash plus a Ford Victoria sedan.
And there are hundreds of other prizes. 10 Ford Custom V8 two-door sedans.
214-karat gold diamond Bulliver watches.
$10,000 in additional cash prizes.
Over 1,200 opportunities to win. And it's such fun to enter, because first you look at the picture of the lovely Lux girl you'll see at your grocery store, and right on the poster is a clue to help you. She's the star of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Too Young to Kiss.
That makes it easy for everyone to identify her.
Now comes more fun in your entry. You complete the last line of a jingle, and here's the jingle. June is her name, the last is da-da-da. That's where you fill in the star's name. I'll repeat it. June is her name, the last is da-da-da. Her lovely skin's beyond comparison. Her beauty soap's the one for me. You write a last line to rhyme with me. There are lots of things you know to write about Lux soap to help you write that last line of the jingle. For instance, Lux is Hollywood's own beauty soap. It has active lather that leaves skin softer, smoother. And Lux soap's delicate perfume clings, leaves skin sweet and fresh. 9 out of 10 screen stars are Lux girls. So go ahead, enter this big Who Is This Lovely Lux Girl contest right away. Get the entry blank at your grocer's tomorrow. It gives you all the rules, the jingle, and the address. Send in as many entries as you wish, but with each entry attach 2 Lux toilet soap wrappers, either regular or bath size. Remember, there's $60,000 in prizes waiting for winning last lines. Yours may be worth $5,000 cash and a Ford Victoria sedan.
Now, here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
And here they are for a curtain call. Bob Hope and Lucille Ball. Lucille, Bob, we want to thank you doubly for making us forget our troubles for an hour.
Always nothing at all, Bill. Always glad to do a benefit.
Bob, this wasn't a benefit. This is the Lux Radio Theater.
Well, it was a benefit for me. After all, how much Lux soap can I eat?
But, Bob, they pay me money, and then I buy my own Lux soap. It's cheaper that way.
How do you like it? Crosby told me he saved the wrappers and sent Gary to college.
Why, Bob, you don't need any more money with all those successful pictures you make for Paramount.
Yeah, what's the title of your new picture, Bob? The one you made with Hedy Lamarr.
My favorite spy.
Oh, that's the picture Bob's fans are writing him about.
His fans? You mean his relatives?
Hold it, Lucy. Yes, they write in, but it's different from your Lux Girl contest, Bill. Anyone anywhere in the world has a chance to have the world premiere of The Favorite Spy right in their own living room. And guess who'll be their guest for dinner?
I knew you'd try for a free meal somewhere along the line.
Seriously, Bob, that sounds like a wonderful idea. I'd like to enter myself.
I'd rather enter the Lux Girl contest because I am a Lux Girl. It's my favorite complexion care.
Well, if you want to enter this contest, you write me to Bob Hope Contest, Hollywood 38, and tell me why you think the world premiere should be held in your home. The person who gives the best reasons will find me and the picture parked in their living room with all the trimmings of a big Hollywood premiere and a few publicity men. That'll make 3 of me, all told, because naturally with my personality, I play a dual role in the picture.
Can you imagine seeing a movie with 2 Bob Hopes in it? How about Lux Radio Theater next week, Bill?
Well, it'll be another Paramount picture with a very famous title. One of the top dramatic successes of last season, Sunset Boulevard. And from the original cast, we have the 2 stars, glamorous Gloria Swanson and that talented actor, William Holden. Co-starring with them will be one of Paramount's Golden Circle players, Nancy Gates.
A terrific combination and a terrific picture, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. You are both great.
Have you ever been embarrassed by a stocking run just when you wanted to look your best? Then take a tip from Hollywood screen stars. Wash your nylons the Lux way. You'll cut needless runs in half. The Lux way makes nylons last twice as long. Fit better, too. Strain tests prove it. No other soap, no suds of any kind, can make stockings last longer. Over 90% of the makers of stockings recommend Lux. New Lux with color freshener keeps stocking colors clearer, too. Get a big box tomorrow. Keep Lux in the bathroom for everything you wash by hand. Give all your washables that nice as new Lux look.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Gloria Swanson, William Holden, and Nancy Gates in Sunset Boulevard. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles just saying hello before the show starts. This is your radio almanac for March 8th. The moon entered Virgo this morning. The moon in Virgo is a nice, sociable sign, friendly and helpful, like the man who sells you your mobile gas. Prudence Pratt, I think we've got a minute for a household hint.
The white of an egg and a few drops of lemon juice will enable you to whip coffee cream. Doesn't taste very good, though.
Thank you, Prudence Pratt. And now our Wonders of Science Department, Colonel P. Bristle.
Chickly, which comes from the equatorial jungles, is the basis of all chewing gum. To prevent chewing gum from becoming matted in the eyebrows, stop blowing such big bubbles.
Welcome, one and all, to the sign of the Flying Red Horse.
Tonight and every week at the same time, over these same stations, the makers of Mobile Gas and Mobile Oil bring you Orson Welles.
Good evening, good evening. Tonight we present, let's see, what do we present? Where's my secretary, Miss Grimmett?
You needn't snap at me. You know I can always go back to driving rivets.
Yes, but why should you strain yourself? They have machines for that now, you know. Let's forget the entire incident. I wish it had never happened. Who's our guest this evening?
Lucille Ball.
Oh, that's right. She'll be over later. She would have been here now, but she's working on an income tax blank. Can you imagine the government wants Lucille Ball to fill out her form? Anything else?
Yes, there are 3 feeble-minded young ladies out here, the Orson Welles Swoon Club.
Feeble-minded? They're not feeble-minded.
They swoon when they see you, don't they?
Yes.
I rest my case.
Well, rest it in the outer office and send them in.
Okay, girls, Swoon Bates will see you now.
There he is, Wellesley. In the flesh.
Members of the Orson Welles Swoon Club, I bid you welcome. Very nice swooning, girls. But I must remind you that the function of the Swoon Club is to follow the chosen one at all times. Where were you last Thursday night at 11 o'clock?
At Grumman's Chinese Theater.
Oh?
Picketing the Academy Award Committee. They didn't give you an Oscar.
Oh, I don't mind. I'd sooner they gave it to some of the less experienced players who need the encouragement. Furthermore, where were you on Friday? I came out of the Players Club expecting an ovation, girls swooning at my feet, and what happened? A dog bit me.
That was me. I got excited.
Oh, what we need is more members.
Yeah, I know a girl I might talk into joining the club.
Oh, fine. Bring her around.
I can't.
Why not?
They never let her out of the cage.
Oh, well, there must be some way to get new members. Perhaps if we gave out some marvelous prize or premium. Nylon baby socks or, bobby socks, I guess that is. Bobby socks. For me, it's booby socks or something. I've got it. An autographed photograph. How would this go, girls? An autographed photograph of me. By the way, Aggie, did you get that new picture I sent you?
Yes, I put it up over my bed like you told me. Oh, Orsie, you look wonderful in a sarong.
What's sarong? I never had a picture taken of sarong. That must be Dorothy Lamour you have.
I thought it was funny. Bob Hope and Bing Crosby kissing you. Don't worry, Orsie.
And don't you feel bad about not getting an Academy Award?
Yeah, Wellesley, here's a little present we brought you. We knitted it ourselves.
Oh, girls, you shouldn't have done it. It's a lovely knitted tie. But what's this bump on the end of it?
That's the big toe. It started out to be a pair of socks.
All right, girls, run along now. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, Master.
Miss Grimmett.
You called?
Yes, Miss Grimmett. Have you notified Miss Ball we're expecting her?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, fatso.
That's better. We must have discipline around here.
The Hotel Carlton has been calling you all week. They're suing you.
The Hotel Carlton suing me? What for?
You did a magic show in their ballroom, and the rabbits you produced did a lot of damage.
I only produced 2 rabbits. Couldn't they round them up?
No, they're short-handed.
Well, why didn't they enlarge their staff?
They did, but so did the rabbits.
Well, I'll try and straighten the matter out with them. The Hotel Carlton, get me that, please. Perhaps if I rent a suite of rooms, they'll drop their suit, and Harry Esmond will dial it on the phone.
Here's your party.
Hello?
Good morning, Carlton Rabbit Farm. If it eats lettuce, we have it.
Isn't this the Carlton Hotel?
Formerly the Carlton Hotel. Now we're in the rabbit business.
Well, this is Orson Welles. I feel I've done you people an injustice with my rabbit show, and to make up for it, I'd like to rent a suite of rooms at your establishment.
One moment, please. Hello? Sorry, we can't give you a room.
Did you tell the management for Orson Welles?
Yes?
What'd he say?
Nothing. Just keeps staring at me with his big pink eyes.
Miss Grimmett, Lucille Ball is our guest tonight. Have the florist send her 2 dozen roses, please.
Roses? Vallisneria spiralis?
Thought it'd
Good
be thoughtful.
heavens, are you out of your mind? How about something of the genus Malva rotundifolia corniculatus, commonly known as Senecia vulgaris?
Definitely not.
Why?
I don't know. It sounds dirty. Sound dirty to Louis Titterton, I know. He's the censor, Louis Titterton. Of course, if you had a name like Louis Titterton, anything would sound dirty. Louis Titterton sounds dirty. Let's get back to the script. Look, just run down to the florist. Run down to the florist and get a bunch... Run down to the florist and get a bunch of the genus Magnesius perhuvus pragelcarcus.
For Miss Ball?
Yes, and what's wrong, please, with Magnesius perhuvus pragelcarcus?
Nothing. But do you think she'll like stinkweed?
Well, then you pick something out.
Oh, I forgot. Here's a package that came for
Oh, for me?
Yes.
Flowers from Lucille Ball. Open them up, Miss Grimmett. What kind are they?
Magnesius perhuvus pragelcarcus?
I know.
Stinkweed.
And
one more thing. There's
Yes?
a man from the reducing salon here to see you.
What? Send him away. It's just propaganda. I won't see him.
Oh, bonjour,
What are you
bonjour,
laughing
bonjour,
at?
bonjour, bonjour, bonjour. Monsieur Wells, n'est-ce pas?
Yes?
Are your hands clean?
Yes?
My card. Never mind, I will read it to you. Presenting Jacques-François Louis-Philippe Pepe Moishe de Champagne.
How do you do?
How would you like to have an estimate on a new body, eh? We give you complete renovation.
I do not need complete renovation.
Oh, let me look you over. Ooh la la, you are one big fellow.
Certainly I'm one big fellow. What do you think I was, two little ones?
Allons, we take out the tape measure. We measure the chest. 40 inches. Take a deep breath, please. Chest expanded, 39 and a half.
Well, I expand from the inside. I'm no show-off.
Hips.
No.
Hips have to tie two tape measures together.
Nonsense.
No. You cannot argue with me. I know if a person is too heavy. I've not worked 15 years for nothing in Bullock's basement. I am the girdle coordinator.
Girdle coordinator? What's that?
If a size 44 tries to get into a size 38, I help push.
Sure, you must leave the ladies breathless.
Folks, the Mobile Gas Mathematics class is now in session. My subject? Fractions. Not the grade school kind, the gasoline kind. Gasoline for automobiles is made by blending light and heavy fractions. The light, which spark up first, are there for snappy start. The heavy fractions bring you mileage. Since Pearl Harbor, more and more of these lighter elements have gone to fuel our fighting planes. So driving's different these days. Yes, in every way. Your gasoline, your speed, the length of trips you take. Now, the makers of Mobile Gas want you to get the best results from wartime driving. Here are tips to help you. 1, warm up a chilly motor 30 seconds before driving. 2, don't jam down on your accelerator. Press it gently. 3, drive a moderate speed, neither race nor crawl. 4, keep your battery in condition to turn your engine over quickly. And finally, switch to Mobile Gas for mileage. This famous gasoline is packed with every wartime mile it's possible to give you. Mobile Gas in 1944 is giving all the mileage that it gave in peacetime. Can you beat that? Brother, you cannot. So drive in, get friendly with your friendly Mobile Gas dealer. Trade your coupons for America's favorite gasoline, Mobile Gas, at the sign of the Flying Red Horse.
Thank you, John McIntyre. Ladies and gentlemen, your radio almanac brings you now a little music, but first, here's a last-minute bulletin from Dr. Snake Oil.
If a fishbone becomes lodged in a person's throat, turn him upside down and slap him on the shoulder blades. Caution, in an upside-down position, a person's shoulder blades are not where you think they'd be.
swell, Lud. That was, of course, you recognized it, Bessie Mucho. Lud Gluskin playing it. Extraordinary name, Lud Gluskin, isn't it? Sounds like an unborn burp. Back to our script. And here's our guest of the evening, ladies and gentlemen. An enthusiasm I know you share with me, Miss Lucille Ball.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Orson.
Lucille, we're very happy to have you back with us in the Mercury Theater, and I'd like to tell you that for the occasion, I've written a sketch which is just full of romantic love scenes.
Oh, good. Who have you got to play it with me?
Well, I'll... Oh, seriously, Lucille, I trust you were joking. We could be a sensation on the radio. I can just hear the announcer saying, "The makers of Crunchies bring you Lucille Ball and Orson Welles. Friends, have you tried Crunchies for breakfast? Crunchies is that new crispy breakfast cereal that pops and snaps, crickles and crackles, wheezes and snorts. It makes a heck of a racket. But here's the real surprise. When you put Crunchies in a bowl and pour milk over them, they get soggy, spelled S-O-G-G-Y. And now the case of the blue blood stain, or it was two Utter and McKinley. On with the play.
Mickey, darling. Mickey?
I just want to glance over the headlines, dear. Have you seen this?
No, what?
Man found in alley, stabbed, shot, poisoned, robbed, and hung. Police suspect foul play.
Well, that's nice. This is your night off, dear. Stop playing detective.
All right. Go to bed.
Alone? My feet are cold.
I know.
Mickey, where were you last night?
Oh, Dora, don't be silly. You know how I feel about you. You're the eighth wonder of the world.
Yeah, well, don't ever let me catch you with the other 7, bub.
Oh, well, I guess we might as well turn in.
Oh, Mickey, it's so nice to spend an evening like this. Lounge around in pajamas and then flop right into bed. It's so nice, dark and quiet. Mickey, scratch my back. Mickey, is your circulation good? Your hand feels so cold. Mickey? Mickey?
What do you want, dear? I'm in here brushing my teeth. You say something, Dora?
I screamed.
Well, please don't. The neighbors will think I'm beating you again.
There's somebody in that bed and he's cold.
Well, throw another blanket on him, dear. Don't be inhospitable.
Mickey, I tell you, there's a man in that bed and it looks to me like foul play.
Well, it's probably not as serious as you think. Maybe he just died.
Then what's he doing in our bed?
Well, you know how difficult it is to find a room these days.
Well, the least you could do is turn the light on.
That's an idea. Here we are. Yep, there's a body, all right. Wonder whose it is.
Well, don't stand there. Do something.
It's strange, Dora. This fellow's got 18 knife wounds in him, and there are no holes in his shirt. What do you make of that?
Must have been an inside job.
Yeah, something of that. No, we can't leave him here. Give me a hand, Dora. Push his feet. Sit, Daisy. Well, what do we do now?
Let's go to sleep.
Oh, not with him lying there, dear. It's practically indecent.
I don't care. I'm sleepy.
Well, I suppose we could go to sleep and clear this up in the morning.
That's better. Did you hear that?
What?
That. Look, that closet door. It's opening.
Fine thing, a squeaky door on an oil program.
Mickey.
Yes?
Mickey, there's somebody in that closet. What's the matter? Scared to go in there?
Of course not. I'm not scared. I'm a detective. I must be brave. I must be strong. I must be courageous. I must be going. So long.
You come back here. Mickey.
Yes?
You know that body we just took out of our bed?
Yes?
He brought a friend.
So he did. So he did. Someone, and I threw a rock through the window with a note on it. It says, "Keep your mouth shut. and throw $1,000 out of the window, or you'll never get another sound effect. No, excuse me. Keep your mouth shut and throw $1,000 out of the window, or there'll be 4 bodies in your room.
$1,000. We haven't got $1,000.
Another rock with a note on it. Says, P.S. I'll settle for $9.50. Stay here, dear. I'm going to take a look in the kitchen.
Well, hurry back, dear. These two aren't much on conversation, you know.
Dora, come here quickly!
Mickey!
Dora!
What are you doing up on that chair? Did you see another body?
No, a mouse. Help me down, dear. That must be the murderer. Come in.
Pardon me, I was just passing...
I'll take that line again. That must be the murderer. Come in.
Pardon me, I was just passing the hall, and I heard you say you was going to move.
You should have kept moving, Bud.
Would you just like to sublet this apartment?
Say, darling, you smell gasoline?
Yes.
I solved the case. Stick 'em up, flat top.
No, you don't. I got you both covered. I'm going to let you both have it. Where you both want it.
Look here, you're not going to shoot us in cold blood, are you?
He's not going to warm it up for us. Where's your patriotism? You can't shoot him.
Why not?
Don't you know the government's trying to save waste fat?
That does it.
Friends, try a bowl of crunchies. Crunchies topped off with delicious, luscious, fresh strawberries in cream. What a dish. You can get strawberries and cream. What do you want crunchies for? Crunchies. And now back to Mickey and Dora.
Darling, you've been hit. You're bleeding.
It's nothing.
I know, but we've just had the rug cleaned. Where's Flat Top?
Right there. I hit him on the head during the commercial. I also called the police. There you are, officer. There's your man.
I got him.
And incidentally, there are 2 corpses in the bedroom. Would you pick them up today, please?
I'm sorry, we only pick up on Fridays. OPA ruling, you know.
Friends, not long ago, we checked 10,000 cars, and what'd we find? 6 out of every 10 needed fresh oil. Now, neglect like that encourages burned bearings, worn-out cylinder walls, and wasted gasoline. It's not enough to have your crankcase full. The point is, are you sure that oil is clean? Do you think because you're making shorter trips at slower speeds you needn't change your oil so often? Boy, you're in reverse. Under these conditions, oil thins out, gets dirty faster, dust and sludge accumulate, engine parts corrode, get worn, and parts are almost irreplaceable today. So drive on into lubrication headquarters at the sign of the Flying Red Horse. Get your crankcase filled up full with fresh, clean Mobil oil, the world's best seller. Make this your motto. Fresh Mobil oil frequently.
And now we're going to hear from a young lady who always leaves the song better than it was before she found it. Miss Ella Mae Morse. Ladies and gentlemen, The serious side of your radio almanac is dedicated tonight to that solemn assumption upon which the peoples of the earth have erected their democracies. The immense premise that every man belongs to all men. This, I think, is nowhere better said than in the devotion of John Donne I'm going to quote from. You'll recognize in it the source of a Hemingway title. I'm sure you'll hear in it the just resonance of truth. Nunc lentus sonitu dicunt morieris. Now this bell, tolling softly for another, says to me, thou must die. All mankind is of one author and is one volume. When one man dies, one chapter is not torn out of the book, but translated into a better language. And every chapter must be so translated. God employs several translators. Some pieces are translated by age, some by sickness, some by war, some by justice. But God's hand is in every translation. And his hand shall bind up all our scattered leaves again for that library where every book shall lie open one to another. And therefore, the bell that rings to a sermon calls not upon the preacher only, but upon the congregation to come. So this bell calls us all, who bends not his ear to any bell which upon any occasion rings, but who can remove it from that bell which is passing a piece of himself out of this world. No man is an island entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. If a clod be washed away by the sea, Europe is the less, as well as if a promontory were, as well as if a manor of thy friends or if thine own were. Any man's death diminishes me because I am involved in mankind, and therefore never send to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. Well, it's time to say good night now, everybody. Please join us again next Wednesday night. Until then, my sponsors, the makers of Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil, and all of us in the Mercury Theater, remain as always, obediently yours.
makers of mobile gas and mobile oil invite you to listen in next week, same time, same station, to your Radio Almanac. Mr. Wells' guest is Charles Lawton. Lucille Ball appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Broadway Rhythm. And Ella Mae Morse is soon to be seen featured in Universal's new Olson and Johnson comedy, The Ghost Catchers. John McIntyre speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players. The Lady Esther Screen Guild play tonight, A Night to Remember. The starring players...
This is Lucille Ball.
This is Brian Dunleavy.
Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in Columbia Pictures' comedy of murder and blackmail in Greenwich Village, A Night to Remember. It stars Brian Donlevy as Geoffrey Troy and Lucille Ball as his wife, Nancy. The Lady Esther Screen Guild Players in A Night to Remember.
The address was 39 Gay Street, New York. I had a strange feeling about the place right from the start. First the scream, and then...
Jeff, there's something crawling across the floor.
39 Gay Street, New York. You know, an artist might call that Greenwich Village. A social worker might call it the slums. Sure, I pointed all that out to Nancy, but she was sort of sensitive, I guess, because, you see, she'd rented the place without even asking me, and, well, anyway, you know how women are.
Now, Jeff, I've said it all before.
Many times, darling.
And I'll say it again. If you're going to write a novel about Greenwich Village, then you
ought to live in Greenwich Village.
You funny man.
Quite frankly, I didn't like number 39 Gay Street. I don't think you would have liked it either. One of those musty old brownstone fronts they'd cut up into small apartments. And when we went up the steps that night and entered the hall, our landlord wasn't exactly overjoyed to see us.
I wasn't expecting you, Mrs. Troy. And not till Thursday.
Well, I thought as long as the apartment was vacant. You see, my husband is a writer, and he's very anxious to get to work.
Yes, we'll be glad to pay you for the 3 extra days.
Oh, no, it isn't that. No, you see, I haven't had the lights turned on, and the apartment isn't cleaned yet, and, perhaps if you'd have stayed at a hotel tonight, by tomorrow I could have everything ready.
Oh, but our furniture's on the way from Connecticut. It ought to be here in an hour or so. I guess we'll just have to... Jeff, what was that?
Well, it wasn't the 6 o'clock whistle.
It came from downstairs.
Mrs. Troy, I assure you it's nothing at all.
Mr. Turner, it happened again.
Oh, what happened?
Down in the basement, that thing, whatever it is, it crawled across my feet.
Stop that, Mrs. Salter. Stop it at once. Now, you go to my apartment and wait for me there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Say, what did she mean?
Oh, you mustn't mind her, Mr. Troy. She's my janitor, you see. An excellent worker, strong as an ox, but when she works in the basement, she gets hallucinations. That's absurd, isn't it?
Yeah, silly. Well, if you'll lend us some candles, Mr. Turner, we'll have a look at our little nest. Come along, Nancy. Let's you and me go up, huh?
Jeff, It isn't up, it's down.
Well, then let's go down and see our Down?
I forgot to tell you, it's the basement apartment.
It didn't look so bad by candlelight. The living room was pretty fair size. One door opening on the street and another opening on the hall. And the bedroom had a door that opened right on a garden. That's what had Nancy so excited.
Oh, just imagine, darling, a garden right outside your bedroom in the heart of New York. Why, we can even have a victory garden.
Mm-hmm. Good soil, too. Lots of iron in it.
How do you know?
Well, isn't that a horseshoe lying there?
Jeff, you found a lucky piece. Pick it up.
Where'll I wear it?
You just hold it tight and make a wish.
Oh. Okay, I've made it.
What'd you wish?
Well, while we're waiting for our furniture, I wish we could find a restaurant where they still have some steaks. Cute name for a restaurant. Polly's Stable. Must be a good place to put on the feed bag.
You funny man.
Good evening, folks. How's everything?
Well, the martinis are swell, but I need some toast.
Toast? What kind? White or rye?
Oh, it doesn't matter. I just want to stick it under the leg of this table.
Look, Jeff, while you order dinner, I'll go and phone the cleaners about our drapes.
Well, I'm pretty hungry, Nancy. Will you be back soon?
Uh-huh, and 2 shakes of a dry martini.
Hey, listen, I've had about enough, darling. You meet me tonight, or it's going to be curtains.
Gosh, that's in the next booth.
Yeah, let's meet the same place as before. 39 Gay Street, the basement apartment. You heard me. That's all.
39 Gay Street. The basement apartment. Oh, gee. Jeff, while I was in that telephone booth, Oh, excuse me, I didn't realize the waitress was still here.
She isn't the waitress. She owns the joint. Darling, meet Polly. Polly, meet Darling.
Hello, darling.
How do you do?
Now, Nancy, you were saying...
Jeff, you see that man at the bar with the hair growing down his forehead and the scar on his chin?
Uh-huh.
Well, I heard him threatening someone in the next booth, telling him to meet him in our apartment.
Well, they couldn't meet in the telephone booth, so I guess if they want... Our apartment?
I distinctly heard him say 39 Gay Street, the basement apartment.
39 Gay Street?
Yes, do you know the place?
Oh, sure. I live there myself on the second floor.
Oh, you do? Well, then maybe you know who that...
Excuse me, we're awful busy tonight. See you later, folks. Enjoy your dinner.
Jeff, she acted so strangely. What's it all about?
Oh, I think I better find out. I'm going over and have a talk with that guy.
No, Jeff, don't.
Well, now you just wait there, Nancy. Hiya, pal.
I'm not your pal, and keep your hands to yourself.
Hey, just a minute. Who do you think you're shoving?
Don't like it, huh?
No.
Well, maybe you'll like this better.
Jeff, darling, open your eyes. Speak to me.
Is that guy still here?
No. He's gone. He ran out.
Okay, honey. What'll we talk about?
My hero. Now you'll need 2 steaks, one for your stomach and one for your eye.
Huh? Home, sweet home. And there's no place on earth I'd rather not be.
Jeff, it's awfully dark in here.
Yeah, lucky we bought these extra candles. Well, there we are. That gives us some light.
But don't you understand? I left a candle lit when we went out to dinner.
Oh, well, it must have blown out. Any little draft could... Ouch!
What's the matter?
Oh, my foot. I stubbed my toe. Hey, look. It's that darn horseshoe. My lucky piece, no less.
That's odd. What's it doing on the floor? You put it on the windowsill.
Say, that's right. How did it get on the...
Jeff, listen, you hear that noise?
Sounds like water running in the bathroom. I'd better have a look, huh?
Hey, not without me.
All right, here. Put the candle down on the floor.
Right.
That's it. Steady now. You with me, Nancy? Nancy!
Jeff, look. That candle is moving.
Gosh.
Hey, what's so funny?
Look, it's a turtle. It must have come in from the garden. You put the candle right down on its back. Oh. Hey, I'll bet that's what's been scaring Mrs. Salter, too. Come on, now let's have a look at that bathroom. There you are, Nancy. You see? Just some water running out of the tub.
That's what I mean. Where'd the water come from?
Well,
We didn't fill that tub.
That's right. We didn't. Oh, I know. That guy from the restaurant came in here to take a bath, but he was very modest, so he blew out the candle. And he pitched horseshoes to dry himself off.
You funny man.
Oh, well, there's no use getting all upset, Nancy. Ooh, what's that?
Maybe he's back again. Jeff, don't go.
Don't worry, I'm not.
Anybody home? Got a load of furniture here.
Oh, it's just the furniture.
Yeah. Imagine being scared by an overstuffed chair. It was quiet enough the rest of that night, but in the morning things really started to happen. First of all, the police woke us up.
Sorry to get you folks out of bed, but the neighbors complain. Fella lying in your garden without any clothes.
In our garden? Well, he's got a nerve. Well, go on out there and get him out of there. Wake him up.
Well, I wish I could. He happens to be dead.
And then later, when they had us look at the corpse, Nancy had to go and blurt.
Why, Jeff, it's the man you had a fight with in the restaurant last night.
Now, just let me get this straight, Mr. Troy, about this exchange of blows last night.
Inspector, there wasn't any exchange. Only 2 blows were struck. He struck my husband, and my husband struck the floor.
Ah, no, Nancy, I pushed him once, didn't I?
Now, what's one little push? You didn't murder him, did you?
Who, me?
Say, Inspector.
Yes, Balling?
I got a little dope for you. The guy's name was Kaufman, Louis Kaufman. Had an apartment up on the 3rd floor.
Who told you that?
Oh, you wouldn't guess in a million years. Remember during Prohibition this place was a speakeasy? Joe's place it was called. And Joe had a partner.
Eddie Turner.
Yeah, that's right. Remember, we grilled him, and when Joe disappeared, well, little Eddie's still around. In fact, he's a landlord of this joint.
That's interesting.
Inspector Hankins?
Yeah?
My name is Lingle. I have an apartment in this building.
That's right, Chief. I got his name on the list.
I want you to know, sir, if I can help in any way.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Lingle. We may call on you.
Well, I'm in the phone book. The Lingle Art Studios. Anytime at all, Inspector. Anytime at all.
Inspector, if you don't mind my putting in a word.
Not at all, Mr. Troy.
Well, I think you should have questioned him. After that conversation my wife overheard, you should question everyone in this house.
Mr. Troy, remember, you live here, too.
Oh, that's silly. Jeff isn't the murderer's type.
Well, I didn't say he was. Come on, Balling, let's go out and look at Kaufman's apartment.
Wait a minute, Inspector. Just look at these books. Murder in the laundry, murder in the air, murder in the subway. Must be a couple of dozen of them. Somebody got murder on the brain.
Mr. Troy, you said you were a novelist? You didn't by chance...
You bet. I wrote every one of them. Murder Mysteries by Jeffrey Yort. That's my name spelled backwards. Troyort. You get it?
Yes. Didn't you write a book called Murder in Prison?
I sure did. How'd you like it, Inspector?
Well, I thought it was the kind of a detective story that knits.
Knits? Oh, you mean all the clues fall into one place?
No, I mean knits. Knits. You spell that backwards, too.
Knitstin.
Mr. Hankins, you're not a detective. You're a critic.
Well, I guess that made me pretty mad. Made me want to show the inspector up, so while Nancy was throwing some breakfast together, I sort of wandered through the halls looking for clues. That was how I ran into Polly. You know, the girl we met the night before. Well, one thing led to another, and then she asked me in to have some coffee, and that's when it happened. I noticed a letter lying on the coffee table, and quite casually I read the address. To Mr. Andrew Brule, 507 West 12th. Only Polly seemed to get upset, and she made a grab for the letter, but I got it first, and just to tease her, you know, just for a gag, there we are, sort of wrestling for it, and I guess she has her arms around me when all of a sudden Nancy shows up.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, that's all right, sweet. We were just kidding around.
Yes, over this letter.
Well, when you get through playing post office, Mr. Troy, your breakfast is ready.
Say, I think she's mad.
I better go and explain. Nancy! Oh, Nancy, wait a minute.
You stay away from me, you bluebeard.
Oh, Nancy, you're not jealous? Darling, that's silly.
You're never jealous, I suppose.
Of course I'm not.
How about when the butcher saved me that roast? You weren't jealous. Oh, no, just mad enough to kill, that's all.
Darling, shh.
I will not. Shh. You were mad
Say, Mr. Troy, I want to speak to you.
Oh, now look what you've done.
Let's get down to your apartment, folks. A few more questions I'd like to ask. Mr. Troy, did you ever see this horseshoe before?
Oh, sure. That's my lucky piece.
Wasn't so lucky for Louis Kaufman.
What do you mean?
I mean, there's dried blood on it. And these strands of hair are from the dead man's head.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that this horseshoe was the murder weapon?
Now you're getting hot, and I do mean hot.
Oh, say, Chief, we checked the fingerprints on that horseshoe. They're his, all right.
Whose?
Yours.
Oh.
Okay, Troy. Get your hat and coat.
Wait a minute. He hasn't done anything. He wouldn't hurt a fly. Jeff, darling, don't go. You haven't even had your breakfast.
That's all right, baby. Don't you worry. I had a cup of coffee upstairs with Polly.
Oh, with Polly. Take him along, Inspector, and I hope he gets light.
Lady Esther has presented Act One of A Night to Remember, starring Lucille Ball and Brian Donlevy. In just a moment, we will hear the Lady Esther Screen Guild players in Act Two. But first, a word from our hostess, Lady Esther.
Every time I see the rush for new spring bonnets, I think how much wiser those women would be to get themselves a new spring face. I can almost hear you say that's not so easy. But it is. Do you realize that the face powder you use can either make your skin look old, dry, and lifeless, or it can do just the reverse? It can make your skin look so radiantly fresh and alive that people instinctively turn to look at you. Lady Esther face powder is made altogether differently from other powders. It is deliberately planned to make your skin look more youthful, smoother, more appealing, and one thing more, to keep you more attractive for hours and hours. You see, my Lady Esther face powder isn't mixed in the usual way. It's blown by twin hurricanes, blown with such terrific force that all the tiny particles of color and powder are merged into a smooth, velvety blending. This method transforms Lady Esther face powder, transforms it from the ordinary powdery particles that blow right off into a delicate film of beauty that clings to your face for hours. You'll feel and see the difference the instant your puff touches your face. You'll see how wonderfully smooth your skin becomes, how little lines and blemishes disappear. Try Lady Esther face powder and look more youthful, more glamorous, not just for minutes, but for hours and hours.
Lady Esther presents the second act of A Night to Remember, starring Brian Donlevy as Jeff Troy and Lucille Ball as his wife Nancy. Jeff continues our story.
Well, they kept me down at headquarters all that day. But then some new development turns up, so that evening they let me go. Nothing else happened till late that night. I guess I must have been sleeping pretty soundly when...
Jeff! Jeff, wake up!
What's the matter now?
There's somebody in this apartment. I can hear him walking around.
Well, tell him to sit down. In this apartment?
Shh. Hear that sound?
I wish I didn't.
Don't go out there. You might get killed.
Yeah, I know. But if I just stay here and listen, I'll die of fright.
Your golf bag is standing here in the corner.
Huh?
Maybe you can hit him with a golf club.
I don't know. I could never hit a ball. Oh, well, we'll try it. Come on.
There he is, Jeff.
Huh?
I can see him outlined against the window.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Don't move now. I've got you.
Oh, Jeff. Sure, you got him, only he didn't know about it. Now he's gone.
This is no time to argue, Nancy. Turn on the light.
Okay.
Hey, Nancy, look. He dropped his knife.
And knocked over the screen. If men weren't so clumsy, they'd...
Say, honey, this isn't our screen.
I know. Mr. Turner lent it to me to cover the window till our drapes got back.
Well, there must be something about this screen that... Sure. There it is. He was scraping something off with that knife. See it, Nancy? Something 07 West 12th Street.
That first number looks like it might be a 5.
507 West 12th. Hey, that sounds familiar. I wonder where I... Wait a minute. I know. 507 West 12th. That was what was on Polly's letter.
The one she had to wrestle you for?
And the name was Brule, Andrew Brule. And somebody didn't want us to know it.
Well, it wasn't Polly. It was a man.
Yeah, and it wasn't Turner. He's not that big.
Listen, who's that?
Why don't you ask?
Yes? Who's there?
It's me, Mr. Lingle. I heard a noise. I thought there might be some trouble. Can I be of any help?
Well, if you find a stray heart in your throat, it's mine.
It's all right, Mr. Lingle. Everything's under control. Thank you.
Oh, that's fine. Good night.
Such a nice man, always wanting to help.
Well, that doesn't answer the question of Mr. Brule. Say, Nancy, call me a cab, will you? I'm going in and put some clothes on.
Jeff, it's after 1 o'clock.
Well, if Mr. Brule is a respectable guy, he'll be home and asleep. And I'm going to wake him up.
Oh, that's swell, except for one slight mistake.
Mistake?
Yes. We're going to wake him up.
Yes, what is it?
Oh, good evening, madam. I'm sorry to disturb you, but it's very urgent that I see Mr. Brule.
Ain't no Mr. Brule here, and it ain't evening, it's morning, and you ought to be ashamed. Good night.
Cute kid.
Jeff, are you sure you had the right address?
Absolutely positive. You know, Nancy, it's funny. His mail should be sent to a place where he doesn't even live. I think we ought to check with the post office, you know it?
Darling, not tonight.
Well, no, I guess it can wait till morning.
Here's the clerk now. Go ahead, Jeff. Ask him.
Yeah. My name is Brule. Andrew Brule, 507 West 12th. I haven't been getting my mail lately. Would you please check and see if there's something wrong?
Why, Mr. Brule, you gave us instructions over a year ago to hold all mail and general delivery. Don't you remember?
Well...
Oh, he's so absent-minded.
Was that so?
He sometimes even forgets he's married.
Well, that certainly clears things up for me.
It does?
Mr. Brule, I guess you just forgot. You called up here about an hour ago.
I did?
Surely. You asked if anyone had tried to pick up your mail. Sounded kind of worried, too.
Oh, he's just the worrying type. Come along, dear. There are others waiting. Come on.
Yeah, that's not... Well, thanks, old man. Much obliged.
Not at all, Mr. Brule. Don't mention it.
Jeff, what do you think?
I think Mr. Brule is worrying, too. It's pretty clear now, Nancy. He's mixed up in this murder some way, and he knows that we've gotten a line on him. Well, the next thing, I guess he'll come after us.
Jeff, what do we do?
What can we do? Just sit tight and wait. And when he comes, we'll grab him.
Ow! Jeff, what time is it now?
Oh, just a few minutes to midnight.
Midnight?
Say, what are you so scared about? We've got all the lights on. I've got my trusty mid-iron here, and... Hey, the lights. Who turned those lights off?
Not me.
Huh? Ooh. Then it must have been the murderer. The fuse box is out there in the hall.
Jeff, there's something coming through the door.
Steady now. Steady, Nancy. Yeah. All right, you, whoever you are, you better give up. I got you covered.
Oh, Jeff!
I've got him.
Jeff!
Nancy, I got him. Give me a hand, will you?
Jeff!
Sock him with something, Nancy.
Yeah.
A chair, anything.
I'm coming, Jeff.
Hit him, Nancy.
I'll help you, darling. There, take that, you nasty man. I'll teach you to hurt Jeff. I'll teach you to...
Hey. What hit me?
Oh, Jeff, it's you. Oh, darling, I'm sorry. It's so dark in here.
Well, maybe it is, but I can see stars. Hey, the murderer. Where'd he go?
I don't know. That was a door, Jeff. He must have gone out.
Hey, listen. Police whistles. How did the cops get here?
How do you think? I called them this afternoon.
Oh, look, the lights are on again.
They must have fixed the fuse.
Say, did you call the cops or the electricians?
Nice work, Mr. Troy. We nabbed him all right.
Yeah? Who was it, Inspector?
Mr. Andrew Brule, alias Mr. Lingle.
Mr. Lingle? Who lives upstairs, the one who wanted to help?
Oh, that was a front. Like his art studios were just a front for his blackmailing.
Blackmailing?
Sure. He was collecting from every person in this house, and they didn't know that Brule and Lingle were one and the same.
But how could he blackmail all these people?
Oh, easy enough. Just get something on them that might embarrass them. Funny the things that people will try to hide. Since he only spoke over the phone to them, they never guessed who he was.
Yeah, but what about Kaufman? Why was he killed?
Well, I guess Kaufman was the only one who suspected the truth. And when he insisted on having a showdown, Lingle had to kill him to keep him quiet.
Well, I guess that's that case, Inspector. I sure am glad I was in on the finish.
Finish is right, Mr. Troy. Only it might have been yours.
Huh?
We just took this knife off Lingle. Pretty mean looking, isn't it?
You mean he was going to...
Mr. Troy, he's fainted.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Jeff, open your eyes. Darling, get up. Please get up. You've got to get up, Jeff. You got your good suit on.
Thank you, Lucille Ball and Brian Donlevy, for a most entertaining half hour.
Well, we ought to thank you, Mr. Bradley, because it's really been fun. And besides, all of us appreciate an invitation to play here because we know what wonderful work is being done by the Motion Picture Relief Fund and its country house and clinic, a work made possible by these radio broadcasts. Brian Donlevy will be back in a moment, but first a word from one of America's foremost beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Ball. Ladies, if you've ever watched an artist paint a portrait, you know he can make his subject look younger or older just by the way he tones her skin. Think about that, because you do exactly the same thing with your face powder. You make your face look younger or older. Any artist studying my 9 different shades of Lady Esther face powder recognizes them at once as young skin tones. I proved what a difference they make in an experiment the other day. At a dinner party, a woman I'd never seen before was seated opposite me. She looked rather middle-aged, rather plain, and didn't attract much attention. After dinner, I struck up a conversation with her. Knowing my interest in beauty, she confided that she hated her drab, plain look. But it's my age, she said. What can I do? Well, we went into a dressing room, and I removed her hard, cakey makeup that made her face look so dry. Instead, I applied my own shade of Lady Esther face powder, which fortunately was her shade, too. She looked and looked. She was simply enchanted. Her face did seem altogether different, so radiant, so smooth, with almost a little girl freshness. It's all due, I explained, to the different way Lady Esther face powder is made. It's blown by twin hurricanes to give it those young, translucent shades, that velvety texture, and to keep it clinging to your skin for hours. Perhaps you'd like to try an experiment on your face. So why not get a box of Lady Esther face powder tonight?
And now, here again is Brian Donlevy.
Thank you, Mr. Ball. People are beginning to wonder how they will fare post-war. They're asking, will high incomes continue? Will there be jobs for all? Well, seriously, nobody knows, but we all know this. Money invested now in war bonds is the best way you can safeguard your post-war security. For every $3 you invest now in war bonds, you get $4 at maturity. And in an emergency, your bonds can be converted into cash any time. So isn't it plain good sense to buy all you can, put every cent you can spare into safe, profitable, patriotic war bonds? Thank you.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild players will present Dark Angel. It will star Donald Crisp, Merle Oberon, and Ronald Colman. Be sure to listen. Lucille Ball appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of White Cliffs of Dover. Brian Donlevy appears through the courtesy of Paramount, producers of the Hitler Gang. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. To try Lady Esther four-purpose face cream, just get the smallest size jar. Later, you can get the economical large jar and keep refilling the small one for convenience. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther, saying thank you and good night, everyone.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We present Lucille Ball in My Favorite Husband, a new series based on the delightful stories of Isabel Scott Rorick's gay, sophisticated Mr. and Mrs. Cougat, two people who live together and like it, starring Miss Ball with Richard Denning. Well, let's look in on the Cougats and see what they're doing. It is morning, and Katie, the maid, has just put breakfast on the table. And George and Liz are sitting down to it.
That coffee smells good.
Paper's right in front of you, George. Why don't you read it?
Oh, no. As soon as I pick it up, you'll start your usual squawking about not seeing my face at the breakfast table.
No, I won't, George, honest.
Well, this should be interesting. Liz, you tore a hole in the paper.
Yeah, I get to see your face at breakfast, and you get to read the paper. See? Don't laugh.
How can I read with a hole in the paper?
Well, read around it.
Oh,
I saved all the little pieces I tore out, and you can read what you missed later.
great.
I'm looking at you through an automobile ad.
Well, what's so funny about that?
The new Nash has blue eyes for headlights. And your ears look like both doors are wide open.
Well, I'm glad you find it amusing. Katie, may I have some more coffee, please?
Certainly, Mr. Cougat. Oh, what happened to the paper? Did the dog get at it?
No, the cat.
I did it, Katie. I had to, because he's always reading at the table and never knows I'm here.
Good for you. I had the same trouble with my first husband, Clarence. One morning, I put an old floor mop in the chair to see if he'd notice the difference.
Did he?
Yes, he complimented me on my new hairdo. Then I did something awful. I set fire to his paper.
Well, that must have burned him up.
Oh, Mrs. Cougat.
Pretty bad, huh? Well, it's early in the morning.
Well, you're excused.
Hey, look here. A story about my old girlfriend, Myra Ponsonby.
Well, we haven't heard from her in ages. What does she say is new in Lower Slobovia?
There you go again. Just because I went around with her in college is no reason to be jealous.
I'm not jealous. I just wish she'd drop dead, that's all.
Liz, you sound so bitter.
I am. There isn't room for both of us in the same town.
Well, better watch what you say, Liz. You may have to move. After all, they're still writing news stories about Myra.
Why? What happened to dear old Myra, I hope?
Well, she's driving into town from her country place.
Well, now that ought to crowd the United Nations off the front page.
It says she has a new imported car called a Zebra. The upholstery is bright yellow with black streaks.
She must have bought it to match her hair.
Oh, now you're really being catty.
I am not. I'm glad she got a car. It was dangerous flying around on that broomstick.
I'd sure like to see that car.
So would I. I'd like to see it run over a cliff.
Oh, don't worry about Myra. She's a wonderful driver. Why, she drives like she was part of the car.
I know. She rides a horse the same way.
Very good. I wonder if her husband Minky is coming with her.
Mr. Minky, the Peanut King. Oh, that poor little man.
He seems very happy with Myra.
Happy? She doesn't pay attention to anything but his money. The only excitement he gets is going down to the warehouse and running barefoot through his goobers.
Now, listen, Liz. Myra...
Oh, Myra, Schmyra, Myra this, Myra that. Myra's a wonderful driver. Well, I could be a wonderful driver, too, if I knew how to drive.
Yeah, that would help.
George, give me another lesson.
Oh, no, thank you.
You haven't given me a driving lesson since last May.
I know, and I just stopped shaking this morning.
Well, I wasn't so bad. All I did was forget to turn and went straight. Would have been all right if we weren't on a dead-end street.
Oh, it was such a beautiful car. I miss it. You know, it's still stuck in that house, Liz.
It is?
Yeah.
I'll bet they're the only people in town with a new Hudson in the kitchen. George, give me another lesson.
No. The answer is no. Absolutely no. Okay, Liz. There isn't much traffic on this back road. I guess you can start driving now.
All right, George. I have a confession to make. While I was waiting for you to come home, I sort of practiced in the driveway.
Oh, good. Do you remember what you did?
Oh, yes. I turned on the ignition. I pressed the starter button. I shifted into first. I stepped on the gas, and I let out the clutch. Did I forget anything, George?
Not a thing.
That's how much you know. I forgot to open the garage doors.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, I said I'd do it, and I'm going through with it. Go ahead and drive.
All right, here I go. I push the starter button like this. George, the starter button's broken.
No, it isn't.
Well, then why doesn't it start?
Push it in long enough, and you'll find out.
But nothing Ow! Why did it get hot?
Because it's the cigarette lighter.
Oh, what a dirty trick. Now, don't tell me. Is this it?
Try it and see.
Okay. Well, must be broken. That was the radio.
Yeah. Now, I don't want to suggest anything radical, but what do you think that little button that says starter is for?
Oh, yes, I'm excited. Here we go. Hooray! It started.
Yeah, congratulations.
Why aren't we going?
Well, you forgot a little thing called putting it in gear.
Oh, that.
No!
Am I doing something wrong, George?
Throw out the clutch.
What's the matter with it?
Nothing.
Well, then why should I throw it out?
Step on the clutch. Push it in.
Well, why didn't you say so? My goodness, you get so excited.
I'm not excited.
Then what's that white stuff around your mouth?
It's just a little foam. Now you have the clutch out and the motor on. Shift into low.
Now, wait a minute. Low is up here, isn't it?
No.
Oh, I know. Down here. Up here?
There's only one place left.
Oh, it's here. There. Now what do I do?
Let the clutch out.
Okay. What happened? George, say something.
Wait till I get my head out of the back seat. I think my neck is broken.
You know, this car doesn't work very well.
Start it again. I'll brace myself.
All right. I made it. How am I driving, George?
Fine. Except for one little thing.
What's that?
You're driving on the wrong side of the road.
Well, what's the difference? There aren't any cars coming.
Well, as a favor to me and the insurance company, will you please pull over?
Well, I'd be delighted.
Well, go ahead. Here comes a car. No, wait. Stay on this side. He's going around you.
What a reckless driver. He shouldn't have gone up on two wheels like that.
Liz, let's come to a stop.
All right. What do I do?
Put your hand out. Signal for a stop.
Okay.
Shift into neutral.
Okay.
Liz, you almost hit that tree. Why did you take both hands off the wheel?
You told me to.
I did not.
You did, too. You told me to shift with my right hand and signal with my left, and I didn't have any hands left over. What do you think I am, an octopus?
No.
You're making a nervous wreck out of me.
Oh, Corey, do you really think I'll pass my driver's license test?
Why not? You had the best teacher in the world, old Professor Cartwright himself.
I promise you won't tell George you helped me.
Oh, I won't let on. I'll tell him my hair suddenly turned white without any reason.
Did I frighten you when I went between those two cars?
Well, I was watching pretty closely.
Well, I'm glad one of us was watching. I had my eyes closed.
Well, you better keep them open when you take your test.
I guess I'll go in now while I have my nerve. Why don't you go get a bite to eat?
Oh, I couldn't eat a thing. I already have something in my mouth.
What?
My heart. Good luck, Liz.
Keep your fingers crossed for me. Let's see now. When you hear a siren, you pull over and let it go by. You can pass a streetcar on the right at 15 miles an hour. I wonder how fast you can pass it on the left.
Yes?
Oh, how do you do? I'd like to get a driver's license, please.
All right. Name, please?
Elizabeth Cougat.
Address?
321 Bundy.
Uh-huh. Race?
Of course not. I don't even have a driver's license.
I think this is going to be one of my bad days. How much do you weigh?
Guess.
285.
Very amusing. 118.
How old are you?
21.
I haven't missed on that one in a long time. You know, it's funny, but there are no women drivers in the United States over 21.
May I have my license now?
Not yet. How tall are you?
Well, what's this got to do with driving? Why are you asking all these questions?
We want to find out what size car you'll wear. How tall?
With heels or in my stocking feet?
Well, what's the difference?
About 3 inches. I'm 5'6" without them.
Eyes?
Yes, 2. Blue.
Thank you.
And red.
What?
My hair is red. That's the next question, isn't it?
Naturally?
Well, just a little hen of rinse now and then.
Well, the fingerprint, and that does it. Give me your right thumb, please.
What for?
I want to hitch a ride home, and mine is tired. I'm going to take your fingerprint.
I don't want to put my thumb in that dirty old ink.
Now, this won't hurt a bit.
No, I don't want to put my thumb in the ink. Well, did you get my fingerprint?
Yes. Right on the end of my nose.
What are you laughing at?
I'm happy. This is my last day on this detail. They're moving me over to the homicide squad where things will be nice and peaceful.
Congratulations. Now, may I have my license?
No, let's just test your eyes. Now, I'll hold this white card over your eye and you tell me what you see.
A white card.
No, what do you see out of the other eye?
Nothing.
Why not?
It's closed.
Well, open it! Now, read those letters on the wall over there.
Okay. M-E-N.
Not on the door, on the wall! Oh, never mind. Go ahead on to the driving part of the test. You're not going to pass that.
What makes you so sure?
I know the man who's going to give you the test.
Oh, who is it?
Me.
Oh. I can drive anywhere now, Corey. I got a license.
Well, I'm proud of you, Liz. It certainly didn't take you long.
No. He was very sweet. As soon as he saw how I drove the car around the block, we sort of made a bargain.
How do you mean?
Well, he said he'd give me my license if I'd let him out of the car.
I know how he felt.
You know, Oh, there's nothing to driving, Corey. It's simple.
Liz, I think that car is going to turn in front of us.
Where? Oh, my goodness. I can't remember the difference.
Between what?
I can't remember the difference between the clutch and the brake.
Smoke. Are you all right, Liz?
Yes, but the car, it's ruined.
Well, I'll get out and see what the damage is. The other car seems to be all right.
Well, I might have known. Look, it's a dumb woman driver.
You better just sit here in the car, Liz.
Oh, no, I won't. I want to have a word with this character.
But, Liz, it was your fault.
How could it be my fault? I wasn't even looking at her.
Well, watch what you say, then.
I'll be very polite. Pardon me, madam, but do you by any chance happen to be the stupid dame who just smashed into me?
Look, honey, you had plenty of time to stop. When did you get your driver's license? This morning?
No, this afternoon. Why didn't you give a signal?
I did. I know I had my hand out the window. I was drying my nail polish.
So there. Oh, you're too fat anyway.
Oh, if you're going to take that kind of an attitude, I'll just have to get an impartial witness.
All right. We'll ask this kindly old gentleman standing on the corner. Tell me, impartial witness, did you see the accident?
Liz, you know very well I was with you.
Oh, Corey, what's the matter with you?
Well, I've had enough. I've taken your license number. You'll hear from my lawyer and the police. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Fatso.
Oh!
Corey, just look at our car. What's George going to say? The body's all smashed, the fenders are knocked off, and the back of the car's a mess.
Well, maybe you don't have to let George know. If you want me to, I'll call my garage, and they'll fix it for you.
Oh, would you, Corey? You're a pal. Now, you call me as soon as you know how much it'll be. While you're about it, see if they can fix a cracked head.
Well, how did you know the car had a cracked head?
I didn't. I was thinking about me if George finds out.
Is that you, Liz?
Yes, dear.
Did you get your driver's license?
Yes. How'd you know?
Oh, some fella from the bank saw you over there.
Oh.
Well, you're a full-fledged driver.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the car?
It's in the garage.
Oh, put it away. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
I was going down and count the fenders. I'd be surprised if I found all four of them.
So would I.
Well, you've got to expect a little kidding when you first learn, Liz.
I know. Is dinner ready?
Yeah, not yet. Say, did you see the paper tonight?
No, why?
There was some bad news. Myra Ponsonby's missing.
Oh, really? What was the bad news?
No, I'm serious. She should have been in town this morning, and nobody knows what's happened to her. Minky called the police. He's afraid somebody made off with her.
Well, if somebody made off with her, it serves them right.
Oh, Liz, I'm surprised at you. Myra's very life may be in danger. Minky's offered a reward, $10,000.
Dollars or peanuts?
Very funny. But I don't understand it. She just disappeared into thin air.
Do you mind if we talk about something else?
I even started to worry about you. What made you so late getting home?
Late? Oh, I was just late.
Oh, I thought maybe you'd run into an old friend.
No, it was a stranger.
Honey, you're acting funny, like you'd done something wrong.
Me? That's a laugh.
Liz, are you hiding something?
I'll get it. Hello? Oh, I've been waiting for you to call. Just a minute. George, would you get my coat for me? I'm cold.
You're wearing it.
Oh, well, would you hang it in the hall closet for me? I'm warm.
Do you feel all right, Liz?
Yes, I'm fine. Just take it out to the closet like a good boy.
All right.
Thank you. Gee, I'm glad you called.
Oh, Katie,
Yes, sir.
I'm worried about Mrs. Cougat. She's acting so strangely. Katie, if a person you love is in trouble, it isn't wrong to eavesdrop, is it?
Yes, it is.
I knew you'd agree with me.
Well, I won't be any party to this.
Oh, you haven't any idea how guilty I feel. Every time I see a policeman, I almost die.
Police? She must be in trouble.
No, George doesn't know yet, and when he does, murder.
Murder?
Really?
Gosh, I didn't think I hit her that hard. The body must be all banged up.
Body?
You know how George felt about that old wreck.
Liz has done away with Myra.
Listen, that wasn't the first time she'd been hit. Did you see all those dents in her trunk?
Oh, no. How could she do it?
And her rear bumper was in pretty bad shape, too.
Oh, poor Myra.
Wasn't it awful? I thought she'd never stop yelling. And all I did was hit her with the front wheels. Yes, I picked up all the parts that fell off and put them in the back seat.
Oh.
Well, thanks for taking care of everything. Now, don't call me again. I'll call you when George isn't around.
Liz.
Yes, George?
Liz, I'm going down and look in the garage.
Oh, no, you mustn't.
I thought so. Is it because of what I'll find down there?
Yes, I didn't want you to know.
Oh, Liz, baby. You're in terrible trouble.
I am?
Yes. And I want you to know that no matter what happened, I'll stick by you.
Well, thanks, George, but aren't you getting a little dramatic about this?
Dramatic?
Yeah, I just smacked her in the back when she wasn't looking.
Liz, you don't know what you're saying. And to think I drove you to this.
Oh, you did not. I drove myself.
Oh, you're just trying to save me. Oh, look. Here comes a policeman.
Well, what do you suppose he wants?
He's after you.
Do you really think so? For a little thing like that?
Little thing? You could get the chair for that.
I could?
Oh.
Gosh, I'm glad I didn't go through a red light.
Look, you go hide in the kitchen, and I'll tell them you've left for Mexico.
Si, senor. I'll go like you told me.
Oh, how can you joke at a time like this?
Mr. Cougat?
Yes?
Sergeant Lewis, Homicide Squad.
You're on the wrong trail, Sergeant. She isn't here. She's gone to Mexico.
Oh, now, just a minute, Mr. Cougat.
She's innocent. She didn't even know Myra Ponsonby. And besides, she's insane. She must be. She married me. We're both insane.
Cougat, don't mind.
Oh, you'll never convict her. I'll fight this in every court of the land.
Mr. Cougat, I just came here to make a routine check. But suppose you tell me what you know about this case. Who is this she you're talking about?
Pardon me, Mrs. Cougat. Who's in the living room?
A policeman, Katie. He came to arrest me.
Arrest you? What for?
For having a little accident this afternoon. My goodness, George acts like I killed somebody. He told me to hide in the kitchen until the police were gone.
Oh, it's certainly wonderful of Mr. Cougat to shield you like this.
I know. I appreciate it, but it just doesn't seem right. I feel so sneaky cowering in the kitchen. Katie, I can't do it.
Now, Mrs. Cougat, don't do anything you'll be sorry for.
I can't help it. I've got to take my medicine. I'm going in there and give myself up.
I think you'd better come along with me, Mr. Cougat. This sounds mighty suspicious.
Wait. Hold everything. I confess. I'm guilty.
Liz!
I can't go on like this, George. I did it, and I've got to pay the penalty. Officer, put the bracelets on me.
Now, Liz, don't say a word until I get a lawyer. They can't prove a thing.
All right, Mrs. Cougat. Step up to the desk, and the sergeant will get some information from you.
All right.
Now, what's your name? It's you again.
Oh, hello. How do you like it here in Homicide?
Everything's been dead up till now.
Well, this is a very sweet little jail you have here.
Well, it's not much, but you'll call it home. Now, don't give me any trouble, lady. Just answer my questions. You ready?
I don't like you.
Liz, don't be fresh. This may mean your life.
Oh, George.
Okay, let's get this over with. What's your name?
Elizabeth Cougat.
Address?
321 Bundy.
Age?
21.
How much do you weigh?
118. How much do you weigh?
195.
Age?
32.
Address?
410 Crescent.
What's your name?
Frank Nelson. Say, wait a minute! Who's doing what to who?
Well, she got you that time, Frank. Hey, let me try.
Oh, no. Nobody can do that to me. We'll try it again.
What's your name?
Elizabeth Cougat.
Oh, no, that's how you got me last time. You start.
All right. What's your name?
Frank Nelson.
Address?
410 Crescent.
Age?
32.
How much do you weigh?
195. How much do you weigh?
4 pounds.
Age?
85.
Address?
Gettysburg.
What's your name?
Abraham Lincoln.
I knew I
But, Frank, you didn't.
could. I did, too.
Oh, yeah? What'd she say? Now, let me handle this. What's your name?
Elizabeth Cougat. What's your name?
Martin Lewis.
How do you do? This is Frank Nelson.
How do you do?
How do you do? Now, please, Liz, let's not make things any worse. You're in deep enough as it is.
Now, Mrs. Cougat, suppose you tell us the whole story of what happened in your own words.
Don't say a word, Liz, until the lawyer gets here.
Oh, what's the difference, George? I was going along Main Street, and there she was right in front of me, and before I could stop myself, I hit her.
Did she cry out?
She yelled her head off.
What did you do with the body?
I had them jack it up and haul it away in a truck.
Didn't it give you goose flesh?
No. Oh, I was a little nervous, but after all, I just got my license.
License? What is this, open season? Now, you listen to me, sister.
Okay, brother.
Don't brother me, sister.
Well, don't sister me, brother.
Hold it. Lewis speaking. What's that? Oh, you found Myra Ponsonby. How's the body? Just say alive. Never mind the whistling. Yeah, I got it. Okay.
How do you like that? She's alive.
Yeah, darn it.
Where'd they find Myra?
She got arrested for speeding through a small town, and the sheriff threw her in jail.
There, George. There's your wonderful driver for you. Put in jail, and all I had was a little wreck.
You had a wreck?
Of course. What did you think? Oh, my goodness. You thought that I killed Myra. Oh!
Well, what's so funny?
Oh, I can't wait to get the car fixed. That's a wonderful idea.
Liz. For heaven's sakes, put down that book and turn out the light. It's almost 2 o'clock.
I've only got one more chapter to read, George. I got to find out who committed the murder. I'm certain it was the upstairs maid.
No, it wasn't. It was the butler.
Oh, George, why did you tell me?
Yeah, now maybe you'll put out the light.
Oh, all right. George? Are you sure it was the butler?
Yes, I'm positive. Now go to sleep.
Well, the way I had it figured, when the crime was committed, the upstairs maid was downstairs, and the downstairs maid was upstairs. Still, if the upstairs maid had seen the downstairs maid coming up the front stairs, she would have gone down the back stairs. Of course, if the downstairs maid had come up the back stairs when the upstairs maid was coming down, she'd have known the upstairs maid wasn't downstairs. It's too bad they didn't have an elevator.
Honey, believe me, it was the butler. He killed his wife.
Oh. But why did he kill her?
He killed her because she talked too much when he was trying to go to sleep.
Oh. Good night, George.
You have just heard My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. Also heard in tonight's cast were John Heastand, Ruth Parrott, Frank Nelson, B. Benedictine, and Herb Vigran. The program was produced and directed by Jess Oppenheimer, who wrote the script with Madeline Pugh and Bob Carroll, Jr. Original music was by Marlon Skiles and was conducted by Wilbur Hatch. And now stay tuned for the Camel Caravan starring Vaughn Monroe. This is CBS, the Columbia...
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players and Somerset Mom's hilarious comedy about a shipwreck, a courtship, and an extra wedding. Too Many Husbands. It stars Bob Hope as husband number 1, Frank Sinatra as husband number 2, and Lucille Ball as the long-suffering wife. The Lady Esther Screen Guild Players in Too Many Husbands. A year ago, Bill Cardew took a solo cruise in a ramshackle boat and disappeared from the face of the earth. His widow, Vicky, married Henry Lowndes, Bill's partner in the candy manufacturing business. This evening, Vicky picked Henry up at the office, and they are just returning home after dinner and a show. Peter, the butler, meets them at the door.
Good evening, madam. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Peter.
Hiya, Pete. Got a fire going for
Yes,
us?
sir.
Attaboy. Now you can trot along and throw yourself into the hay.
Very good, sir.
Say, you still reading that mystery, the case of the marinated corpse?
I completed it this evening, sir.
You did, huh? Who knocked off the victim?
The butler, sir.
Oh, well, I'll come up later, Pete, and lock you in.
Very good, sir. Oh, I beg your pardon, madam.
Yes, Peter?
I neglected to mention that a gentleman called while you were gone and left this message. I took it down verbatim.
Oh, you're getting sloppy, Pete. Next time, take it down word for word.
Very good, sir.
Thank you, Peter. That will be all. Now, what gentleman could be calling me?
Oh, you must have met one once. Read the message.
Just got in on a tramp steamer. Will be there as soon as the Department of Health scrapes off my barnacles. Bill. Now, who could that be? Bill! No, it can't be. He's dead.
Of course he's dead. It must be a joke.
Oh, Henry, it can't be a joke. He must have been rescued somehow.
Well, so what? Who cares?
Don't you realize that he thinks I'm still his wife, not your wife?
That's peachy. Looks like you started getting married and forgot to say when.
Oh, you'll have to break the news to him, Henry.
Pardon me, madam, but the gentleman who called is here. He says...
One side, Jeeves. Vicky, come to Papa.
Oh.
Well, kiss me, baby. Now another one. One of those was in the script.
Oh, Bill, are you really alive?
Still some doubt about it. Okay, let's take it again. Another one, huh? Shame it's only a half-hour show. Cuddle up close, Vicky. That's wonderful. Let's just stay like this until Take It or Leave It comes on the air.
Oh, but that's next Sunday, Bill.
Well, what's a good Saturday show? If there's an echo in here, it's got an awfully sore throat.
That's Henry, Bill. Say hello to Henry.
Hi, Henry. Say, keep cuddling, kid. Gosh, it's good to be back.
Oh, Bill, I still can't believe it. How did you get back? What happened?
Oh, really nothing to it. My boat just sank in the middle of the ocean. I wise-mulered to the desert island. Yes, I just wise-muled right through there. That was me, and for almost a year, all I ate was fish. Nothing but fish.
Did you have a man Friday?
No, on Friday, more fish.
Poor Bill.
Oh, I'm not in such bad shape. Look at these muscles. Know how I got them?
How?
Well, the only thing left to my boat was 10-foot of chain and the anchor. I used it for a yo-yo. You want to look at my muscles, Henry? No, thanks. The doctor told me to avoid excitement. I see. Incidentally, Hank, old man. Hank, old man. Yes? Isn't it a little past your bedtime? Your Ovaltine must be boiling by now. Oh, I don't know. I guess I could manage to stay up a little while longer. Oh, don't force anything, kid. Hello, Bill, tell us some more about your experiences. Your message said that you got picked up by a steamer, tramp. That's tramp steamer, and cut it out. Well, see you tomorrow, huh, Hank? Come on. Come on, Vicky, honey.
Bill, I think Henry has something to tell you.
More? This kid's getting to be quite a chatterbox. Okay. Okay, son, tell me, but remember, we're on the air. Hardly know where to begin. Well, I'll bet it's something about business, huh? Oh, sure, that's it. Remember our best-selling candy? You bet. The All-Day Delight? That's right, the sucker that improves your pucker. And do you remember Peanut Rapture, the bar with glamour and every goober? Yeah. Well? Well, sir, there used to be 11.5 peanuts in every bar, and I've cut it down to 10.5. No! Yes. And I've got the slogan, watch for the day, the 7th of May. Oh, great work, Hank, and good night.
Bill, Henry has something really important to tell you, and he'd better tell you now.
And it better be important. Come on, let's hear about it. Well, I'm married, Bill. No fooling. Who's the screwy bride? No, wait, don't tell me. Don't tell me. Let me guess. Myrtle? No, you see... Agnes, Bertha, Carolyn, Daisy, Elma, Frances, Gracie, Hildegard, Imogene?
Was Henry acquainted with all those girls?
Are you kidding? Dorothy Dix used to write to him. Oh, wait. I can't get over it, Hank. Gosh, some of these days you might even become a father.
So, that's the kind of a man I married, a wolf.
Yeah, he's the biggest... What? Who married?
Bill, old man, I've got something important to tell you.
Oh, so that's it. You've been hanging around here like a salami in a delicatessen because you live here, huh? You're her husband.
Well, I'm the nice one.
I can't believe this, Vicky. Did you really marry him, or did you just miss a question on truth or consequences?
But I thought you were dead, Bill, and I was lonely.
Lonely? Why didn't you join the Elks or something?
Can't you understand? I loved you so much that when they told me you were dead, I went all to pieces and married Henry.
Thanks for the fanfare, kid.
Well, I didn't mean it that way, Henry. You've been wonderful to me.
Oh, I understand, Vicky. I'm out of your life, forgotten. You found happiness, and I'm just a gopher in the garden of love. All right, I'll go.
Oh, please, Bill. We don't feel that way about you at all, do we, Henry?
Oh, I don't know now. I think he's got hold of something there.
Well, you've got one too many husbands. You'll just have to trade one of us in to Madman Muntz. Make up your mind, Vicky.
Not now, Bill. We're tired and upset. Let's get a good night's sleep and face the problem in the morning. Henry, you will sleep in the guest room with Bill. Good night, my men.
And this is what I dreamed about on that desert island.
Come on, lover boy.
So this is the guest room. My.
Well, what's wrong with it?
Well, it's gotten frillier since I was here. Used to be a room where a man could undress without feeling ashamed. How about a pair of pajamas? Any of mine left around here?
Nope. I gave all your stuff to a tramp.
And on you it looks good. Where do I sleep?
There's the bed.
You mean we've got to sleep in the same bed?
Aren't these tears in my eyes telling you?
I'm the guy who's got trouble. Last time I slept with you, I woke up black and blue.
That's the night I dreamed I was taking chances on the punch board, remember?
Yeah, this is quite a bed. No wonder you're so puny, Henry. You haven't been eating your grape nuts.
Well, how do you know?
You sneaked them upstairs and put them in this mattress.
Why don't you stop beefing? Was there a nice, comfortable bed on that desert island?
Well, no, nothing but palm trees.
Okay, so there's a chestnut tree in the yard. Go out and hang on your tail. Who is it, a friend or another husband?
Come in.
I thought I'd see if you boys were all right.
Oh, I can't complain. Of course, I could use a pair of pajamas. The water on my knee has just turned into a popsicle.
Oh, poor Bill. Where are your pajamas, Henry?
I won't tell.
Now, I know they're in the second drawer. Go on, get a pair for Bill.
Oh, all right. But they'll be much too big for you, white guy.
You get it. Vicky, this is the first chance I've had to tell you how wonderful I am. I mean, how wonderful you are. Look, forget about Henry. You'll have to forget about one of us anyhow. I hear they're going to start rationing husbands.
Hey, what are you whispering about?
We weren't whispering.
No, I was just showing her where a barracuda bit me.
You mean where he bit your back?
Well, a fellow's got to eat.
Please, Bill, I don't want my husbands to quarrel. Give him the pajamas, Henry.
Here, take them.
Well, good night, boys. I just wanted to be sure you were all right.
Hey, wait a minute. I don't feel very good.
No? What's the matter?
Oh, deadly tropical fever. I've got it all through my body.
Couldn't think of a better place for it.
Put your hand on my head, Vicky.
All right. Why, it's not at all hot, Bill.
It will be. Just keep your hand there.
Hey, you know, I don't feel so good myself.
You don't? Stick out your tongue, dear.
Oh, that's no fun. You held his head.
You know, I don't believe either of you are a bit sick. Now go to sleep and we'll settle everything in the morning. Good night, boys.
The second act of the Lady Esther Screen Guild play will follow in a moment. Now, a word from Lady Esther.
Once each year, you wake up in the morning and it's your birthday. A special day to be celebrated just for you. But did you ever stop to think that your skin has a birthday every day? Skin specialists will tell you that every day your skin gradually sheds part of its outside layer, and down underneath a new, fresh skin is born. Isn't that remarkable? Your skin is always trying to make itself lovelier. But it needs your help because it has an insidious enemy, a stubborn film caused by natural oils mixed with cosmetics and dirt. You can't see or feel the stubborn film, and ordinary cleansing methods fail to remove it. You think your skin is clean when it isn't. But there is a safe, sure way to get rid of that stubborn film, and here it is. Smooth on my unique Lady Esther four-purpose face cream and wipe it off. Immediately, and this is so important, apply Lady Esther cream again and wipe it off. The second cleansing with Lady Esther gets rid of that stubborn film. Now your skin is really clean, and instantly you see the difference. The clearer, fresher, younger look, the new softness and smoothness. Give your skin this wonderful chance to grow lovelier every day. Remove that stubborn film every night, my safe, sure Lady Esther way.
And now, Lady Esther presents the second act of Too Many Husbands, starring Lucille Ball, Bob Hope, and Frank Sinatra. It is now the following morning. Bill and Vicky are at the breakfast table. Henry has not yet appeared.
Coffee, dear?
Thanks. Fine thing. My first night home, and I sleep in the guest room.
How many lumps?
About 8. Where'd you get that mattress, anyway?
I wonder what's keeping Henry.
Well, he's pretty tired. He stayed up all night to watch me.
Really? What for?
I walk in his sleep. Pass me some more of that puffed rice, huh?
Oh, good morning. How did you sleep, Angel?
Great lover.
I'm talking to Vicky, Icky.
Peter, you may bring in Mr. Lowndes' breakfast now.
Yes, madam. Good morning, Mr. Lowndes. Here are your eggs, sir. Shall I serve them?
You look silly hatching them.
I think he can do it. You know that, don't you? Are you sure 6 eggs would be enough, old man? We can always put a couple of more chickens on the swing shift.
Why don't you lay off? Why can't you let a guy enjoy a quiet breakfast with his wife?
Don't forget that she's my wife, too.
Why, Peter.
I'm frightfully sorry, ma'am. I guess I'm a bit old-fashioned.
Oh, you mean what Mr. Cardew just said?
Yes, madam. The arrangement does sound rather, sophisticated.
Well, it really isn't, Peter. You see, Mr. Cardew is my first husband.
Oh. Yeah, he was supposed to have been drowned at sea, but wasn't, unfortunately.
No, I wasn't. You see, I had too much to go on my Pepsodent contract, and the Lever brothers swam out and saved me.
Really?
You see, Peter, this is a very involved problem, and I'm afraid it's only the beginning.
Oh, madam, not a third one.
No, I haven't thought of that, but I can see how it could be habit-forming.
Well, I once knew a young woman who collected seashells, and it got a dreadful grip on her.
Well, tell us more, Peter.
Pull yourself together, Pete. The whole thing will be settled by tomorrow.
I hope so, sir. Either one of you gentlemen goes or I go.
Oh, stop acting like an old maid.
It's not that, sir. I simply won't shine 4 shoes every morning.
Everybody's got a union, isn't that?
I wait till...
Thank you.
There, you see?
Thank you, Peter.
Even Peter is shocked. Even Peter is shocked because I have one husband too many, and we've got to do something about it.
You're right, Vicky. I'll kill Henry this afternoon.
Darling, you've got to choose between us, and I'll help Bill pack.
Oh, I didn't sleep a wink last night. I just tossed in bed thinking and thinking and thinking. And finally I decided that...
Yes?
That I couldn't make up my mind.
Oh.
But the time has come. I must make a decision now.
Good. Good, and I hope the loser will have the decency to join the... I said good, and I hope the loser will have the decency to join the Foreign Legion. Tell me, Bill, if you lose, will you join the Foreign Legion?
Will I do what?
Will you join the Foreign Legion?
Well, I'll meet you halfway. I'll go down to the library and read Beau Jest. Stout fellow, aren't you? It's just the way this suit fits. Stop that.
Now, just sit there, both of you, and don't say a word. Just let me look at you a little while.
Well, look at us, Vic.
Vicky, darling, while you're deciding, I only want you to remember that I came to you in your darkest hour and gave you all the love in my heart. And I only want you to remember that.
Honey.
And that our life together... And that our life together, if you choose me, will be as happy as it is in my power to make it. I thank you.
No, don't give him the Oscar yet. Wait a minute.
Oh, Henry.
Oh, what a speech. Isn't that nice? He did it up so well, didn't he? Hello, Vic.
Henry.
What, honey?
Henry, you're
what,
so
Hen?
sweet.
Oh, that's Hen, yes. That's you, Henry. Listen, Vicky, all I want you to... It's a grand line. I don't know why I ignore it like that. All I want you to remember, Vicky, is our first hour together in the tunnel of love at Coney Island. And you swam back. You were peachy.
Oh, dear, this is so difficult. If only one of you were good-looking or intelligent, it would be much easier.
My agent read this stuff. That's it.
Intelligent, eh? Say, William, old man.
Yes?
You don't happen to
Where'd
know
you go?
how to... You don't happen to know how to...
Yes, Hen.
You don't happen to know how to spell pithecanthropus by any chance?
Can you say that on the radio?
Yes.
Pithecanthropus.
I'll repeat it for you.
Is that a California town? Pithecanthropus,
No,
yes.
pithecanthropus.
I like the way you say it, too.
Yeah, pithecanthropus. It is the missing
Awful
link.
time to get lower plate wobble, isn't it?
You know what it is,
Let's
don't
go.
you?
Bill just reached for his razor blade. But what is it? What is it? What's
It's
that?
the missing link between man and ape. How do you spell it?
Crosby.
Now, you see, Vicky? With me, big words are everyday conversation.
Yeah, well, with me, it's muscles. Can you jump over the breakfast table?
Huh?
You heard me. Can you jump over the breakfast table?
What for? I can wait till the butter comes around to me.
Yeah. Well, I say you can't. Not that it's anything to a man of my athletic prowess.
Well, if there were a reason for my jumping over the table, I could do it, too.
Watch this, you armchair athlete. Give me a little room, Vicky. Here I go. Remember me? I'm the one that jumped. We better get off the air before the sound man destroys himself. Who left that tall spoon in the coffee cup?
I don't believe you made it, old man.
Bill, darling, are you hurt?
Oh, my. Yes, I am. Hey.
What?
What's that on the floor right there?
Why, it's just some puffed rice, dear.
Thank goodness. I thought it was my teeth.
Playing games, oh, this is hopeless. I can see right now I'll have to separate you two boys. That's the only way I'll ever come to a decision. It's like old times, isn't it, Bill?
Uh-huh.
Remember how we used to walk in this park together when I was married to you?
Yeah, this is what I get for going away and letting you fall into the clutches of a rat like Henry.
Oh, please, dear, you're talking about my husband.
What do you think I am, Uncle Remus? It was hard enough on that awful island a whole year just thinking about you, remembering the way you used to kiss me.
Put your arm around me, Bill.
One night I dreamed we were getting married all over again. You had the same ribbon in your hair. You wore the same leopard skin coat. I put my arms around you. I kissed you, and then I woke up.
Oh, poor Bill.
And the dream was so real, even after I woke up, I thought I was still kissing somebody in a leopard skin coat. I was, too. A leopard.
Put your arm around me again. Kiss me. Oh, Bill, I haven't felt this way since you drowned.
Will you quit calling me dead? I ain't dead. I'm just holding this expression till they pay off my life insurance.
Now I know, Bill. It's you I love.
Oh, hooray! Tonight we celebrate.
Oh, but one of us will have to be brave and tell Henry.
Well, let me know what he says.
Oh. Poor Henry.
Yeah, poor Henry. Well, at least he'll have the peanut bars. We'll give him the whole goober business. Just think, 20 million nuts to him. Just think.
Why, darling, what are you doing here at the office? Don't tell me you're taking an interest in the candy business.
Henry, there's something I must tell you.
Say, I'm sure glad I feel, Vicky. Now, what did you want to tell me?
Only that I love you, Henry.
That's the way to talk. Tonight we celebrate. Tonight we tell the whole world.
Yes, darling.
Wait till Bill hears this. Ow! He'll cut off his curly hair and weave himself a new mattress.
Oh, poor Bill.
Yeah. Poor Bill.
Oh, thanks for the memory. Just a second. What are you doing here? All right, one at a time. What are you doing here?
I have a date with Vicky.
You have a date with her. That's a pretty good kid. Yes, sir. That's pretty good there, boy.
I hope so. Oh, I get it. She hasn't told you yet, huh?
Told me what?
Well, Bill, Vicky decided this afternoon, and we're going to get married. And you can either divorce her or die again, but this time you've got to do a better job.
Look, am I crazy? Henry, this afternoon, Vicky promised to marry me.
Holy smoke, you too?
Don't you see? She handed us both the same routine.
Well, how do you like that? I'll be a...
You always have been, old boy. Now, look. What do we do now?
She isn't worthy of either of us, Bill.
You're right, Henry.
After all, she's only a woman, isn't she?
That's all.
Why, there must be a million others just as attractive.
Sure.
100 million.
You bet.
What's she got that any other woman hasn't got?
Nothing.
Not a thing.
That was fun. What do we play now?
Bill, old man, we've got to stick together.
Yes, sir. You're right, pal. What do you say she doesn't get either of us?
It's a deal, Pod. When she comes in, we walk out. Together.
Shake. I always wanted to see the Sahara Desert. Now I'll see it with you.
Remember now, solid front, pal.
You said it, pal. Hello, Vicky.
Why, Bill. Oh, and Henry. Both of you.
Yes, Vicky. Henry and I have talked things over. You've toyed with us, Vicky, like an octopus toys with a... what does an octopus toy with?
Another octopus.
You know, he's studied, hasn't he?
But I didn't mean to toy with you. It's just that it's been so hard to choose.
Well, we've made the choice for you, darling. Henry and I are going to the Sahara.
Goodbye, Vicky.
Wait, you can't do this. Please, I'll decide.
This way to the Greyhound. This way here.
Goodbye, Vicky.
No, come back. Come back. Please come back.
Well, get a good night's sleep, Bill. We're taking a long trip tomorrow. See you in the morning.
Good night, Henry. Well, why not?
Bill.
Vicky, I have to come back. I have to see... Uh-oh.
Hello, Bill. I guess I beat you back from the Sahara Desert, huh?
Well, hold your hats, folks. Here we go again.
Thank you, Frank Sinatra, Bob Hope, and Lucille Ball for your delightful performances in tonight's play.
I have the boys' permission to speak for them, Mr. Bradley, in saying that we consider our yearly appearance on this program as one of the really enjoyable privileges of belonging to our profession. We are all familiar with the fine work being done by the Motion Picture Relief Fund and its Country House, and we know that work is supported largely by this program. And now, before we tell you about next week's show, here's a word from one of America's best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Ball. Did you ever notice how much better you feel when you wear something that's just right for you? A hat that just suits the shape of your face? A dress that flatters you because it's just the right color? Your mirror says you look wonderful, so you feel wonderful. Well, so many women write and tell me they get that same wonderful feeling the moment they use my Bridal Pink face powder. Lady Esther Bridal Pink is such a romantic springtime shade. But the most amazing thing about it is its subtle and elusive quality of flattery, a mysterious quality that makes it right for 4 basic types of skin. No matter what the color of your hair, you'll see the exciting difference Bridal Pink makes to your own skin. If you're a blonde, Bridal Pink will dramatize your blondness, make your skin look softer, more alluring. If you're a brunette, Bridal Pink will intensify the contrast, make you look more romantic. If you're a brunette, Bridal Pink will lift up your whole appearance. And if you're a redhead, Bridal Pink will wake up your skin, give it the life and warmth that needs to go with your hair. The moment you see my Lady Esther Bridal Pink, you'll be anxious to try it. And when you do, you'll see how much extra flattery it brings to your skin.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild Players will present one of the funniest pictures of the year, Stork Bites Man. It will star Jackie Cooper, Anita Louise, and Gus Schilling. Be sure to listen. Too Many Husbands was produced and directed by Bill Lawrence and was presented through the courtesy of Columbia Pictures, producers of The Guilt of Janet Ames, starring Rosalind Russell and Melvin Douglas. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Lucille Ball appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Sea of Grass, starring Spencer Tracy, Katharine Hepburn, and Robert Walker. Bob Hope appeared through the courtesy of Pepsodent and is currently being seen in the Paramount picture My Favorite Brunette. Frank Sinatra appeared through the courtesy of Old Gold Cigarettes and can currently be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn musical It Happened in Brooklyn, also starring Katherine Grayson, Peter Lawford, and Jimmy Durante. You save enough on the largest size jar of Lady Esther face cream to buy a box of Lady Esther face powder. So remember, ask for the largest size. Tonight's Lady Esther Screen Guild show is being heard by our servicemen and women overseas through the worldwide shortwave and network facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next week, part of the country goes on daylight saving time. If your city remains on standard time, the Lady Esther Screen Guild show will be heard 1 hour earlier. Check your local newspaper for time. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther. Thank you and good night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Roma Wines present
Suspense.
Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud.
Your health, senor. Roma Wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the Man in Black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight in Hollywood, Roma Wines bring you the MGM star, Miss Lucille Ball. The suspense play which stars Miss Ball, which is produced and directed by William Spear, is called Dime a Dance. It deals, as you will presently know, with Broadway life and sudden death, both set to music. And so with Dime a Dance and with the performance of Lucille Ball as a red-haired young lady named Ginger Allen, Roma Wines again hope to keep you in suspense.
Have you ever danced with a murder? Doesn't cost any more for the extra thrill. It's only a dime. How could I do it, you say? I had to save my own life. I'm a taxi dancer from the Joyland Palace. One of the places just off Broadway in the 40s, you know the kind of place. Second-rate dance bands like Frankie Froman's 15 Frolickers. I was late to work that night. I ran down Broadway, scrambling through the crowd to the entrance of the Joyland.
50 beautiful girls upstairs, boys. Come in and count them yourself. No admission, 10 cents a dance. Come in, we're just getting started. The music is the very...
Hello, Max.
Hey, Ginger, you better step on him. Marina's looking for you. Your lady's burning.
I know it. Has Julie come in yet?
Not yet.
50 beautiful girls waiting to dance. We just step right in. No admission, please. Walk right up there.
Well, good evening. So you finally decided to come, did you?
Hiya, Marino. Sorry I'm late.
Yeah, you ought to be. And so should Julie. All the cash customers are waiting. I sent out the girls before all of you are here, and you say I'm playing favorites.
Well, blame it on Julie. She gave me a stand-up tonight.
All right, so I'll blame it on Julie. Where is she?
Isn't she here?
No, and she ain't home neither, because I phoned her there 15 minutes ago. Thought she was with you.
And I thought she was here.
Hey, if this is no gag, what happened to her?
Well, that's what I'm beginning to wonder.
Go on in and get your stuff on. Julie be all right.
Yeah, maybe she slipped in while you were busy counting tickets or something. See you right away, Marino.
Thanks for being late and being teacher's pet. We've been entertained by Mom here while waiting for
All right, lay off. Mom, throw me that foot powder. Looks like a heavy night out there. My feet still hurt from last night.
Here you are, dearie.
That's the way I am, girlies. What I like every once in a while is a good, juicy murder.
Nice kid. Old enough to be murdered herself.
Throw me that dress, would you, Madame Defarge, the green one. Is Julie here?
Not unless she's hiding in the closet, honey.
Do any of you know where she is?
You asking us? Ain't she your buddy? Maybe they had a fight.
Well, did any of you hear from her?
Why not ask Marino? He's been hanging around her.
Now, that southern girl, Sally, she used to work in a joint like this one further uptown. There was a murder for you.
Come on, hurry it up in there. Out the floor and step on it.
She just never showed up to work one night.
Who didn't?
That southern girl, Sally. Then they found her. That was about 3 years ago. Oh, what a sight she was when the police discovered the body.
Oh, cut it out, Mom.
Then there was the Robinson gal out in Brooklyn. Stabbed to death. They found a phonograph and records by a body didn't even belong to her. The murderer brought his own music. Oh, she was a dance hall pony, too. Maybe some guy has it in for you girls.
Pleasant character.
Well, maybe one fella kills the both of them. Maybe there's a dance hall killer still at large getting ready for his next victim.
Now, what do you think I pay you girls for anyway?
I often wonder.
Joe Marino, think we're giving a free show in here?
You couldn't interest anybody in that chassis of yours, even with a set of dishes thrown in. All right, all of you, file out. I got something to tell Ginger. Come on, get out. Ginger, what I wanted to see you about.
I know, Marino. I put you in a spot. I'll be dressed in a minute, and if you'll ward off those garlic eaters tonight, I'll work twice as hard and make it up to you, honest.
No, I'm in no spot, Ginger, but you are.
Marino, what's the matter? What's happened?
The police want to see you, Ginger.
Police? What for? I didn't do anything.
I'm sorry, Ginger, but
Something's happened to Julie.
That's what the police want to see you by. Julie's dead.
Dead?
Murdered.
Tonight in our suspense theater, death is a dancing thing. Roma Wines is bringing you Lucille Ball as star of suspense in the Cornell Woolrich story, Dime a Dance. You have heard the prologue for tonight's tale of suspense.
Before we return to the scene of our drama, let me say just this. Few spots on the globe boast the unique and perfect combination of nature's gifts, which makes possible truly good wine. Wine which the whole world can enjoy. But wine experts will tell you that among those fortunate spots, none can surpass the vineyards of our own California. From these renowned California vineyards come Roma wines. Wines so perfect in flavor, so delightful, that they are enjoyed in many countries of the world. To us in America, Roma wines are an everyday treat, for we may buy them at an astonishingly low price, since we pay no import duties or expensive shipping costs. Do you enjoy a delicious tangy sherry? Tomorrow treat yourself to a glass of Roma California sherry. We're sure you will agree you've never tasted finer. With your first sip, you'll understand why Roma wines are America's largest selling wines. Tomorrow, ask your dealer for your favorite type of Roma wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that Roma Wines bring back to our soundstage Miss Lucille Ball in Dime a Dance, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
All the way over in that police car with those two flat feet from homicide, I could see Marino's face when he said murdered. Poor Marino. We got out and walked up to the third floor of the building, to Julie's room. Marino never said a word.
All right, sister, in here.
Is she still in there?
No, you won't have to look at her.
Oh. How did it happen?
Strangled.
Why didn't she yell out? There were plenty of people around.
Now, look, Ginger, we're asking the question.
Yeah, but since you raise it, we figured the person who could get close enough to kill her was someone she felt safe with.
She was murdered by someone she trusted, by a friend.
Well, I was the only friend she had.
Yeah, so they tell us.
Unless she had a boyfriend.
And who was her boyfriend?
Yeah.
If she was strangled, where did all the blood come from?
Flatfoot didn't answer Marino. He shut up all at once, as if he didn't have the heart to tell us the rest of it. His eyes gave him away, though. I got the whole score just following his gaze around the room. First, he looked at the little phonograph. By using bamboo needles, she could play it late at night. Soft, so no one could hear it. The needle was worn down halfway, all shredded as though it had been played over and over. Then his eyes wandered to a flat piece of paper that had 8 or 10 shiny new dimes on it. Some had little brown flecks on them. Then his eyes went down to the rug. It was all pleated up in places, especially along the edges, as though something heavy, something lifeless had been dragged back and forth over it. You mean he danced with her after he killed her? Gave her a dime a dance even then?
Now, will you tell us? Who was her boyfriend?
Play that record. Maybe she'll remember some guy they both knew who was hipped on the piece. It was the only one he played.
You just must die for butterfly.
Turn it off! Stop it! Stop that music! That wasn't hers. She never had that record. Poor butterfly. She hated it. She couldn't stand it. Someone brought that record here with him.
Sure, someone did. Maybe her boyfriend sort of...
It was no boyfriend. It was someone who waited for her in that room in the dark and killed her before she could scream. It was the same madman who killed those 2 other dance hall girls. He pays a dime a dance. A dime a dance whether you're alive or dead. Back at the grind. The flat feet let me go. Nobody told me anything. Sometime when you have nothing better to do, you try dancing with a couple of 100 guys a night, asking yourself each time one of them wraps his arms around you, is this the killer? Has he a knife in his hand behind my back?
Say, can I see you a minute?
Got a ticket?
Yeah, but I don't want to dance, Ginger. I want to talk.
Well, it's your dime. Say, how do you know my name?
What, just happened to?
Who are you, anyway?
Recognize those 2 guys leaning against the wall?
The 2 flat feet?
And I'm the 3rd. Nick's the name.
Well, what about about her boyfriend?
Relax. We have proof it wasn't her boyfriend and wasn't you.
Oh, then you expect him to show up again after what he's done already, huh?
We just got the report on those other 2 girls. They were killed by a maniac who played poor butterfly. Also, the fingerprints in all 3 cases match. He'll keep it up until we get him.
Well, how do you know what he looks like?
We don't. We only know he isn't through yet. That's why I was assigned to protect you.
Protect me?
Yep. Keep my eye on you all night while you work and then take you home right to your door. Marino knows about the other 2 dicks, but no one knows about me. Fact is, headquarters told me not to tell even you.
Then why did you?
I just saw how touchy you are. I don't want you to misunderstand my intentions.
Well, what if someone asks me who you are?
Say I'm your new boyfriend.
Oh, don't get smart. I never had a boyfriend.
Good, now you've got one.
Oh, 35 girls on this musical chain gang. Why do you pick on me?
Because we found out one more thing about the killer's habits. The 2 girls that were murdered before Julie both had red hair.
Julie had red hair.
Yeah. And so have you, baby.
So I was set up as victim number 4. Nice thought. But every night, like the milkman, just when the girls filed out to feast the arms and eyes of the wolves, there was Nick. Now, that was some comfort. Nothing personal, you understand. It was also a comfort to see those other 2 flat feet on the job night after night.
How's Ginger?
Fine. How's Nick? Hey, you're 4 minutes late.
Miss me?
Oh, I'm just a taxpayer that wants to see a public servant earn his money.
If the city got broke, I'd do this job for nothing. Uh-oh. Your straw boss, Marino, is giving you the high sign.
Oh, I'll go see what he wants. You wait here. What's on your mind, Marino?
Say, who is that monkey hanging around you every night?
He pays for his tickets, doesn't he?
Yeah, but he never uses them. Who is he?
My boyfriend.
Oh, you known him long?
Long enough.
Take care of yourself, Ginger.
Don't worry, Marino. I know my way around, but thanks.
Besides, we're not running any matrimonial bureau around here. You got to spread yourself around a little more. Share the wealth. There's other customers.
All right.
Now, watch out, will you?
All right.
What did he want?
Oh, nothing. Nick, is there any news? You know, it's a month since Julie was...
No. Calm down, redhead.
That's just it, that red hair. Look, why won't you let me dye it?
Well, I've got my reasons.
Yeah. You great, big, silent, strong cop.
That's right. Those cops.
And then came that night. That horrible night. I was late as usual, got to the dressing room planning to dress in no seconds flat so I could get out on the floor and be with Nick. Somehow I felt that I was going to need him that night. Some instinct told me it was a matter of life or death.
It's been a whole month since the last one. What I like every once in a while is a good juicy murder.
Come on, snap it up. What do you think I pay you girls for anyway?
Who are you looking out the door for, Ginger?
Now, you take that killing of Julie. There was a real juicy case.
Oh, shut up, Mom. Will you cut it out?
Oh, I'm sorry, dearie. I keep forgetting you, and she was so cool.
Oh, that's all right. I'm jittery. Laverne, have you seen my boyfriend?
Not tonight. Maybe he got bored.
Billy, have you seen Nick? You know, the tall, handsome... Not tonight, Redhead. I guess he's giving you the air.
Come on up. What am I paying you for? Come on. What's the matter, Ginger? You look like you've seen a ghost. What are you looking for out there? What's so fascinating about the clock?
Marino, they're not there. Where are those two flat feet?
How'd you know about that?
Never mind that now. Where are they?
Called off.
Called off?
That sounds screwy to me, but police headquarters figures they frightened off whoever they was looking for.
But that's crazy. I'm going to phone...
That won't do no good. I told them that anybody would wait till it cooled off before trying again. Now is when we should have protection. Well, come on, get out on the floor. Come on, Ollie, out on the floor.
All right, I'll be out in a second. Really, I will, Marino. Laverne.
Yes, honey?
As soon as Nick comes in, tell him to come right here. Tell him to tap on the door, will you?
Sure enough, sugar.
Hey, what are you looking at me like that for, Ginger?
Look, Mom, I got to talk to you. I can't go out there on the floor. I'm scared.
But what are you staring holes in me for?
Mom, you and I were here in this room the last night Julie was alive. The night she must have been killed, remember?
You poor kid. I always
Look,
liked
we
Julie.
got to remember. We've just got to. There was someone dancing with Julie that night. Some rum-dum. Julie said something about him. I can't remember what it was she said.
Oh, you mean the one that hurt her hand?
That's it. Hurt her hand. Bent her wrist back when they were dancing.
Yeah, that's the guy. She said it was almost like as if he got a kick out of hurting her.
Yeah.
Seeing her squirm.
Yeah, now what else?
Well, Julie called him a cement mixer.
Oh, now we're getting somewhere, Mom. Think hard.
Oh, he had Julie crazy, dancing like a slap-happy pug. I remember her describing it. He'd take 3 little steps to the right as if he was getting ready for a standing broad jump.
That was it.
Remember how Julie said she felt like screaming, for Pete's sake, if you're gonna jump, jump.
Yeah, 3 steps to the right, and if you're gonna jump, jump.
Hey, what are you doing, Ginger? Some detective work? Getting some clues?
You know who we're talking about, Mom?
The killer.
Yeah.
Oh!
If he enjoyed hurting her like that when she was still alive, he'd enjoy dancing with her after she was dead.
Oh, he's worse than prune face. Why, that...
There's someone I gotta tell this to right away. Oh, where the... Nick! See you later, Mom.
Hey, how's Ginger?
Oh, Nick. How's Nick?
Are you trembling? Sure, it's me. Why not?
I thought you were called off the case.
We were.
Then what are you doing here?
Habit. Do you mind?
No, you dumb ape. I don't mind. Boy, how I don't mind.
And, as long as it isn't duty anymore, do you mind if I do something to you that I've wanted to do for days?
Well, it depends.
I want to take you in my arms.
All right, take me in your arms and dance. Anyway, for the time being.
I'm a rotten dancer.
You're telling me. Nick, we gotta talk. I just found out something about the killer that you ought to know.
Later. I paid Marino for all the dances to the end. We can leave whenever you want.
After this song, they play Dinah, and then comes the break. We can leave then.
What makes you so sure?
Well, the band always plays the song in the same order. Then they can sleep while they work. I tell time by 'em. Limehouse Blues means it's 10:45. Lady was a tramp means 11:15. Dinah means 11:30. Never changes except when there's a request number.
You know, I like everything about you.
I like everything about you, but you're dancing. Let up on my hand, will you? You're bending it upside down. It hurts my wrist.
I, told you I was a rotten dancer.
Well, for Pete's sake, don't dance like you were priming for a standing broad jump. If you're going to jump, jump. That's not Dinah.
No, certainly isn't. It's a request number.
Who requested it?
I did. What's the matter, baby? You look sick.
I feel just awful. I do feel sick.
Am I dancing that bad?
No, Nick, I'll have to stop at the air, I guess. I'll go in and get a drink of water. Yeah, drink of water in the ladies' room.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll wait here for you.
I'll just be a minute. Operator, give me the police department, homicide squad.
Police department, homicide, right away. Homicide.
Hello, homicide. This is Ginger Allen at Joyland. The third man you assigned to our place is
Third man? What third man?
Nick Ballister, the one you assigned to protect me.
We have no Nick Ballister, and there was no man assigned by us to protect you.
It's the killer. He's taking me out with him. I don't know where to. Look, I'll leave a trail of ticket stubs. Please come quick.
Ginger.
Goodbye, Katie. Sorry you couldn't work tonight. I'll fix it with Marino.
How you feeling?
You shouldn't have come in here, Nick. Didn't you see the sign?
All that? Men keep out, violator subject to arrest? Didn't say positively. Besides, they wouldn't arrest a cop.
Why couldn't you leave me in here alone?
You were gone so long, I thought something had happened.
Nothing's happened. Yet. Don't ask me how, but I kept up a patter while we walked. All my brains were in my right hand to clutch those ticket stubs in my coat pocket. I kept dropping those stubs, making sure he didn't see. I tried to stay on the bright streets, but he led me to the lonely ones. The one we were on now was like a graveyard. No lights, no people. Suddenly, I felt my blood run cold. My fingers in that right-hand pocket fished around like a drowning man clutching for straws. The last ticket stub was gone.
Ginger.
Yes, Nick?
I'm hungry. Would you like some chop suey?
Like it? Oh, I'd love it. He ate that chop suey with an appetite, like a guy who had work to do. Work he was going to enjoy. I side-sneaked a glance at the jukebox without turning my head, just my eyes. What a relief. All kinds of songs, but no poor butterfly. Nick was beginning to act nervous. He'd guzzle a cup of tea, pour another, and keep looking over his shoulder like he was worried somebody might be following us. Then he'd grin like he used to and reach over for my hand. He pressed my fingers till they hurt. Hard, like he never pressed them before. I guess he couldn't wait. And suddenly he stood up.
Ask the waiter for the check, Ginger. I'm just going to wash my hands. Then it's time we left.
Waiter, quick.
Yes, ma'am. What will it be?
I'm leaving. When my boyfriend comes out, tell him you think I went back to the powder room. Gag, he's a deadbeat. I want to shake him.
Maybe don't understand.
Marino, how did you get here?
Mom told me, and I followed your ticket stubs. He almost saw me. Come on, quick.
Marino, thank heaven you got here.
Hurry up.
Marino, I can't run anymore. I won't last the block.
You won't have to. There's a vacant house in the middle of the block. Here, inside. Fast, I think I see him coming.
It's all dark in here.
Well, no one lives here, that's why. Here, I'll light this searchlight. Yeah. There's a stairway leading upstairs.
Oh.
Go ahead. Now, watch it. Now, don't trip. Them stairs is broken. Yeah. Now, through this door.
Oh.
Here's a candle and a match. There. Now we can see each other. Wait.
Do you think we're safe?
We'll know in a few minutes.
Oh, Marino.
Good job.
Oh, Tim.
Shh, put out that candle. Now hide back there. I'll take care of him.
Ginger.
Tim.
All right, you ask for it.
We'll see about that.
Who is it? Who is it? Answer me. Answer me, please. Oh.
Oh, my God.
Oh, go on. Kill me. Get it over with. Oh, why did you stop the music?
We danced from the beginning of the record.
Marino.
Yeah, Muriel. You think you could hide from me with different names and different faces?
Marino. Why do you call me Muriel? What are you doing? I'm Ginger, don't you remember? I'm Ginger Allen.
Each time you tell me a different name, Muriel. But you can't get away by changing names.
Marino.
The first time you changed your name was when you married me before I left for Europe with that operetta company. You remember? The orchestra played Poor Butterfly when you promised to love me forever.
Help me. Somebody help me.
Yeah, well, the next time you changed your name was when you thought I was dead. Lived on my insurance and married another man.
Oh, please.
No matter how many times you change your name, Muriel, I'll find you.
No, not me. You killed her. You killed her, Marino, again and again. You only killed her last month, Marino.
Each time I think I have, she rises again. This time I'm going to kill you and your lover. This is the last time.
Oh, Nick!
And now we dance. Now we dance. Here are your dimes. The one you were going right. Yes. And now we dance. And then you
just must die.
How's Ginger?
Oh, Nick. Oh, Nick. I thought he killed you.
I got an awfully hard head. Police will be here in just a minute.
Oh, Nick. How do you fit into this? Headquarters never heard of you.
They were instructed to say that in case you called.
Well, what was the idea? Scaring me to death.
Well, I figured Marina would follow Ginger and her boyfriend once he thought the police were off the case, and when he did, I had to have you thinking I was the killer, so you'd run off with him willingly.
Why, you no good.
It was the only way to find his hideout and the evidence we need. The phonograph, the record, and the attempted murder.
At my expense, you big piece of... another thing. How'd you know about dancing like a broad jumper and turning up my wrist?
Oh, I listened outside the door to you and Mom talking about that in the dressing room tonight.
Oh.
Gave me a couple of neat pointers.
Yeah.
I put them together with Poor Butterfly so I could scare the daylights out of you.
Oh, you did, too. I ought to ring your...
Now, calm down. No wife of mine is going to have a red-headed temper.
Wife of yours. You'll do anything to learn how to dance, won't you?
Yeah, it looks that way.
No wonder you didn't want me to dye my hair. You wanted that nice, premature gray color.
And so closes Dime a Dance, presented by Roma Wines, and starring Lucille Ball, tonight's tale of suspense.
In just a moment, we'll hear again from Miss Ball. First, though, let's visit a glamorous casino somewhere on the sunny Caribbean. Smartly dressed people stroll about the gardens. The strains of a Cuban song float out. Two men watch from a table on the terrace. One is a Cuban, the other a North American. One is about to propose a toast.
To your beautiful country, Jose.
I drink to that. Now I propose a toast. To this wine in which we drink our toast. It comes from North America, from California. Its name is Roma.
Only a few places in the world produce wines so fine that many countries enjoy them. And among these enjoyable wines are Roma wines, for they come from vineyard districts that are among the finest in the world, our own sunny California. What better testimonial to the quality of Roma wines could you ask than the fact that Roma wines are made in California for the enjoyment of the world? There is a fine Roma wine for you, whether your taste calls for a sherry, a burgundy, or sauterne. And no matter what type of Roma wine you buy, you know you're receiving a truly fine wine at a price made possible because Roma wines are the overwhelming favorite of Americans, America's largest selling wines. Ask your dealer to show you his assortment of Roma wines tomorrow and choose your favorite. Roma. R-O-M-A. Roma wines. made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Remember, this is the year of decision, and that means that this year, more than ever before, we should all buy more and even more war bonds and stamps.
This is Lucille Ball. It's been a great pleasure to appear on Suspense this evening. Next week, I know you want to be listening, as I certainly will, to a very wonderful actor, Mr. Paul Lucas, who will appear in a suspense play called A World of Darkness.
Thank you, Miss Ball. Lucille Ball appeared tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Madame Curie. Don't forget, then, next Thursday, same time, for Paul Lucas in Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We present My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denny. This is the story of Mr. and Mrs. Cougat, the record of a happy marriage. Two people who live together and like it. The comfortable front bedroom of the comfortable suburban home of the Cougats doesn't look very comfortable this morning. Articles of clothing are strewn about the floor and across the bed. George hurriedly plows through the debris getting dressed, while Liz tries to cram all of their things into 3 suitcases.
Liz, dear, what's all this stuff you're packing? We're only spending the weekend at your mother's, not the whole summer.
Well, I'm only taking the bare necessities. Slacks, sunsuit, a few dresses, shoes, cosmetics, hose, undies.
Well, what have you packed for me?
Your toothbrush and trunks.
Is that all?
I want you to get a good tan.
Pack some clothes for me, Scatterbrain.
I wish you were driving out to Mother's with me, George.
No, it's impossible, darling. Can't miss my board meeting.
I wonder what the surprise can be that Mother's been telling us about.
I'm afraid to guess. Her last surprise was the wrestler she was sponsoring. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
He called himself the Hawk. Oh, what a wrestler.
Yeah, in his first match, the Hawk flew clear out of the ring.
Well, if she has another wrestler, I'll just throw him out of the house. Woody? Evidently, you've never heard of Gorgeous George.
You are gorgeous, George.
Finish your packing.
Where's my new bathing suit? I can't find it.
Your new bathing suit? Well, maybe a moth had a spare second and ate it.
Here it is, and it isn't that skimpy.
It's shameful.
You're too prudish.
You're too nudish.
You should see Alice Sturm's bathing suit. She got arrested at the beach.
Must be pretty bad.
Oh, it was. But they couldn't prosecute.
Why not?
No evidence. Which nightgown should I take? My canary yellow or my parrot green?
What about your goose chartreuse? Well, gotta run now, honey. See you tonight. Drive carefully.
George Cougat, don't you criticize my driving. I'm a good driver.
Sure, honey. You've never driven up a telephone pole.
Of course not.
Anyway, not to the top.
Ha ha, very funny. I read in a magazine the more accidents were caused by men than by women.
Yeah? When did you read that?
The other day while I was driving downtown.
Oh, Liz, darling.
Mother, you look look marvelous, so young and healthy.
Oh, it's this country life, dear. I found there's nothing better than fresh milk and clean soil.
Well, it's certainly done a lot for you.
Yes. Makes a wonderful mud pack. Where's George?
Well, he had to attend the board of directors meeting. He'll be up later.
Oh, they're having them during the day now. That's nice. Your father always had to go to the board meetings at night.
At night?
Yes, poor dear. Tell me, are they still holding them at the Whoopee Club?
No, Mother. Now the bubble dancer comes to the bank.
Oh.
Mom, what's this big surprise of yours? I've been wondering about it all the way up here.
Oh, well, see if you can guess.
Well, some of the things you do, Mother, I'm almost afraid to guess.
Oh.
Let's see now. Pole vaulting?
No.
Motorcycle hill climbing?
No.
Skywriting?
Oh, no, you're way off.
Well, I'll have to think of something a little more sensible.
But this is very sensible.
Chickasaw Indian tap dancing.
Oh, Liz, really, A Chickasaw Indian tap dancing? Oh, I wonder if they teach that at Arthur Murray.
Now, we're not talking about Arthur Murray. What's your surprise?
Well, you'd better sit down.
I don't need to sit down. What is it?
I'm going to get married. I see you decided to sit down.
I always do when my knees buckle.
You seem so surprised, dear. I suppose you thought that I was too old to get a husband.
I thought no such thing. You're very beautiful.
Oh, I do have a few wrinkles, though. Of course, just on the outside.
That's right, Mother. And they're just happy little crow's feet.
Oh, I know you're going to love your new father, Liz.
Well, tell me all about him. Who is he? Where'd you meet him? What's he like?
Well, his name is Daniel Carson, and I met him in Houston. Oh, he's a real Texan, Liz. He's just like Gary Cooper. Not quite that tall, of course, and a little older, and he wears bifocals.
Oh, but he's just like Gary Cooper.
Well, they're both men.
Well, he sounds grand, darling. How'd you meet him?
I was walking past the theater, and as he rushed up to buy his ticket, he knocked me down. He was in quite a hurry. It was a Randolph Scott picture.
He really did sweep you off your feet.
Skinned both my elbows. He apologized, and he asked me to see the picture with him. But, of course, a young girl couldn't accept an invitation from a man she didn't know.
Of course not.
But I'm not a young girl, so I accept it.
Mother, do you suppose this man could be after your money? Not that you aren't beautiful.
Oh, no, dear. He's quite wealthy himself. He owns several oil fields. Oh, he has a huge ranch, factories, and... Oh, dear.
What's wrong, Mother?
You don't suppose I'm after his money, do you?
See now. You were in Houston last April. Have you been engaged all this time without telling us?
Oh, no, dear. Dan and I have been corresponding, and it just happened. He asked me in his last letter.
What'd he say?
Dan isn't a man of many words, dear. Well, here's his letter. You read it.
My dear Louise, howdy. Love, Dan. P.S. Will you marry me?
Oh, I've read it over and over again. I almost know it by heart. You know, he's coming in on the 5 o'clock train, Liz. I've made all the arrangements for the church.
Now, just a minute, Mother. Before you go any further, I think we'd better have a little talk.
A talk? Well, what about, dear?
Well, Mother, you're getting married, and I think there are a few things that you should know.
Oh, Liz, dear. Don't you remember 10 years ago when you were going to get married? Didn't I take you into the parlor for a little talk?
Yes.
Well, I haven't forgotten any of the things you told me. Dear, I thought little Susan Palmer could be the flower girl, and maybe George could be the best man.
Oh.
Why, Liz, dear, what's wrong?
I'm just so happy for you.
Well, then why are you crying?
Well, you cried when I married George.
Well, that was different, dear.
Oh, Mother. My little mother.
Oh, Liz, darling, Please don't cry. Oh, Mother, I can't help it. You'll understand someday when you have one of your own.
Liz.
In here, George.
Oh, hello, honey.
Kiss, kiss. Come on, give me a kiss. Kiss, kiss, kiss. I want a kiss. Give me a kiss. What's the matter?
I never board a train when it's moving.
Well, it's standing in the station now, ready for refiring.
Nut. Okay, conductor?
Mm-hmm. Steam's way up.
Careful you don't burst your boiler.
When there's any danger, the whistle blows. Kiss me again. Watch out, George.
Can I carry your bags, ma'am?
Oh, George, wait till I tell you about Mother's secret.
Yeah, what is it?
I can't tell you. It's a secret.
Liz.
George, a secret's only a secret if it's kept a secret. You know about the whispering grass. The grass told it to the trees, and the trees told it to the breeze. You understand, George?
Yes, very clear. Your mother's been out in the grass whispering to trees.
Just forget about it, darling. You'll find out. Better get dressed for dinner.
Won't tell me, huh?
Uh-uh.
All right. You have your secrets. I have mine. I just thought of something. Oh, what are you laughing about?
Nothing, but if you're going crazy, I want to go with you.
I'm not going crazy, Liz. I was just thinking about the time I took Myra Ponsonby on the hayride. You've always wanted to hear what happened.
You're not going to get me to tell you Mother's secret that way.
No, of course not. Forget it, dear.
You think you're pretty sly. Who cares what happened when you went on the hayride with Myra? What could happen on a hayride? You're just trying to arouse my curiosity, but it won't work. I've gone on hayrides, lots of hayrides. They were all in the spirit of good fun. We'd go down some dark, lonely country road, stop the wagon. Some of the couples would go blackberry picking. We'd just sit there in the hay and... George, Cougat, what happened on that hayride?
It's a secret, remember? The grass?
The heck with the grass. What about the hay?
Now, you tell me your secret, and I'll tell you my secret.
All right, Mother's getting married. Now, what's... George, what happened?
I bit the stem off my pipe. Your mother's what?
Getting married. Now, what happened on the hayride?
Oh, Jimmy Paterno dropped his cigar, and we had a weenie bake instead. Now, Liz, now, what's this business about your mother getting married?
Well, we're going to meet her fiancé tonight. Mother met him in April. They've been corresponding, and in his last letter, he proposed.
Where'd your mother meet him?
In Houston, in front of a theater.
You mean he picked her up?
He knocked her down first. Now, hurry and get dressed, George. We want to look nice when we meet him.
All right, but I wish your mother had consulted me first. I might have refused his proposal.
I should hope so. You're already married. Mother, sit down and relax.
I can't, Liz. Dan will be here any minute.
Now, you've got to calm down, Mrs. Elliott.
Yes.
I remember how nervous I was when Liz and I got married, but I had a simple formula for overcoming it.
Oh, well, what was it?
He fainted.
I didn't faint. I just relaxed. All of a sudden.
I'm so nervous. I haven't been this upset since the day my scales were broken, and I thought I'd gained 200 pounds.
There's your man, Mrs. Elliott.
Now, don't all of you stare at me. I'll let him in.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, Dan. Will you come in?
Reckon I will.
Are you embarrassed, Dan?
Nope. Well, reckon I'll be going now.
Dan, you just arrived.
Well, just don't know what to say, Louise. I ain't a man of many words. Had me a long-winded speech wrote down on the back of a cigarette paper. Forgot and smoked it.
Well.
Yeah.
Mother. Oh, Liz, dear, I'm sorry.
Well, I guess we kind of forgot our manners, Louise, standing here chattering like a couple of blue jays.
Yes. Dan, this is my daughter, Elizabeth. Hello, Mr. Carson.
Even prettier than the picture your mama sent me.
Mother sent you my picture?
Yep. Laying on a blanket, taking your bottle.
Well, I've changed quite a bit since then.
Yeah. You're a lot longer now. Got a little more hair, too.
Well, when I was a baby, I used to wear my hair very close to my head, under the skin.
I'm George Cugat, Liz's husband. How do you do, Mr. Carson?
Well, hiya, George. Say, I like the way you shake hands. Real tight, like you mean it.
Oh, you have quite a grip yourself.
Yeah, I hate wishy-washy shake. Like to feel a friendship there. Ain't never forgot Herb Jackson, the friendliest feller I ever met. Broke 7 bones in my hand.
We'll be having dinner in a moment, Dan. Would you care to go upstairs and wash?
No. Took care of it before I left Houston.
Well, I'd better wash. I've never been to Houston.
I got a little surprise for you, Louise.
Oh, a surprise, Dan. Well, what is it?
Oh, it's coming later. Yeah, I guess I'm ready for Chuck now.
Chuck, Mr. Carson?
Yeah, that's what we call dinner in Texas, Lizzie.
What about late at night when you go down to the icebox and sneak a snack? What do you call that?
Snuff.
Enjoy your dinner, Mr. Carson?
Oh, I reckon it did, George. It's mighty fine grub.
Grub? What's grub?
Chuck.
I'm waiting for that surprise, Dan.
Well, it ought to be here in a little while, Louise.
Mr. Carson, I understand you have some oil property in Texas.
Yeah. It was originally my granddaddy's. He got it from some Indians. Swapped them for it.
Swapped them for oil property? What did he give them? Colored beads, bits of cloth, fire water?
No, $650,000.
Did you ever meet an Indian, Mr. Carson?
Yeah, Lizzie. Sorry I did, too.
Oh, did you have trouble with him?
Kinda.
Did you kill him?
Nope.
Did you hurt him?
Kinda.
With a gun?
Nope. Backed over him in a gas station.
Mr. Carson, I understand along with your oil properties, you have quite a ranch, too.
Oh, yeah. Got me a nice big ranch. Ain't it, Louise?
It's really tremendous. What do you call your ranch, Mr. Carson?
Dallas.
What about my surprise, Dad?
Well, it ought to be here any minute, Louise. Let's see. Well, this is sure going to be a fine wedding. A pretty bride.
And you'll be a rather handsome groom yourself, Dan.
Well, I went to a lot of trouble for the ceremony. Spent all day yesterday at the chiropractor's having my legs straightened out.
You should have kept your pants on. They're still bow-legged.
Tell me, do you have a horse, Mr. Carson?
Oh, now there's something that I like to talk about. You bet I got me a horse. His name is Shotgun.
Shotgun? Do you feed him or load him?
Oh, he's a good old horse. Had him for 18 years. Showing his age a little. Graying around the tail.
Oh, now that's nice. I think a gray tail makes a horse look distinguished.
As I always say, an old horse is just as good as a new horse.
I've never heard you say that, George.
Well, you've never been around while I was talking to an old horse.
Why don't we all go out on the porch?
Oh, I reckon that's your surprise now, Louise. Excuse me.
Oh, what do you suppose that silly boy's gotten me? Mother, you're holding that third finger out too conspicuously.
Well, here's your surprise, Louise. Come on in, Slim. Greetings from Texas, everybody. Gee, ho. Slim's my old saddle buddy, Louise. He's going to be our best man.
Oh?
Dan, you old hornswoggle son of a rattlesnake.
Slim, you old saddle-sore mule-buster.
You old leather-eating coyote.
You old thieving noose dodger.
You old horn-toad.
You old sippy cat.
You old prairie dog.
You old...
You...
Dan, he's going to be our best man.
Yeah, some surprise, huh, Lou? Slim, this year is Louise.
So that's her. Well, doggone. Twang my banjo, bust my britches, doggone. Gull dern, ding dong darn. Dan.
Slim says he likes your figure, Lou.
Oh, Mother's always had nice galderns.
Oh, there's a little galdern something I brung you, Miss Lou, for when you and old Ding Dong Dan set up galdern housekeeping. Doggone.
Thank you. Towels. How nice. Aren't they, Liz? Oh, yes. Look, George, a set. Hers and his'n.
I'll be right back, Liz. I think we're going to need some smelling salts.
I heard that. If you don't like my vapor, just open some windows. Doggone, Dan. Who's the strawberry roll?
Oh, this is my daughter, Lizzie.
God darn it, she's pretty. A ding-dong redhead, too. Makes me want to kick off my boots and jump smack dab barefoot into a doggone tub of sow belly. Bust my britches. Bust my britches.
Bend over.
Doggone, Dan, I just can't wait no longer. I got a darn surprise for you outside. Music for your wedding.
Music, Dan?
Yeah, just a minute. Oh, I mean, just a doggone minute.
Oh, Slim, you brought the sons of the singing sagebrush.
You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take that sunshine away.
Whoa!
Dan, what did Slim say about music for our wedding?
Oh, I know they ain't the best, Miss Lou, but Spade Cooley weren't available.
Oh, there ain't no finer music than the sons of the singing sagebrush.
Sing some of that there wedding music for 'em, sons.
I'm ahead for the last roundup.
Whoa, horse.
Make up your mind.
Dan! Son!
Mr. Carson, have you ever thought that Mrs. Elliott may have other plans for the music at her wedding?
Lou? Why, Lou is loco about the sons, ain't you, Lou?
Well, Dan, they were all right when we went to the barn dance in San Antone, but I had planned on other music for the wedding, and I more or less thought that George could be the best man.
Oh, I'm being the best man. Who's George?
I'm George.
Now, look at here, George.
Shoot him, Slim.
George is going to be the best man, aren't you, George?
I say I'm going to be the best man. What do you say, George?
Well, Liz, I think Slim really has his heart set on it.
Is this going to be a wedding, or is this going to be a wedding?
That's a very good question.
Well, let me hear some more of that wedding music, son.
Oh, promise me that someday you and I will take our love together to some sky.
Wahoo! Son! Oh, shut up!
Shoot him, Slim! Shotgun sure would love this.
George, where are those smelling salts?
How's your mother, dear?
Doctor says she'll be all right. All she needs is quiet.
Fine. I got a room in town for the surging sons of the screaming sage.
Did they mind leaving?
Yes, I think they were a little hurt. As they walked away, they were singing something called I Don't Think They Like Us Here and I Wish We Were Back in Texas Blues.
Poor Mother. The way she tried to smile when Slim brought in that box of dirt so their marriage could be held on Texas soil.
I can see the write-up of the wedding in the paper. to the soft strains of Beat My Desert Doggie 8 to the Bar, Louise Elliott and Daniel Carson were married. On the altar, campfires blazed brightly.
And the highlight of the affair was when the bride threw her bouquet of cactus and pinned 3 flower girls to the parson.
I won't let your mother go through with it, Liz.
Well, Mother confided in me, George. She doesn't want to go through with it.
She doesn't?
No. But unless Mr. Carson leaves, she'll have to marry him.
Oh, fine. Well, what could possibly make Mr. Carson leave? Who is it?
It's me. It's Dan.
Well, speak of the Carson.
Hello, Liz. George.
Why, Mr. Carson, you look so sad.
Well, I can't help it, Lizzie. It's a terrible thing that's happened. Terrible thing.
Oh, Mother's going to be all right, Mr. Carson. Don't worry.
It ain't your mother. Shotgun's down with a hoof-and-mouth disease.
Shotgun? You're more worried about your horse than Mrs. Elliott?
Well, I reckon I'd be pretty worried about her, too, if she had hoof-and-mouth disease. Poor old Shotgun. I just got a phone call about him from a Western Union office. I got to go to Shotgun.
You aren't leaving?
Yeah, reckon so. But I'll always remember Louise. I'm going to keep the picture I got of her. And I'd be obliged if she'd keep my box of dirt.
Well, I'm sure she will, Mr. Carson.
Well, goodbye, Liz. Bye, George.
Goodbye, Mr. Carson. Don't bother to shake. I'll just slam the door on my hand.
Goodbye, and I hope Shotgun gets his hoof out of his mouth.
Liz, he's gone.
And Mother has a box of dirt.
What'll she do with it?
Oh, it'll make nice Christmas presents for people who don't have dirt.
Darling, he's gone, but let's not make light of it. He was a nice old guy.
Yeah.
You don't have anything against him, do you?
Why, certainly not, George.
I hope his horse will be all right.
Be a shame if Shotgun popped off before he got back.
Liz, I can't get over the coincidence of this thing. Here we're sitting in our room, and you're saying how nice it would be if Mr. Carson left. In walks Mr. Carson. Had a phone call from Western Union, and he's leaving.
Positively amazing.
Well, I guess we can go break the news to your mother.
She already knows about it.
What?
I made the phone call from her room.
Liz.
Want to send a telegram?
No, dear. I can't sleep.
Why not?
I keep lying here waiting for you to say, George, are you asleep?
Do you love me, George?
Madly.
Would you swim oceans to be at my side?
I'd swim oceans to be at your side.
Would you climb mountains to be at my side?
I'd climb mountains to be at your side.
Would you get up and get me a glass of water?
No.
Why not?
I'm pooped from climbing those mountains and swimming those oceans.
Please get me a glass of water, George.
All right. What smells so good?
I left the top off my taboo.
I thought it was night-blooming jasmine.
Why does jasmine only bloom at night?
Oh, they have a very strong union.
I love you, George.
I love you, too.
Remember, I want cold water. That's the left faucet.
Yes, Liz, the left faucet.
Oh, George, I changed my mind. I'd like a Coke instead.
Okay. Which faucet is the Coke?
Oh, never mind. You'd have to go downstairs. I don't want you to leave me. I'll take water.
Here you are, darling.
Thanks, little cuddle puddle.
You're welcome, little drip. Good night, honey.
Good night, dear.
What's the matter, Liz? You got a feather leak in your pillow?
No. I was just thinking that I'm pretty clever.
Today I figured out a way to make someone not marry someone. And if I wanted to, I could scheme a way to make someone marry someone.
You really think you could?
Mm-hmm. I did it once.
You schemed a way to make someone marry someone?
Yes.
Who?
Good night, George.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
This is Red Skelton.
Lucille Ball.
George Tobias.
The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Presenting tonight Damon Runyon's comedy, Tight Shoes. And here is your host, the director of the Star's own theater, Roger Pryor.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight, the Gulf Oil Companies and your neighborhood good Gulf dealer bring to the Gulf Screen Guild Theater radio's newest comedy sensation, Red Skelton. And starring with him, Lucille Ball and George Tobias in Universal Pictures' slap-happy comedy, Tight Shoes. We've less than a minute before our Gulf curtain rises, so we'd like to take that brief moment to tell you about a neighbor of yours. All right, Bud Easton?
You know, folks, no one better realizes how much proper car service at the proper time means to you than the man I'm speaking for now. The good Gulf dealer right in your own neighborhood. In his business, he sees what happens to cars whose owners put off having them serviced. He knows what makes them start wasting oil and gas. Knows why cars wear out too quickly. Most important to you, the Gulf man knows how to prevent much excessive and premature wear with his car saver services. When he flushes out the dirty, worn oil from your crankcase and refills it, when he replaces your gear lubricants, when he gives your car a Gulflex registered lubrication job, his training and his knowledge pay you dividends in longer car life. And, of course, you can rely on the famous Gulf products he sells, each designed to help keep your car running better longer. So tomorrow, remember, stop at the sign of the Gulf Orange Disc. Ask your neighbor, the Gulf man, about his car saver services. Remember, to care for your car, for your country.
And now the curtain's about to go up on our saga of a pair of tight shoes. Our stars, Red Skelton playing Swifty Miller, Lucille Ball as Sybil, and George Tobias as Blooch. We're all ready, so Oscar Bradley, will you start the ball rolling with some suitable music? Somewhere in America, there's the sound of marching feet.
All right, men. 30 minutes rest period. Make the most of it.
Oh, they're killing me. Oh, my feet. Oh, I can't stand it. Show me a bayonet and I'll fall on it.
What's the matter? We've come just as far as you have.
Oh, my feet, they're murdering me. I feel like I'm walking on hot coals. These shoes, the right size is too small.
Hey, did I hear you say tight shoes?
You sure did, brother.
Well, take my word for it and get rid of them, chum. Do it now and don't hesitate.
And march the rest of the way on my knees, I suppose.
Regardless, do it now. Take it from a man who lost everything because of a pair of tight shoes.
How come?
Well, I tell you this as an illustration of why you should burn those shoes before another minute goes by. But before I do, give me a cigarette, will you, soldier?
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Now, at one time, I'm a prosperous, respected citizen who's the biggest gambler in town. Now, on this particular day I'm mentioning, I'm in my warehouse looking over a new shipment of slot machines. 2 lemons and an egg.
Boss, why do you play them machines? You know they're crooked.
Quiet, Blutch. Yeah, 2 eggs and a lemon. Well, I'll try one more. That does it. Hand me that axe.
What'd you get that time, boss?
2 eggs and a jap. Hey, don't these things ever pay off?
You know they don't, boss. That's how we make our living.
Yeah, we'll fix up one that does pay off. I gotta have some fun out of life.
But gee, boss, they're your machines. All you get back is your own money.
Can't you leave no illusions, Butch?
Okay, boss, okay. We'll fix it up. Relax. We better get started for the races.
Yeah, all right. Hey, but there's one thing we gotta do before we go to the races.
What's that?
We gotta buy a shoe store.
A shoe store?
Yeah. I gotta get a shoe store. I got it all figured out. Now, the district attorney's making things hot. All the gambling dives are closed. Am I right?
You're always right, boss.
There's only one ward we can still operate in.
Councilman Honest John Beebe.
You beat me to it. Correct. Now, Honest John is still friendly because Honest John likes the 1,000 fish I give him every month. So with things being in that condition, what we got to do is concentrate on Honest John's ward.
Boss, you're a wonder. Say, boss.
Yeah?
Why do they call him Honest John?
Because he only steals retreads.
Oh.
Yeah, well, now, like I'm saying, we open up the new place tonight. I already got it picked out. In the front, we sell shoes, and in the back, we sell game of chance.
We better get started.
Yeah, wait a minute. I'm going to try this once more. More lemons. I ain't going to no race. My luck's no good today.
Look, boss, I fixed those machines myself. It's not got nothing to do with luck.
Sometimes they got to pay off.
Now, these machines, nobody can win. Look, boss, I'll put in a quarter myself. Now, watch.
Yeah.
Oh, how'd that happen?
Yeah.
I guess I have to give that left screw a couple of more times.
Yeah, I guess you better. You reach for that jackpot and your hand will never make a return trip. Now get out of here.
You're giving me $10,000 for my shoe store.
Yeah, that's right. I give you this $10,000 bill.
A $10,000 bill?
Yeah.
I didn't know the government was printing them.
You mean they're printing them too? Well, now here's the cash. You just say the word and I'll dump it in your lap.
What will happen if I want to sell?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know?
I'll sell.
Yeah, fine. Now, you understand you keep on working for me. I'll pay you $50 a week.
Only $50?
Yeah, I'll give you $50 and all the shoes you can eat.
Well, boss, now we own a shoe store.
Yeah, you know, and speaking of shoes, I could do me with a new pair. Hey, a meal fly. Get somebody to sell me some shoes.
I'll get our best salesman, Jimmy.
Yeah.
He's the college man. Jimmy.
Yes, Mr. Malfi.
Show this gentleman the best shoes in the house. It's the new boss.
Yes, sir. Sit right down here, sir.
Okay.
Hey, boss, we better get started. Sybil will tear your heart out if we keep her waiting any longer.
I said I gotta buy shoes. Now, shut up.
Size 10.5.
Okay. What's that?
Oh, I said size 10.5, sir. That's what your feet measure.
Is this guy trying to insult me? I never wore over a 9 in my life. I got a dainty feet.
Well, you measure 10.5, sir.
I don't care. I want size 9s.
They won't fit you.
Oh, yes, they will. Just fold my toes under.
But I just measured, sir, and...
Get me some size 9s, Bob.
Yes, sir.
My father had big feet once.
Yeah, what size did your father take?
I don't know. I don't remember. They just skinned a cow and put some buttons on it.
Take it easy.
easy there.
Oh,
quit shoving, will you?
Just a little more, and we'll have this shoe on, sir.
Hey, did you ever sell girdles?
We nearly got it on.
Yeah.
You'd better tuck the ankle in a little more, Neat.
There we are, sir.
Yeah.
As snug a pair of shoes as I've ever fitted.
Yeah.
Aren't they nice looking?
I could answer that, but it would only lead to bloodshed. It took you long enough. Come on, Butch. Let's get to the races.
We gotta pick up Sybil.
You know, I don't like that clerk. He looks to me like he belongs to a bad element.
He's a college man.
A college man?
Yeah.
That does it. I'll never buy another magazine as long as I live. I'm sorry I was late, Sybil, but my feet are killing me.
It'll be worse than that killing you if I miss the first race.
Oh, now, don't talk like that, sweet pea. Guess what I got for you today? I went down and got you.
Not a nasty old diamond bracelet.
Yeah. But, of course, you won't be able to wear it in public for a while.
Why not?
Well, I got it out of a hot iron claw machine.
Oh, Swifty, sometimes you make me wonder what I see in you.
Yeah, I wonder myself. Maybe it's my clothes. For instance, how you like my victory suit, huh? How do you like it?
What victory was it, Bull Run?
Oh, sweet pea, you know I'm crazy about you. I'd do anything for you.
Anything?
Sure, just say the word and I'll tear up my autographed picture of Roger Pryor.
Oh, I don't know. Here I am, the biggest star on Broadway, and I run around with a slug like you.
Oh, I'm off my onion for you, sweet pea. Or maybe it's only gas pushing up around me heart.
Don't kid me. It's just my shape.
Nah, don't you kid me. Shape ain't everything in life. My mama done told me.
Hey, Swifty, you better drive slower. We don't want to have any trouble with the cops.
No, they think they're still sore at me for throwing that body in that vacant lot.
Well, they're right. You shouldn't have done it.
Yeah, I shouldn't have, I know. But it was dark. I didn't see that no dumping sign.
The trouble with me is I can't forget I used to be in burlesque. Yeah. I got used to guys like you, and I can't get over it. Give me a kiss, Swifty.
Now, let's stop and get a hamburger.
No. Come on, give me a kiss.
All right. Well?
Let's stop and get a hamburger.
Baby Mine first, Happy Harper second, and Roadrunner third.
That makes 6 losers in a row, boss.
I thought you said even the horses were betting on your last one, Swifty.
All right. So I'm not lucky. Oh, boy, my feet are murdering me. Well, wait till the next race. That's where we make our killing.
Do tell.
Yeah, I got it all fixed. We go the whole way on Palomar. Now get down there and put up our bet, Butch. He's number...
What's the matter?
Number 7. Look at the name of number 7.
Let's see. Feet first.
What a hunch. I've been waiting for a break like this for years.
You're not going to switch.
What's been killing me all afternoon? What's been talking to me? The feet. That's it. Feet first.
But, boss, you already spent $10,000 to fix the race so that Palomar wins.
But look at the odds on feet first. 90-1.
But he can't win, boss. I fixed it already. With your dough, I fixed it.
This is bigger than a fixed race. This is the hunch of a century. Just think of what I can do with all that dough. I can buy myself a little vine-covered saloon on Main Street and settle down. Come on, Butch. Put every cent on feet first. It's a hunch from heaven.
But, boss...
Come on, get going, will you? I can't be wrong this time. Borrow all the Mazuma you can. Put every nickel on them. Hey, make a tour of the phone booth. See what you can get on Sybil's jewelry there. See what you can get on Sybil. Now, hurry up. Get going.
Results of the 7th race. Palomar first, Laughing Water second, and Grover third. Feet first, the horse that collapsed at the first turn had to be destroyed because of old age.
Yeah, just wait till I get my hands on that shoe salesman. I'll pull his tongues out.
We couldn't win, boss. But you had it fixed.
If I hear another word out of you, I'll take you for a ride.
In your car, of course.
Okay, boss, okay.
Wait till I get my hands on that guy.
Listen, never mind about that. What about my jewelry?
I
can't
sorry.
go around on my bare wrists.
I know, but, kid, you lost everything on the 7th race.
I did, huh?
Yeah, I'm awful. Now, don't look at me like that, Sybil. Sybil! No, not your feet, Sybil! Oh, you broke my little toe, you...
So, things being the way they are, Sonny, I'd pull out and sell my shoes someplace else for a while if I was you.
But this is silly. He asked for that size. I tried to tell him they were too small. What happened?
Well, I'll give it to you fast. He bet $50,000 on an ad called Feet First to come in head first, but it was dead first and carried out feet first.
But I can't run away.
Oh, don't run. Catch a train. Fly.
Absolutely not. It's time someone showed the gangster element that decent citizens have some rights.
Okay, you show him. You'll be the best-liked stiff in the morgue.
It was very sweet of you to warn me.
Well, I don't have any reason to want to see you dead. You're kind of cute.
I am?
My, where'd you get those nice, wide shoulders?
I am?
Before we get into a rut, why don't you take me to dinner?
I am.
Quite an idea, Swifty. Running a gambling joint behind a shoe store.
Hey, Swippy, Morgan over there wants 500 on the cuff. What'll I do?
See how far you can throw him.
Okay. Say, I thought Blooch was going to be here to help with the blackjack game.
No, he's over to a political rally with Councilman Beebe. I sent him over to look the crowd over and a few pockets.
Is Blooch a pickpocket?
Yeah, he couldn't make enough money just being a peeping Tom.
Boss! Hey, boss!
Yeah?
Hey, boss, get out of here, boss.
Blooch, what's the matter?
Disaster's broken loose, boss. There's a mob coming for you. That shoe sales.
Well, what happened?
Well, Honest John is standing up there giving the crowd the corn about good government when up jumps this shoe salesman.
Yeah.
He says that Honest John is a crook watching cahoots with hoodlums like you. Hoodlums like you? What do you know about that?
Oh, hoodlum? How do you like that? I'm an entrepreneur.
Yeah, I think he called you that, too. Listen, boss, the mob is here.
Take it easy there. Don't knock that door.
Hey, you see, boss? You see what I tell you? Honest John tells you he has the cleanest district in town. Well, just take a look around.
Wait till I get my hands on that college guy. Let me through there, bub. Just one poke, that's all I ask.
And here's the biggest rat of them all, folks. Here's the man who corrupts your city officials, Swifty Miller.
Well, brother, you asked for it. You wrecked my joint, you fool around with my girl, and now you're going to get it. Come on, put up your mitts. Come on, put up your mitts. Well, why didn't somebody tell me to put up my mitts?
And so the Gulf Theater curtain falls on the first act of Tight Shoes. In just a moment, we'll find out whether or not Swifty Miller ever got up from the floor. Meanwhile, let's find out what Mr. Heaston has on his mind.
Friends, next time you stop at your good golf dealer's, have him fill your crankcase with Gulf Pride, the improved motor oil so long known as the world's finest. And once you've tried Gulf Pride, we sincerely believe you'll continue to use it, no matter how much or how little you've been accustomed to paying for oil. You see, Gulf Pride now has an extraordinary resistance to the destructive effect of high running temperatures developed by modern engines. It fights the formation of corrosive acids and effectively combats the oxidation which causes lesser oils to break down so quickly. And Gulf Pride is highly resistant to the formation of hard carbon deposits and engine varnish. Designed to meet the exacting requirements of the latest motors, Gulf Pride assures thorough protection to any motor. So to give your motor really top-flight protection, stop at your good Gulf dealers and fill up with Gulf Pride motor oil. And when you drive, don't forget that gas and oil are ammunition. Use them wisely.
And now the second act of Damon Runyon's story, Tight Shoes. Adapted for the Gulf Screen Guild Theater by William Bowers with comedy sequences by Jack Douglas and Sam Perrin. Our stars, Red Skelton, Lucille Ball, and George Tobias. Somewhere in America, a group of soldiers resting by the side of a dusty road. Swifty Miller's relating the history of a pair of tight shoes.
So there I am with the work of 10 years crashing over my ears. This mob wrecks my joint, the shoe salesman wrecks my jaw.
What happened after that?
Well, this shoe salesman becomes somewhat of a public figure. I'm startled out of my wits one day when I wake up to find that he's running for city council against my good friend and candidate, Honest John Beebe. But the biggest shock comes a couple of weeks later when I decide to attend one of this guy's political rallies to see what he's got on the board.
I don't see what we're doing here, boss. He ain't got a chance to corner the longshoreman's vote. Think of all the free beer we give them at Honest John's rally.
Yeah, maybe he's got something to give him, too. That's what we're here to find out. Now, shut up. I think they're going to start now.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Now, before we actually begin tonight, we're going to have a little bit of entertainment. You fellows all remember Sybil Anderson. Well, you all remember that before Sybil became the brightest star on Broadway, she used to perform a little specialty dance down here at the Bijou Burlesque. Well, Sybil is going to perform her specialty dance for us again tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of good government, I give you Miss Sybil Anderson.
I can't believe it. That's Sybil. To think she'd do this to me. It's a fine thing to do in the interest of good government. I can't stand to watch blood. Come on, we're leaving.
Wait a minute, boss. I haven't seen Sybil do that specialty since she started that riot in Flatbush.
Yeah, I think I'll go out and commit suicide.
You can't commit suicide, boss.
Yeah, I know. It wouldn't be fair to my victory garden. Hey, what do you suppose she's doing in there?
Are you kidding, boss?
I can't stand it. Take a look through the door and see what's happening, will you?
My, oh, my, oh, my.
What is it?
She's got a sign on, boss. Vote for Jimmy Finley, the longshoreman's friend.
How do you like that?
She's wearing another sign on the back of her dress.
Yeah, what does that say?
It says, "Goodbye, Mama, I'm off to Yokohama." Oh, boy!
Yeah, what's she doing? What's she doing, huh?
What's she doing?
I don't know. All I can tell you, boss, is that I think she just won the election.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you the latest election returns. With the incomplete reports from 28 states in, Roosevelt is leading Wilkie by...
Yeah, we know that. How's BB doing?
Oh, in the local elections, the hottest contest is between incumbent John Beebe and the reform candidate James Finley. Half an hour ago, John Beebe conceded defeat.
Shut that off, will you? How do you like that? So dear John finally gave up.
It's no use, boss. We all knew he was sunk the minute Sybil started taking things off.
How could Sybil do this to me?
Well, what are we going to do now, boss? You lost all our money.
Yeah, no.
We're flat.
Yeah. I'll think of something, though. Hey, wait a minute. We still got a business.
But with Honest John out, they'll toss a net over us.
I ain't talking about the racket. Have you forgotten? We still own a shoe store.
I said I wanted an open-toed sandal.
But believe me, madam, these high-button shoes is the latest rage. Look, real pearl buttons.
Sure, madam, them is real quality.
Yeah.
I want open-toed sandals.
Well, we don't carry them. You know, there are so few people with open toes.
Will you please give me what I want?
Yeah.
Maybe you better give them to her, boss.
She'll take what she gets and like it.
I want a pair of open-toed sandals.
Open-toed sandals, open-toed sandals. What are you, a fresh air fiend or something?
I want open.
Listen, you take these high-button shoes or I'll cram them down your throat.
Well, really?
I don't think you used the right approach, boss.
How can I keep my mind on my work when I read in the paper that Sybil's going to marry that guy?
The fact, it ain't very loyal of her, boss. After all the things he done to you.
Yeah.
What are you doing, boss?
I'll fix that guy. I'll fix him just like he fixed me.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to send him a wedding present with the compliments of my shoe store. Hey, Blutch, you run out and find out what size shoes the new councilman wears.
How am I going to do that?
I don't care how you do it, but do it. Hey, wait a minute. Go break in his house. Steal every pair of shoes the guy owns.
But, boss, that's dishonest. Anyway, what good'll that do?
Plenty. I'm going to send him a pair of shoes that's so tight he'll have to unlace them to swallow.
Well, there's no use being so crabby about everything.
Who's crabby? I tell you, my feet are killing me, that's all.
Well, take off your shoes, sonny boy.
Oh, that's a great idea, that is. Ouch! And don't call me sonny boy. It isn't fitting for a man in my position.
If that's all I ever call you, brother, you'll have cause to be thankful.
Well, I suppose that's your burlesque background seeping through again?
You didn't seem to mind my burlesque background when you needed the longshoreman's vote.
Oh, so now I owe my entire career to you. Listen, I started out on my own hook.
You mean on my unhook? Take it from me, Sad Eyes. Those longshoremen weren't voting for that crazy speech you gave.
Oh, and what were they voting for, may I ask?
Well, if you don't already know, I won't disillusion you by telling you.
Here's the theater, Miss Anderson.
Thank you, Chuck. Are you coming, Grandma? Or are you going home and soak your feet?
Well, I said I'd see your show, and I will.
Oh, you're too good to me, Santa Claus.
Now, see here, Sybil.
Hey, hello. Hey, how you, Sybil? I thought I'd just stop by and wish you good luck tonight.
Swifty, you old so-and-so. How you been doing?
Oh, fine. I finally sold those high-button shoes.
Look, Sybil, I can't afford to be seen with these shady friends of yours.
Okay, put on a disguise.
Well, Sybil, you're not back in burlesque, you know. You've got to start acting and thinking like a lady.
Oh, come now, Emily. Besides, you can't talk to Sybil like that and get away with it.
You keep out of this if you know what's good for you.
Now, look, Brain Trust.
Are you going to get out of here, or do I have to call an officer?
Call Errol Flynn. Call Flash Gordon, for all I care.
Why, you two-bit racketeer, it burns me up the way you get away with murder.
Oh, so it burns you up, does it? Okay, brother, you ask for it. Well, are you cooled off?
No, I'm not.
Well, then I'll lie here until you are.
Swifty Miller, this court finds you guilty of disturbing the peace and of willful assault on a public official.
Just a minute, Your Honor.
Order in the court. Swifty Miller, you seem to be quite fond of fighting, and our country is in need of fighting men at this time. I will suspend your sentence if you'll offer your services to some branch of the armed forces of our country.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll wait for you, Swifty.
Yeah, how about that guy? I mean, that councilman,
Oh, he's not for me, Swifty.
Yeah.
I was brought up with lugs like you, and that's the kind I belong with.
Me a lug? Me, what used to be the biggest racketeer in town?
Shut up, you lug.
Yeah.
I'll have to ask you two to show a little more respect for this court. What you're doing now might better be done in some more secluded place.
And that's how a pair of tight shoes got me into this man's army. Yep,
All right, men. On your feet. We got 10 miles to march up today.
She must have been a pretty swell dame, Swifty.
Oh, she was one of the best.
All in, men.
Whatever happened to the shoe salesman?
You mean the councilman?
Yeah.
You see that guy giving out the orders?
Oh, the captain?
Yeah. Wouldn't you know he had a reserve commission from college? Wouldn't you know it?
Oh, what about the dame? Where's she now?
Oh, she always had a spot in her heart for lugs.
She's still waiting.
No, she and Blutch got married. Already they got a couple of little rackets.
Oh, so she got married and you joined the army.
Yep, she did it. Now the Japs is going to get a whipping.
Thank you, Red Skelton, Lucille Ball, and George Tobias for 30 minutes of slap-happy fun. And thanks, Oscar Bradley, for a fine score. You know, ladies and gentlemen, the money these stars would ordinarily receive, the Gulf Oil Company donates instead to the Motion Picture Relief Fund. The fund uses this money to help the less fortunate members of the picture industry. And now, ladies and gentlemen, next week's show.
Eddie Davis.
Conrad Veidt, Warren William, and Osa Masson.
In Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's smash success, A Woman's Face.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, next week on your Gulf Screen Guild Theater, we present a superb cast in the story of a woman who committed murder to save a life. You won't want to miss Betty Davis, Osa Masson, Warren William, and Conrad Veidt in A Woman's Face. And so until next Sunday at this same time, this is Roger Pryor saying good night, everyone.
Today, any American in any part of the nation can strike against the enemy thousands of miles away. You can do it by buying the United States savings bonds and stamps that provide the tanks, planes, ships, and guns our fighting men must have. So with every cent and dollar you can spare, buy United States savings bonds and stamps. Red Skelton can soon be seen in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Ship Ahoy, Lucille Ball in RKO's Little Pinks, and George Tobias in Juke Girl, a Warner Brothers picture. Don't forget to tune in next week when we present Betty Davis, Conrad Veidt, Warren William, and Osa Masson in A Woman's Face. Bud Easton speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Roma Wines present Suspense. Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud. Your health, senor.
Roma Wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the Man in Black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight from Hollywood, Roma Wines bring you as star Miss Lucille Ball, who appears tonight as a Broadway lady, whom you may have often seen if you are a devotee of musical comedy. She is the third one from the left in the chorus line. And so with this little lady's narrative about the 10 grand, and with the performance of Lucille Ball as Miss Gigi Lewis, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
Well, on this particular night, I'm standing in front of the Broadway Lindy's with my nose practically pasted against the window. It's late and I'm hungry. I've been pounding the pavements all day doing the rounds of the manager's offices. You'd think a good hoofer like I ought to be able to land something with all the shows on the big street. But here I am, standing like General Sherman's statue in front of Lindy's, looking at the pasted-up menu and mentally overindulging in a big, thick, juicy T-bone steak smothered with onions. That comfortable crowd inside there can toy politely with their chicken sandwiches and their shrimp cocktails for all I care. Just give me a T-bone smothered with onions. Here I am with 5 cents in my handbag, literally. Enough for the ride home in the subway, no extra charge for the empty stomach. Well, anyway, I could take my shoes off when I get in the subway. I turn around and give Lindy's one last sorrowful gander and then make for the subway entrance. It's just the time the shows are letting out. Plenty of people from the taxi set are taking the subway home these nights, being short on tires and gas. So I get in that Times Square jam that looks like 5 o'clock p.m. and feels like a Russian pincers movement on the Polish border. I'm getting shoved toward the turnstile, so I quick try to get my handbag open to reach for that lonesome nickel. All of a sudden, I feel something jerk out of my hand. My bag is gone. I try to yell, "Stop! Hey, stop!" I twist around and see somebody, a little guy with short bow legs, running toward the stairs. "Stop that guy! Stop that guy! He's got my purse!" Hey, look, there he goes. Stop him! I'm trying to break out of the mob and after the purse snatcher, but I'm like the ace of spades being dealt off the bottom of the pack. When I'm finally in the clear a little, I see a tall guy running after that little guy who has my purse. They both disappear around the corner and up the steps. There's plenty of commotion in the crowd. You'd think there was $1 million in my handbag for all the fuss they're making. But I don't stop to think about anything except that I lost my fare home. I take out after the tall guy. When I get to the foot of the stairs, the tall guy's coming down again. And he's got my bag in his hand. He's smiling a big, wide smile at me, and I'm gazing gratefully up into his big brown eyes and noticing the way his hairline ain't receding any. Just the guy to go around rescuing ladies in distress. Regular Sir Galahad or somebody.
Is this yours, miss?
Yeah. Gee, how can I ever thank you?
Think nothing of it. Here you are.
What about the guy, the thief?
Oh, there was a cop on the street. He'll take care of you. What about you? You're all right, aren't you?
Oh, sure, I'm all right.
You look kind of pale. I guess it would have been pretty tough to lose your purse that way, especially this late at night.
Oh, I don't know why you bothered, really. Nothing but a nickel in it, anyway. I don't carry much with me when I'm out at night.
A nickel will get you home.
He's smiling at me again, and my heart's saying, "Oh, brother." We both start towards the mob at the turnstile, and I'm busy hoping he's going my way so we can sort of get better acquainted, you know.
Well, good night. Hang on to that pocketbook now.
Well, aren't you, well, good night. I'm caught in that mob at the turnstile again, and the train's coming in. Somehow, the way you do in crowds, I lose sight of him. And I gotta concentrate on digging out that nickel to put in the slot. I open up my bag and find the nickel all right, and then my heart almost stops. There in my handbag sits a great big wad of bills, folding money, cash. I managed to get the nickel in the slot and get myself through to the platform and on the train, all the while hanging onto that bag as if there were 10 grand in it. $10,000. Gee, it could be that much. The roll is big enough. My head's going around in crazy circles. The doors close behind me and everybody in the car is rushing to find a seat. Over the noise, I hear some contented soul whistling. I grab a seat next to a fat man who's taking up most of it. I sit there hanging onto my bag, not daring to look inside. I tell myself I'm dreaming. There's not really a big roll of bills in there. Extreme hunger is giving me the DTs. How would I get a bankroll as big as your fist? What am I doing with money? Then I remember the purse snatcher. He must have put it there. But why? The fat guy next to me tries to drum up a conversation.
Nice night, ain't it?
Yeah, cold.
You the young lady what got her purse snatched?
Yeah.
Lucky thing you got it back, ain't it?
Yeah, very lucky.
I always say it ain't good for a young lady, especially a nice-looking dame like you, to carry a lot of money around when she's out nights.
Huh? What makes you think I got a lot of money?
Well, the way you carried on when that fella snatched your purse.
Oh, yeah. I'm showing this fat palooka by my attitude that I don't go for conversing. I'm sitting there looking straight at the wall ads, and the one across from me is a big photo in natural color of Miss Subway in 1944. A Brooklyn girl, all dressed up and dripping with furs, and probably wearing Chanel No. 5. Money. All the money I need. No more pounding the pavements and waiting in outer offices for some two-bit job in a show that's due to close opening night. Clothes. A fur, maybe. Chanel No. 5, maybe. An apartment downtown with a switchboard to announce people instead of a fifth-floor walk-up in the Bronx. Food. T-bone steak smothered in onions. Just walk right in and order it. Fun. Maybe go to a nightclub. Say, though, maybe it's counterfeit dough. Maybe.
See those guys coming through? They're cops.
How do you know? They might be the Rover boys.
I can spot a plainclothes dick in a minute. They all look alike. They all got a certain purrs and noise.
A Well, that don't prove they're dicks.
I don't know. Maybe it's the way they part their hairs.
Plain clothesman. Looking for something, Hot money, maybe. So, suppose I'm found with it. How am I going to prove somebody planted it on me? I can see them laughing at that one now. That's a good one. Ha, ha, ha. She didn't steal the dough, honest. She just found it in her purse. Ha, ha. That's a good one. Lock her up, 25 years.
Well, good night, little lady. I'm getting off here. This your stop?
No, thanks. I go further uptown.
Well, good night. I'm certainly glad you found your voice.
Good night, Fatso. The Rover boys pass on through, and I decide to sneak another look at my bag. I open it up very carefully. The bankroll's there, all right. Some of the bills are in big denominations, too. There could be 10 grand, and it looks like the real thing. But there's also something else, something I didn't see before, a piece of paper stuffed into the roll. I reach in and get it, looking around to see if I'm being watched. All I see in the car is sleepy people, so I unfold the paper and read what's scribbled on it. Get off at 161st Street and follow Yankee Doodle. That don't make sense. What's Yankee Doodle got to do with it? I get up and I'm making for the door when I hear it. And then I remember I've been hearing that whistling right along and didn't notice it. I back into the first empty seat and prepare to do some thinking. Somebody in this car wants that bankroll again. Could it be Sir Galahad? I just can't bear to think of him as a criminal type, but he was awful quick to go chasing after my purse. And he could have been in this car all along without me seeing him. I try to get a quick look around, but there's people in the aisles. And a dear little old lady's pushing her way forward. She sits down next to me.
I was sitting next to a man who kept snoring. Do you mind if I sit here?
No, not at all.
I didn't know there could be so much confusion in the subway this late at night.
Oh, in New York, you get to confusion 24 hours a day.
Well, I guess I'm just not used to it, that's all.
Hey, you look like there's something wrong. What's the matter? Do you feel sick?
I'm all right. Oh.
Hey, she's passed out. Won't somebody help me? This woman's sick.
Here.
Look out.
Here, give her a slug of this. This'll bring her to.
Thanks, that's swell. Now, look, lady, just take a swallow. Won't hurt you. Go on. Swallow it. That's it.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, really.
Forget it. How do you feel?
I can't imagine what happened. All at once, everything seemed to whirl around.
Sure you're all right now?
I'll be fine in just a moment.
Here's your medicine, mister. Thanks.
That's okay.
You're awfully kind. I didn't think people were so kind in a big city like this.
You better take it easy now. Where do you get off?
What's that?
Where do you get off?
Oh, 169th Street. That's where my sister lives. I'm visiting her, you see, and I just thought I'd go downtown tonight and see a show and have a good time. Evelyn told me how to go on the subway, and everything was fine until just now.
You're not hungry or anything?
Oh, no. It's not that. I have plenty of money. At least I did have.
Yeah? What happened to your money?
Somebody stole my life savings.
No, not really. Who'd do a thing like that?
Eh?
Who'd do a thing like that?
Thing like that? Oh, I don't worry about it, you understand. I'll get the money back.
How?
Well, don't you remember the old saying? It takes a thief to catch a thief.
I suppose so.
Yes. Well, that's just how I plan to catch the person who stole my money.
How much did you lose?
What's that?
How much did you lose?
Oh, lose. Well, I had been saving it all my life, and there was at least, $10,000.
Gee, that's too bad. Well, am I going to give it back to her if it turns out to be her money? How do I know she's not pulling a fast one? I remember that in shows, it's always the dear old lady who fakes a faint to get sympathy when she's really the brains of the mob. Yeah. I noticed she got a big gulp from the bottle while she had the chance. Well, supposing she is on the level, would I give her the money when I have it here? 10 grand? And me practically in the lap of luxury? Would I?
Oh, my.
Listen, do you know how to whistle?
What a strange thing to ask me. As a matter of fact, yes, I do.
Well, I'm awfully fond of whistling.
You are? Are you? Well, you know, I was judged the champion whistler of the Ladies' Auxiliary at church back home.
Well, isn't that nice?
Yes.
Won't you whistle something for me?
Oh, well, I couldn't. Not here. People would turn around and look at me.
Well, you already caused quite a stir when you fainted.
Oh, did I?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then, what would you like to hear?
Yankee Doodle.
Well, I'll try.
That's fine. But I guess it doesn't prove anything.
I beg your pardon?
I meant, how was it you say you lost all that money?
Oh, the money. The bank teller back home just ran off with the savings of practically everybody in town.
Oh, it happened back home, huh? When?
Well, now, let me see. Why, it must have been 5... No. It was just about 6 years ago.
Oh.
Yes, and why do you ask me?
Well, I just thought maybe I thought you might have just lost it tonight the way you talked.
Well, I hope I didn't alarm you. But I just keep knowing I'm going to get that money back someday.
Yeah, I'm sure you will.
Oh, listen. Somebody else is whistling Yankee Doodle now. That's very fine whistling, too.
Isn't it, though?
Yes.
Yeah, and this time it's no old lady. I got an idea it's somebody who just possibly could have a slight case of murder on his mind.
Tonight, for suspense, Roma Wines bring you as star Miss Lucille Ball, whom you have heard in the first act of The 10 Grand by Virginia Radcliffe. Tonight's adventure in Suspense.
Far to the south of us is our good neighbor country, Ecuador, land of towering mountains, sweeping vistas. Let's imagine ourselves there now, dining on the roof terrace cafe of the exclusive Hotel Metropolitano in Guayaquil, Ecuador. Near us, an American has just complimented his hosts on the magnificent dinner, to which his host quickly responds, "Ah, yes, it is true that our foods are famous. But from your land comes a rare delicacy also, one which has spread the fame of your own California to many far corners of the world. It is this superb wine, so excellent that we in Ecuador import it from your United States. My friend, I drink to you in your own delicious Roma wine." Our Ecuadorian friend is right, for Roma wine's superb quality has won such favor in many far places that they import it, enjoy it as a rare luxury. But not so here in America. Here, millions know and enjoy Roma wines as an inexpensive, everyday delight, at meal times and when entertaining. So many, in fact, that Roma is America's largest selling wine, with no high import duties to pay nor expensive shipping costs. You enjoy these distinguished wines for only pennies a glass. Ask for Roma wines, which bring you old-world wine-making skill, plus Roma's own modern scientific controls and testing. That's R-O-M-A, Roma wines, America's largest selling wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that we bring back to our soundstage Lucille Ball in The 10 Grand, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Street. 161st Street.
Well, this is it.
Oh, must have been dozing. Is this your station?
Yeah, and the next stop is yours. Don't fall asleep and miss it now.
Well, I won't. You've been very kind. I do want to thank you.
No, think nothing of it. Well, good night.
Good night, my dear. Now be careful crossing the street.
Sure, don't worry. I'll be plenty careful. I get off the train. Stand for a minute on the platform looking around. I don't see Sir Galahad, but he could have gone through to another car and come out down the line. Several guys are on the platform, and they all hurry up the steps of the street. I go up, too. I look ahead at the block I have to travel. Then I hear it again, from the darkness of the street. I can't tell exactly where it's coming from, but I'm standing in the light, and whoever's after me has a pretty perfect target. I walk away, hugging my purse and shaking like 6 hangovers. I tell myself that pretty soon Yankee Doodle will grab me and take the money. Any second now. He wouldn't need to kill me. I haven't seen him, so I can't identify him. He could just take the money and leave. But suppose he enjoys killing people. Suppose he gets panicky all of a sudden and his finger slips on the trigger. Suppose he's a maniac. I think about screaming, but nobody'd hear me in time because screaming probably makes Yankee Doodle's trigger finger tremble. Why doesn't he do something? Why doesn't he take the money away from me and get it over with? Does he want me to offer it to him on a gold platter? Not Gigi. She's got a T-bone steak smothered in onions waiting for her if she ever gets out of this in one piece. But now I'm getting toward the next corner, and there's a dim street lamp on the other side. I see him. That's strange. He's been walking ahead of me all this time. Then I hear something else. Footsteps. Somebody behind me. I listen. That doesn't sound like the tread of somebody hurrying home to the little woman. That's a steady tread of somebody trailing somebody. I don't know how I know it, but I know it. There's Yankee Doodle up ahead, but here's also somebody behind me I don't like just by instinct. I'm sandwiched. I'm the ham between two slices of rye. I listen again. He's getting closer. By the time I reach the corner, he'll catch up with me. I try walking faster. He's walking faster, too. I turn around. I can see his dark shape behind me with a distant street lamp back of him. Then I see something else. Back away, across the street, is another man, walking fast. Now I got three of them. I'm in a triple-decker sandwich now. I want to scream. I want to yell help. But my heart's got all mixed up in my larynx somehow, and I know I'd never be able to project my voice past the next crack on the sidewalk. They're catching up to me fast. If this is the end, sister, this is it. I'm already imagining the cold steel on my back, and then... The two boys walk right on past me. Don't even give me a tumble. They're making time, and as the one on my side gets ahead of me, I see him nod to the one across the street. They're not tailing me. They're after Yankee Doodle. They heard him whistle, and they'll be catching up with him any minute now. I heave a big sigh of relief and consider a quick exit back to the subway with my 10 grand. I can just barely see the two of them as they come close to the next street lamp. They could be plainclothesmen, but I don't think so somehow. In that case, they got an illegal desire to get something they think Yankee Doodle's got. Or maybe Yankee Doodle's the illegal part of the deal. Suppose he turns out to be Sir Galahad. It's pretty confusing, and I ain't happy about it either way. But something, I don't know what, makes me take after the two Rover boys instead of going my own way while I got the chance. I look up ahead. Yankee Doodle's a block away now, and he stops for a second under a streetlight. He's listening, I can tell that, even though he's too far away for me to tell if he's Sir Galahad. Then quickly he disappears into the shadows again. I'm trying to keep my heels from clicking too loud, but they sound like drum beats, so I take my shoes off quick. The Rover boys are up on the corner now, but I'm making it by the time they're halfway down the next block. The street lamp must have burned out along here because it's blacker than a Schiaparelli dinner dress. If only a police car would come by or something. Maybe Winchell would be cruising with the boys, yeah, and then he'd give me a plug in his column and it'd be easy for me to get a job. Oh, what am I thinking about things like that for now? Besides, there ain't a car on the street. There hasn't been one since I got off the subway. Suddenly, out of the blackness, a hand grabs my arm. Another covers my mouth.
Be quiet. Don't scream. It's me. Here, let's get down in the stairway where they can't see us against the light. Now.
You didn't need to choke me.
They'll come back this way in a minute. As soon as they found out they'd lost me.
How'd you get here? I thought you was way ahead of them.
I was. I ducked in here and let them pass. Are you with me?
Why should I be?
It's my life or theirs.
So what?
I got your purse back for you.
Yeah, Sir Galahad.
You got my money.
It could be their money.
Yes, but it isn't.
Wait, they're coming back. I got an idea. I'll step out and say something, and you...
All right. Get up there quick. They're coming.
Well, hiya, boys. Fancy seeing you here. Nice night, ain't it?
Never mind, sister. We ain't got time to chat.
Well, you needn't blind me with that flashlight. I just wanted to pass the time of day.
Well, it ain't that time of day, so step aside and let...
Hey, let me go.
Hey, he was trying to get up.
Let's make sure they're really out.
Are you kidding? They're both out farther than the 12-mile limit.
Then let's get away from here fast. Come on.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter? You don't want to be picked up around here, do you?
Well, I got to put my shoes on first, don't I? Say, do you know I broke my heel on that heel? So, here we are, 15 minutes later, sitting in an all-night restaurant after running practically 12 blocks and me forgetting all about the fact my feet was killing me a couple hours ago. Sir Galahad's breathing just like normal, but I'm still sounding like a pair of bellows trying to catch my wind. He's looking at me and laughing in a nice way, and I don't mind.
You know, what you need is a little regular exercise. It would get you in condition.
A nice, steady job hoofing somewhere will do that for me.
I wonder how long it will be before the cops find those guys.
Maybe you ought to report it first, just to be on the safe side.
No. It would be too dangerous. I have to get rid of the money first.
Oh.
No, I did not rob a bank.
Well, there's other illegal ways to get 10 grand.
Here comes the waitress. Better order, and then we can talk. Huh?
I can't believe I'm really going to get a steak inside of me instead of hot lead.
Wait until you see what the steak's like before you feel too happy.
Know what you want yet?
Yeah, a long time ago. T-bone steak, rare, smothered in onions.
Make it 2, please.
2 T's, rare and buried.
All right, shoot. What am I saying?
I'm a Greek.
Yeah?
I came over here when I was about 15. My father and mother are still in Athens. I couldn't get them out of the country when the Italians invaded. So I don't know where they are now.
Oh, gee, that's too bad.
Oh, I'm like a lot of people over here. I want to do something for my mother country, even though I am a naturalized American. So, in my spare time, I collect contributions from other Greeks living over here.
Oh, you mean for the Relief Society?
Oh, no, that's different. This money supports the Greek underground. It has to be gotten and sent very quietly because certain people over here would like very much to know who's operating the underground in Greece. You see?
Yeah, I'm beginning to. What about the Rover boys?
Who?
The 2 kids we lulled to sleep back there.
Oh, well, I can't prove it yet, but I think they're Axis agents. They've been following me ever since I left home this morning. Today was my day off, and I've been making the rounds collecting.
You did pretty well. How much is in that bankroll?
$10,415.
Oh, boy, you're quite a salesman.
I've got a good product to sell. Anyway, I thought I could shake those guys in the subway. But then when you got your purse lifted, I did a little quick thinking and decided the money would be safer with you for a while. And I do want to thank you.
Oh, that's all right. Always glad to help out. Well, I guess you'd like to have your 10 grand back now, huh?
You know, in Greece, they have a law that whoever finds money gets to keep 10% as a reward.
No kidding.
Yes. So the way we'd figure it, you get $1,041.15.
Say, that's wonderful. That's a great custom. I wonder why they don't adopt it in America.
Well, I guess America has a lot of things that Greece doesn't have. T-bone steaks, for instance.
Yeah, that's true. Well, here you are. I hope you get the dough into the right hands.
Thank you very, very much. Aren't you going to count out your 10%?
I got to contribute something to winning the war, ain't I? Say, miss.
You want me?
Yeah, what happened to them 2 T-bone steaks?
Oh, well, I'm sorry, but when I took your order for the steak, I forgot this was Meatless Tuesday.
Oh, no.
And so closes the 10 Grand, starring Lucille Ball. Tonight's tale of suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by William Spear.
Have you had the thrilling experience of enjoying a meal prepared and served with delightful Roma wines? Well, tomorrow evening, we suggest that when preparing your dinner, whether it be fish, meat, or poultry, just add a generous portion of your favorite Roma table wine, Sauterne, Burgundy, or Claret. Then simply put the same bottle, well chilled, on the table with the meal. You'll be in for a new experience in just how good even the simplest everyday foods can be when prepared and also served with superbly flavored Roma wines. Don't put off discovering how much these delicious and inexpensive Roma wines can add to the pleasure of everyday living. Remember, thousands make Roma wines their daily standby for greater enjoyment at a cost of only pennies a glass. Ask for R-O-M-A, Roma Wines, America's largest selling wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is Lucille Ball. I always enjoy my appearances on Suspense, and tonight I'm particularly proud because Mr. Spear has just counted up, and he says that tonight I said more words per minute than any actress he has ever had on the show. Well, here's just a few more, and I hope you will give heed to them. Don't let tomorrow go by without buying an extra war bond.
Lucille Ball appeared tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers at the White Cliffs of Dover. Next Thursday, same time, we will present the best-selling novel, The Walls Came Tumbling Down, and Mr. Keenan Wynn will be your star of Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We present My Favorite Husband, a new series based on Isabel Scott Rorick's gay, sophisticated Mr. and Mrs. Cougat, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. 10 years ago, the town's most eligible bachelor, George Cougat, married socially prominent Elizabeth Elliott. The lavish wedding kept the society columns all over the country in copy for weeks. The New Yorker said,
"Bride and groom were dressed to the nth degree of smartness. Best man was a polo pony."
The Hearst papers said,
"The bride and groom were dressed handsomely in attractive comments from guest Douglas MacArthur."
And the Reader's Digest said,
"The bride and groom were dressed."
Well, after the honeymoon, George sold his polo pony, bought a stylish suburban home, took the first job that came along, 5th vice president of a bank. And now the Cougats are just George and Liz, two people who live together and like it. George says,
"When I married Liz, she didn't know a thing about keeping house. She couldn't cook, she couldn't sew, she couldn't clean. But later she overcame this lack of domesticity in a most ingenious manner."
Liz says,
"I got a maid."
And now, let's take a peek at the Cougats. It's early morning, and there's husband George at the breakfast table. But where's wife, Liz? Oh, there she is upstairs in the bedroom with Katie, the maid. Well, this is certainly unusual. Liz is getting into a formal evening gown. Let me check again. It's only 5 minutes after 9. Well, surely there's a reason for wearing an evening gown at this early hour.
Oh, just a little more, Katie. Can you get the zipper up now? Yes, ma'am. Oh, the zipper's up. Oh, how does it look, Katie? Would you consider it too slinky?
There's hardly enough of it to tell. If you'll pardon me, Mrs. Cougat, I've seen more cloth on a Roquefort cheese.
It isn't as skimpy as all that. Now, where's my corsage?
Oh, here it is, ma'am.
I'll just pin it on here. No, maybe here. Oh.
Well, what's wrong, Mrs. Cougat?
There's no place to pin it.
I'll get you a gown that has a little more to it, Mrs. Cougat. But then...
Then what, Kitty?
You are having your portrait painted today, aren't you?
Yes.
Well, then maybe you'd better wear the gown you have on.
Why?
Well, as long as you're paying for a portrait, you might as well have as much of you in the picture as possible.
No, Katie, we might move to Boston someday, and I wouldn't want my portrait banned.
Oh, here's a more sensible gown, ma'am. Have you told Mr. Cougat about the painter coming today?
Not yet, Katie. I'll tell him at breakfast. Now hurry and get me out of this tight thing. I feel like a 10-inch weenie in a 5-inch roll. Good morning, George, darling.
Good morning, Liz. You're looking very...
George, what's wrong?
That evening gown.
Well, you've seen me wearing an evening gown before.
Well, I've seen you wearing galoshes, too, but not at breakfast.
Of course not. It never rains under the table. Darling, the reason I'm wearing this gown is because I'm going to have my portrait painted. The artist is coming this morning.
Having your portrait painted?
Mm-hmm.
What in the world for?
Well, Alice Sturm had herself sketched, so...
Alice Sturm, I might have known. The old story of keeping up with the Joneses.
It's nothing like that, George. This is entirely different. This is keeping up with the Sturmses.
Darling, when Alice Sturm gave a party for an opera star, we had to give one for the Hall Johnson Choir. When Alice goes to Catalina, we have to go to Hawaii. Believe me, the day Alice Sturm has quintuplets, I want to be in Mexico.
Well, what about me?
And just where is this masterpiece going to be painted?
Right here, and by a very good artist, too. His name is Damon Welch. He'll be here in a little while.
I get a kick out of those artist characters. I can hardly wait to see him. He'll probably be wearing a pink beret and have a rose clinched between his teeth. Long artistic fingers hanging down and sticking in the tops of his shoes.
No. I heard Damon Welch is different from other artists, George. They say he's very big and strong and muscular, like, who's that rugged, tall actor in the movies? You know, the one with the big arms and broad shoulders.
Marjorie Main.
No, Victor Mature.
Oh, well, don't be silly, Liz. Artists are all the same. They wear berets, live in attics, and smell of spiders.
Hello, George. Liz.
Oh, it's Corey. Come on up, Corey.
Cartwright here, Bachelor Deluxe, Damsel Delight, the kind of man you'd like to marry your sister.
If you hated your sister.
How are you this morning, party boy?
No party last night, George, but did I meet a beautiful creature? She had a smile like Lana Turner, a voice like Dinah Shore, and she kissed like Paulette Goddard.
What do? Date her or buy tickets to her?
Don't speak lightly of this woman, Liz, for I think that at last Corey Cartwright is in love.
You, Corey?
Yes, George. I feel that this is the real thing. I think I shall marry this girl.
Corey, that's wonderful. What's her name? Where does she live?
Darn, I knew I forgot something. Hey, Liz, I just noticed you're wearing an evening gown.
Yes, do you like it?
It's nice, but isn't this awfully late to be getting home?
Oh.
Liz is having her portrait painted, Corey. Some artist named Damon Welch is coming over this morning.
Damon Welch?
You've heard of him, Corey?
Heard of him? That's all Alice Sturm talks about since he sketched her. I hear he has big blue eyes, curly hair, muscles galore, a tan complexion, and stands about 12 feet tall.
Really now, Corey, 12 feet tall.
Maybe it is a slight exaggeration, but I understand that before he painted portraits, he used to paint rooftops. Without a ladder.
Well, anybody could do that if they had a long brush.
Or a short house.
Well, what do I care what he's like? Excuse me, I have to make a phone call.
Who are you calling this early, darling?
The time operator. My watch has been acting up again.
Well, maybe Corey has the right time.
No, I left my watch home on my other wrist.
At the tone, the time will be 9:42
9:42. Have to be getting down to the bank.
Right with you, George. I have a luncheon date with a girl who was a gorgeous blonde yesterday, and I'm anxious to find out what she is today.
Kiss me goodbye, George. Your kisses give me strength for the day.
When Corey Cartwright kisses them, they stay charged up for a month.
Bye, darling.
Bye-bye, Liz.
Bye.
Are you really going to the bank today, George, or are you just faking?
Huh? What are you talking about?
With that Damon Welch coming to your house today, I figured maybe you're going to sneak out and hide in the garage.
Oh, I'd forgotten all about it. Doesn't worry me in the least.
It would if you heard what Howie Stern calls that artist.
Why, what does he call him?
A weasel with an easel.
Come on, get in the car, Corey.
Hey, don't start the motor yet, George. The artist just pulled up in your driveway. Maybe we can get a look at him.
Good. I'm still betting he has a rose between his teeth.
He's getting out of his car. Holy mackerel, George. He looks like the Empire State Building with a turtleneck sweater.
Oh, he's not so much. I bet he pads that sweater with cotton.
If he does, he must have the whole plantation and Uncle Tom's cabin under there. Look at those shoulders, George, and that chest.
Corey, it doesn't take much to have broad shoulders and a big chest. All you need are muscles. Let's go.
Did you see that thick neck, George? Those pretty blue eyes?
Well, so what? My neck isn't as thick, maybe, but I have a nice neck. And look at my Adam's apple, Corey. Oh, that guy didn't have anywhere near the Adam's apple I have.
Oh, if there's anything that'll keep a home together, it's a big Adam's apple.
And as far as his blue eyes are concerned, my eyes are blue, too. Look at my eyes, Corey. See the pretty blue?
It's kind of hard to see the blue right now, George. Your face is so green.
All right, woman, face to the left. I cannot paint your portrait unless you cooperate.
Mr. Welch, I told you a dozen times my name is Elizabeth Cougar, not woman.
Very well, Mrs. Cougar. Now be quiet, woman.
Well, one consolation, at least you know what I am.
Your dress gives you away. I don't like your nose. I shall not paint it that way.
But I like my nose. It's a good nose. Don't change it. I've had it so long now it seems like almost a part of me.
Be still, woman.
You're very rough, Mr. Welch.
Woman, you're looking at a man who's painted the forests of Oregon and at the same time worked as a lumberjack. Sawing, climbing, cutting, and chopping. One day, the man next to me was crushed by a falling redwood. I've seen many rough things. This is a man's world. That's why I'm rough.
Did it kill him, the man the tree fell on?
To coin a quaint old phrase, he was a real gone lumberjack.
You know, Mr. Welch, you and my husband have a lot in common. He lives a rugged life, too.
What does your husband do?
He's a banker.
Oh. Well, that is rugged.
It's plenty rugged. He goes to work every morning at 10 and doesn't get home until after 3.
Just what's rugged about that?
He has an uncomfortable office.
Liz, are you here?
Oh, you're home early, darling.
Hi, honey. How's the portrait coming? All finished, huh?
Oh, no, Damon will be back tomorrow.
Damon? You call him Damon?
Yes, now. He was terribly cold at first, but he warmed up.
How warm did he get?
Oh, George, I've just got to tell you all about him. You wouldn't believe that just an artist could have lived so much.
Too bad he lived so long.
What'd you say, dear?
I said too bad he had to run along.
You know, men certainly are misleading. Take Damon, for instance. There he is, an artist, but he's worked in the Oregon forest, and believe it or not, he's chopped down giant redwood trees.
Well, I cut down the tree in the yard, the one that made the lawn so unsightly.
That wasn't a tree, dear. That was a laundry pole.
Well, it was a tree once.
Did you notice Damon when you were leaving this morning? He came in right after you'd left with Corey.
Yes, I think I did. He was struggling to get his car door open. Didn't seem to have much strength. A tall, unhealthy-looking chap, as I recall. A padded sweater.
Damon? Oh, George, I don't think so. He's huge with big muscles and a terrific tan.
Yes, Liz, but I'm sure that under that tan there's a naturally pale face.
George, what are you looking for?
Oh, nothing. Oh, say, look at this. My old photograph album. Look here. This picture of me at the beach. You noticed the muscles?
Oh, yes. That was the day you and Jimmy Paterno and Howie Sturm and the whole gang made the human pyramid.
Yeah.
Takes a lot of strength to support all those men.
Yes, it does. Look at my muscles.
Oh, there you are, right on top.
Oh, it takes a lot of strength to stay on top. There was quite a breeze that day.
Here's the picture I like. You and me in a rowboat at Simmons Park. Look, your sleeves are rolled up. Say, your arms were pretty big.
Of course. Of course.
I can't remember why I was rowing.
Well, I was saving my strength for the potato race. Are you sure you love me, Liz?
Oh, silly. Of course I love you. Why shouldn't I love you? Kiss me.
Feel those strong arms around you?
Mm-hmm.
I'm plenty strong, Liz. Way back in kindergarten, I used to beat up all the little kids.
I'll just bet you still could. Kiss me again, sweetheart.
Liz, are you positive you love me? I'm the only one, nobody else?
Oh, don't talk such nonsense. Just hug me tighter. Make believe I'm a tube of toothpaste and pop my cap off.
Oh, that's swell. I feel great now.
Oh, George, I was thinking today, you don't have any hobbies. I believe I know of an interesting one for you.
No hobbies? I have my bird collection. 6 starlings and a dicky bird. What did you have in mind?
Why don't you take up painting as a hobby?
Painting? Oh, Liz, I'm going to bed.
Going to bed? Don't you want your dinner?
I won't need any dinner. I'll just go upstairs, pull the covers over my head, and eat my heart out.
You are listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. This is the story of my favorite husband, George Cugat, and his favorite wife, Liz, who, like most married couples, alternate in making each other first happy and then miserable. Well, at the moment, Liz is in the middle of having her portrait painted by the handsome and virile artist, Damon Welch. This makes Liz quite happy, and George quite miserable. Now George thinks this is quite wrong, and chances are he's quite right. And so he's decided it's quite time he did something about it. It's the next morning. Quite.
George, darling, you aren't eating your breakfast.
Oh, I'm not very hungry, Liz. Didn't sleep last night. I'm going to stay home today.
Stay home? George, are you ill?
Yeah, that's it. I'm sick. Awfully sick.
What's wrong?
Oh, I don't know, Liz. Maybe it's painter's colic.
Painter's colic?
That is, the inside of my mouth feels like a brush.
I'd better call Dr. Buell.
What do I want with a doctor?
Well, you just said you were sick.
Oh, yeah. Call a doctor.
Oh, it's Damon. Katie!
I saw him coming, Mrs. Cougar. Oh, good morning, Mr. Wells.
Good morning, woman. Step aside and let genius enter.
I wish he'd slammed the door on his genius.
Good morning, woman.
Good morning, Damon. This is my husband, George.
You may just call me Man.
George isn't feeling well, Damon. I'm going to call the doctor.
What's wrong with him? He looks well enough. Trouble with you, Cougat, is that soft, decadent living has finally caught up with you. You should get out of doors, do some exercises. Run the mile, do some chin-ups, push-ups, chop some wood, mow the lawn, pull some weights.
Tote that barge, lift that bale.
Oh. Liz, call the doctor now. I'm worn out.
All right, George. Let me have a look down your throat.
Certainly, Dr. Buell.
Doc down there. Don't swallow, George. This is my best flashlight. There's nothing wrong there. Exactly what seems to be the trouble, George?
Well, Doctor, I feel kind of things. First, it starts, then it stops, then it goes again, then it backs up, and then it twists completely around. What does it sound like to you?
A woman driver. Come on now, George. Tell me, what's wrong?
Well, Doctor, you see, Liz is having her portrait painted by some artist who has muscles so big they get up and walk around, and I just...
Oh, I believe I can diagnose your case now, George. Acute jealousy-itis.
Is that anything like borderline anemia?
Jealousy-itis is serious only if it isn't checked early. Fortunately, I believe I have with me the very thing you need to snap you out of it. Miss McCarthy, I just happen to have my nurse with me.
Nurse? I don't need a nurse.
Yes, Doctor?
Marianne, this is Mr. Cougat, our newest patient.
I tell you, I don't need it. Oh, how do you do? Forgive me for not standing up in bed, but I only have on the pajama tops.
Patient ill enough to require a nurse, Doctor?
Well, he said he wasn't. What about it, George?
Oh, I ain't long for this world.
Sit still, woman. I cannot paint your portrait unless you relax. I don't make moving pictures, you know.
Well, when are you going to paint in my hair? You still have me bald-headed. I don't like myself bald-headed. I look like my mother was frightened by Guy Kibbe.
I'll paint in your hair when I see fit, woman, and not a second sooner. Until that time, you'll remain an egghead and like it.
Damon, do you ever smile?
I laugh sometimes. My sense of humor is a bit unusual, however, not on the beaten path.
Well, what's funny to you?
Well, I laughed heartily when my friend Chadwick fell from the roof of the school in Paris.
Did Chadwick see the humor in it?
Oh, he screamed. Yes, I'll never forget it. Fractured half the bones in his body.
Yes, he must have been all broken up.
Miss McCarthy, did you hear that? My wife and the painter were laughing down there in the study. What could they have been laughing at?
You have a steamboat in the house, Mr. Cougat.
Steamboat? Well, of course not.
Well, then they couldn't be laughing at Fulton.
Oh, I'm serious, Miss McCarthy. I don't like them to be laughing. I'm going downstairs. Hello?
Hello, darling. What are you doing out of bed?
I heard some laughing. What was all the laughing about?
Oh, Damon was telling jokes.
Oh, how nice. Mind if I stay a while?
I know one person who objects. I cannot paint with an audience.
What a horrible painting.
George.
No, let him criticize. All genius must be criticized. But I still do not want him around. Out. Take your linted bathrobe with you.
Well, as long as you're busy, I'll go back upstairs.
Goodbye, darling.
Well, goodbye.
Yes, goodbye. Nice trip. Be sure and write us.
Oh, Damon, you know something? I think my husband came downstairs because he's jealous.
Jealous? Jealousy is stupidity. Yes, I guess he could be jealous.
Well, I'm glad he's jealous. Oh, it makes me feel that I'm wanted.
You are. I want you to sit still. You never get jealous of Mr. Cougat, do you? I mean, the fact that he's upstairs right now with that attractive nurse. That doesn't faze you in the least.
Of course not. Good old faithful George. What was that?
What?
Damon, that was George and that nurse.
Oh, so? You aren't worried about good old faithful George, are you?
Certainly not. I'll be right back.
Where are you going?
I got to see a man about a nurse. Hello. May I come in?
Yes, Mrs. Cougat, but you mustn't stay long. I have a naughty boy on my hands, and I don't want him to get excited.
That's why I came up. How are you, George?
Oh, it's awful. I just had a relapse. I accidentally plugged my electric heating pad into the radio, and H.V. Kaltenborn got in bed with me.
He's delirious.
Yes. You better go, Mrs. Cougat.
Yes, I'll, goodbye, George. Miss McCarthy, wouldn't you like to come downstairs and boil a few thermometers or something?
I'll be right here with Mr. Cougat.
Well, bye, George.
He's gone now, Mr. Cougat. Why were you playing sick?
Because I wanted sympathy. Lots of sympathy. You know something, McCarthy? I think Liz came up only because she was jealous. She must have heard us laughing. You know what that means?
My capacity of a registered nurse, I'd say she has clean ears.
It means she loves me and worries about me. She's jealous.
Then you need have no further worry over the painter.
None whatever. He'll be laughing again soon, but I won't worry about it. I wonder why they aren't laughing. McCarthy, they're not laughing.
Doesn't that please you, Mr. Cougat?
No, they should be laughing.
Where do you think you're going?
I'm going down there and find out why they're so darn quiet. Where is he? I'll break him in half.
He's gone, George.
Gone? He's not here anymore?
I had to get rid of him, darling.
Why did you have to get rid of him?
Because I knew that if he left, you'd stop playing sick, and then Miss McCarthy could get the heck out of here.
Oh. Were you a little jealous of Miss McCarthy?
Of course not, but I know you were jealous of Damon.
That's ridiculous.
George.
Yes, Liz.
Who do we think we're kidding?
So he left, huh, George?
Yes, Corey. He left.
And George was really very nice to him.
How lucky you were, George. Suppose, instead of going quietly, the man with the big muscles had gotten tough with you.
Oh, Corey, you're just trying to stir me up.
No, seriously. What would you have done if the painter had wanted to fight? Oh, I'm sorry, George. I shouldn't embarrass you this way in front of Liz.
If Damon had wanted to fight, George would have fought, wouldn't you, darling? Wouldn't you, George?
Why, certainly. If I had his phone number, I'd call him up right now and tell him a thing or two.
Oh, I have his phone number, dear. Here.
Oh, well, thanks.
When Damon answers the phone, I'll catch you, George.
Hello, Damon. This is George Cougat. I've changed my mind about being nice to you. If you want to fight, just come over here whenever you feel like getting knocked for a loop. You got anything to say to that?
At the tone, the time will be 9:27 1/4.
Well.
George Cougat, kiss me. Kiss me this very instant.
Why right now?
Because you've got your dander up, and you're just dandy with your dander up.
In just a moment, Lucille Ball and Richard Denning will be back with us. Here's a friendly suggestion that may mean a lot to your own happiness. Why don't you call your family together one evening soon and say, is there anything else any of us can do in cooperation with others for the good of our community? You may find that somebody will come forward with the news of a community project that you haven't heard of. Maybe it has to do with Scouts or 4-H clubs or Red Cross. Well, there'll be an opportunity for service, something you'll like to grab hold of. For you know that what you're doing is more than helping make your life and your families and your neighbors better. By positive action toward improving the place where you live, you help preserve something we prize highly. That's freedom. You show that you agree with the statement that freedom is everybody's job.
George, are you asleep?
No, darling. I'm not asleep.
Do you love me, baby?
Yes, I love you.
How much?
Lots.
Well, in terms of pounds, how much do you love me? 3 pounds, 6 pounds, 7 pounds?
12 tons.
Oh, I love you 100 tons.
Now, you have a bigger truck.
George, no matter what happens, will you still love me, even when I'm old?
I'll still love you when you're old.
Will you take me out?
Yes, dear. I'll wheel you around the block every day.
George, something strange happened to Katie tonight.
Really? What was that?
Well, tonight around 9:27, Katie picked up the phone extension in the kitchen and heard a man shouting at the time operator. Good night, George.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Don Amici and Lucille Ball in Lucky Partners. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. And joining us tonight, I wonder how many of you realize you've exercised a very special freedom. It's a freedom that no fascist country enjoys, but it's guaranteed for us by a great document, the Bill of Rights. Under this bill, which America commemorates today, we can, among other things, say what we think, read what we like, and listen to what we want to on the radio. And tonight on the Lux Radio Theater, your freedom of choice is bringing you RKO's delightful comedy, Lucky Partners. It's the rollicking story of two people who believe so thoroughly in luck that they're willing to take chances on both love and horses. And those two people in our play are tonight's stars, Don Amici and Lucille Ball. In a little while, we'll see how they make out with Lady Luck. But here's something we want to take no chances on. Our 10th anniversary celebration on October 16th. For that birthday of ours, we want you, and that means all of you, to help us select the play and stars that you want most to hear. Just drop me a postcard dated no later than September 27th to Box 9, Hollywood 28, California. Recently, I was amused at a newspaper story with a London dateline, a reporter's account of an interview with Adolphe Monjou, who was overseas entertaining the troops. He found Adolphe in his hotel room, bent over a tub, immersed in suds. The reporter says he tossed me a bundle of socks, handkerchiefs, and a package of Lux, which he'd somehow brought over in the airplane with him. And he tells how they finished Adolphe's washing and hung it out to dry from the windows of one of London's swankiest hotels. In these days, when we have to shift for ourselves in so many ways, Lux Flakes is a good traveling companion. Now it's curtain time again. And here's the opening act of Lucky Partners, starring Don Amici as David and Lucille Ball as Jean. We're about to relate a pre-war fable. It involves a whistling artist, a girl who had to deliver some books, and a street in Greenwich Village. The whistling artist was a complete stranger to the girl who had to deliver some books, but that didn't bother him in the least. And one morning, as he passed her on the street in Greenwich Village, he stopped whistling long enough to remark,
Good luck.
Whereupon the girl with the books, being as curious as she was attractive, spun around and asked a perfectly natural question.
What did you say?
I wish you good luck.
Well, why?
Oh, no special reason.
I see. Well, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Well, that's how they met. And now, an hour later, the girl rushes back to the bookstore where she works. But this time, she has a different package under her arm.
Aunt Lucy.
Is that you, Jean?
Yes, and look, this dress. Did you ever see anything so beautiful?
Oh, it's gorgeous. Where did you get it?
Well, after I left here to deliver the book to Mrs. Adams, I passed a man. He was whistling, and as I passed
Was he
him...
good looking?
I didn't notice. Anyway...
What do you mean you didn't notice? A man whistles at you, gives you a perfectly dazzling dress.
Oh, he didn't give it to me.
He didn't give it to you?
I just passed him. Oh, you make me furious. You remember I left here to deliver some books?
Oh, yes, dear, perfectly.
Good. Well, when I was delivering them, a girl walked out. She was mad as a hornet.
Oh, the man's girl.
She had nothing to do with the man.
Uh-huh.
The girl was at Mrs. Adams' house, her daughter. She's leaving her husband. She was throwing away her clothes or something, and she gave me this dress because it reminded her of her husband. Now, do you understand?
Just relax, dear. Perhaps it'll all come back to you later. Oh, incidentally, Freddie just phoned.
Look, Aunt Lucy, across the street. There he is now, the man I was telling you about.
Oh, Mrs. Adams' daughter's husband.
The man who wished me good luck. And don't you see, I had good luck. I've got this dress.
Oh.
Here, hold the dress. I got an idea.
Where are you going?
The man, I gotta see him.
Well, hurry back, Freddie said in 10 minutes.
Oh, yoo-hoo. Yoo-hoo.
Me?
Yes, could I see you for a second?
Well, certainly.
I'd like to make you a proposition.
What?
A business proposition.
Oh?
Could I meet you in, say, an hour at Nick and Nick's?
Where?
Nick and Nick's.
Who's Nick and Nick's?
The bar and grill around the corner. They own it. Two brothers.
Oh.
You must be new around here.
Yes, I am. My name is Grant. David Grant.
Oh, I'm Jean Newton. I work right across the street there, my aunt's shop, the Book Nook. You're sure I won't be putting you out?
Oh, no, not a bit. I work here, too. You see the sign there on the second floor window?
Oh, that's you, huh? Portraits, $1 caricatures?
Uh-huh. Likeness guaranteed.
Well, I'll see you later. Goodbye, Mr. Grant.
Bye. Well.
Yes.
Might have known you'd find me.
The door was open, so I walked in.
What do you want?
Look, I'm not just your lawyer. I'm your friend. I want to talk to you.
Want me to come back, is that it?
Of course I do. Caricatures at $1 a throw. You. And this place, why, it's beachcombing. Look, I can understand you're feeling bitter. You think of yourself as a jailbird.
I don't think I feel bitter. Anyway, let's forget it. Besides, I got a date in a little while.
Can I have 10 minutes?
Oh, all right, sit down.
Give me one good reason why you won't come back to Chicago.
Oh, I can give you a dozen.
But don't you understand? What happened 3 years ago. You're a famous artist. You can't let that ruin your life. You're a young man.
Hello, Jean.
Hello, Nick. I want to buy a sweepstake ticket.
But yesterday you said you was offering them.
Well, yesterday I was offering them.
So now she's on them. We're supposed to sell the tickets, not touch people offering them.
You're lucky. Only one left. Here's the ticket. Nick, write down the name. What is the nom de plume, lady?
Two strangers.
Me and him got that. Nick and Nick.
Well, how about two pigeons?
Okay, two pigeons.
Hello.
Oh. Well, I guess we better sit down someplace, huh?
Show the pigeons to a table, Nick.
Okay, Nick. This way, nice and private.
I hope you don't think this is too silly, but I'm playing a hunch, and it has to do with you.
Hmm?
You see, it all began this morning when you wished me good luck. Well, I ran smack into some good luck right away, and suddenly I began to feel lucky, you know.
Vaguely.
Well, all I want is for you to share a sweepstake ticket with me.
A sweepstake ticket.
You want to win some money?
Well, sure.
Oh. What do you want money for?
I plan to get married.
Oh. To a fortune hunter?
He's nothing of the kind.
Well, then why doesn't he take his yard?
Well, he'd marry me tomorrow if I wanted him to. And what business is it of yours, anyway?
I'm sorry. You were saying that if we win, you get married.
Yes.
And then what?
Then we leave for Poughkeepsie, Freddie and me.
Honeymoon in Poughkeepsie?
We're going to live there.
But what about your honeymoon?
Well, that'll have to come later.
Oh, no. No, that can't come later. Why, that's terrible. I can't possibly be a party to a scheme like that. And besides, what sort of a man in these days demands a dowry? Is he a foreigner?
Of course he isn't. He wants the money. He doesn't want the money. I do.
Oh, I see. Tidy reserve in the event married life doesn't go so well. Is that it?
No.
Oh. Well, what is this jerk? I mean, your fiancé. Has he got a job?
He's an insurance engineer.
He's a what?
Well, he sells insurance. Look, do you or don't you want to buy the other half of my ticket?
Well, I'm debating it. Money breeds everything that spoils the nice things in life, meanness and hatred.
Okay, goodbye.
On the other hand, if I could accomplish something worthwhile with my share of the fortune...
Well, what's to stop you?
Only you.
Me?
That's right. I'll buy half the ticket if you let me apply my winnings toward a proper and complete honeymoon before you settle down in Poughkeepsie.
I couldn't let you pay for my honeymoon.
Oh, it'd be a very great pleasure. Honeymoons are one of the things in life I still regard very highly.
Well, if you insist, I think maybe I could convince Freddie. It's a deal.
Well, that's wonderful. We'll get some champagne and drink a toast to what I confidently expect will be the most wonderful experience in my life. Our honeymoon.
Just a minute. Did you say our honeymoon?
That's right.
Would you mind waiting here for a moment?
Oh, not at all. You'll be back.
You bet I'll be back.
Hey, Pigeon. What's the matter with the other pigeon?
Well, nothing.
She's pretty mad. I heard what you said. I bet she's getting a boyfriend.
He's an awful big guy, mister. How much do you weigh?
Oh, 160.
Feel him, Nick. Looks pretty flabby.
Yeah. Bloat. No reach, neither.
Yeah. Better have a cab ready to take him home. Where do you live, Jack?
Just around the corner. Thanks a lot.
There he is, Freddie. There.
Hello.
Would you mind repeating to my fiancée what you said to me?
Yeah, chum. What'd you say to her?
Or are you scared he'll misunderstand, too?
Unless I'm a very poor judge of intellect, Freddie will grasp it instantly.
Tell him.
Oh, honey, give the poor fellow a chance.
But he insulted me.
Well, you just told me he bought a sweepstake ticket with you.
Yes, and if we win, he said I'd have to go on a trip or something.
Well, what's the matter with that?
But he said with him, Freddie, before I marry you.
Oh, he did, huh?
Yes.
Okay, chum. Suppose we step outside in the alley.
But what on earth can we do in the alley that we can't do in here?
Plenty, chum. Outside. Now, you wait here, girlie. This isn't for your eyes. I'll be right back.
Go out and stop it, Nick, please.
Me? That football player murdered me, too.
It's been 10 minutes. He'll kill Mr. Grant.
Ain't that what you wanted?
Oh, I just wanted him to sock him once. You don't think I... Look.
It's Freddie. He's back. Hiya, champ.
It's the other guy, too. He's talking to Freddie.
Yeah, I'm laughing, too.
His hair ain't even mussed.
Well, sure, I think it's a wonderful idea. Swell.
Freddie,
Yeah, honey?
didn't you...
Oh, of course not, honey. He explained the whole thing to me.
I think the first thing we should do, Miss Newton, is make a list of all the things we want to do on our trip.
There, he said it again, just now.
Oh, now, honey, you misunderstand him completely. Dave's a very eccentric type of chap. He has a lot of peculiar principles.
Peculiar.
Now, all Dave wants is to make people happy.
And you dare suggest that I do this? Go away with a perfect stranger?
If we win, Miss Newton, but then I'm sure we will.
But you'll travel as brother and sister. Oh, he's harmless. Just look at him.
Brother and sister.
Well, naturally, he was shocked when you jumped to the wrong conclusion.
I suppose you want me to apologize to him.
Well...
Oh, that's quite all right.
You know, Dave, if it wasn't for my Poughkeepsie promotion, I'd like to make the trip with you. Say, if you win, how much dough do you get?
$150,000.
Hey, it just occurs to me, Dave. Who's going to hold the ticket?
Well, would it be too much trouble if you did?
Me?
I trust him to do the right thing, don't you, Miss Newton?
Oh, at all times. Here.
Oh, thanks, baby. Goes right in the old wallet. Oh, yeah, 150,000 smackers.
That's your picture in the wallet, Freddie?
Oh, yeah, All-American tackle.
Oh.
You tell him, honey.
We went to school together.
Ah, I bet that was cozy. Well, good luck again, Miss Newton. And, Freddie, it's been a real pleasure.
Oh, it's mutual. That's a very strange duck, honey. Very strange.
And just what kind of a duck does that make you?
But what if he isn't at home? You sure he lives here?
Sure, I'm sure. And I still don't see why I had to come here.
Well, because half the ticket's yours, baby. You gotta tell him that... Oh.
Well, good evening. My, I haven't seen you two for some time.
Out of 10 million tickets, he's lucky enough to draw a horse, and all he says is, I haven't seen you two for some time.
What did you say?
They drew your horse. Yours and Jean's. Patsy Q, she's running in the Derby.
Patsy Q, but the race isn't running until next week.
Don't you understand, Dave? As long as the horse is going to run, why, this little old ticket of yours is worth dough already. A lot of dough. That's why we're here.
Nick and Nick said they can get us $12,000.
Yeah, but I got to catch a train to Poughkeepsie, so I'll be very brief. Now, do we take the $12,000 or do we risk it all and win in $150,000? Now, me, I say play her safe and take the $12,000 now.
And what do you say, Miss Newton?
Well,
My share of $12,000 won't furnish quite the honeymoon I'd hoped for.
What?
I'm sorry, Freddie. What?
Whoa, you can't go through with any crazy scheme like that.
Why not?
Well, it's impossible. That's why it's scandalous. It's bound to be misunderstood.
Well, I'm afraid you have a deplorable lack of confidence in Miss Newton, Freddie. But I'll leave it all to her.
Well,
Now, wait a minute, Jean, before you say another word.
What do you mean, another word?
Well, it's just that I've changed my mind.
What?
Oh, not about you, about the horse. I say let's shoot the whole works. Let's take a chance.
Not sell?
Yo, what do you say, girlie?
I have nothing to say.
Dave? How about it, Dave? $150,000 or nothing.
Oh, by all means. I don't see how we can possibly lose.
What a character. Who knows, but hey, look at the time. Oh, goodbye, honey. How about a big squeeze? And don't worry. I'll phone you.
Goodbye, Freddie.
Well, so long, chum. I see you at the races.
Well, Miss Newton?
Look, what kind of a man are you, and what kind of a girl do you think I am?
Well, I think we both like to travel.
What gives you the remotest idea I'd go? I'm a perfectly conventional person, Mr. Grant, and possibly the dullest you ever met.
Please, Miss Newton, won't you allow me to take that risk? Good night.
Good night.
Oh, when the derbies run, would you mind if I drop in at the Book Nook? I don't own a radio.
Oh, by all means. Aunt Lucy's dying to see you again. She says you have an interesting face.
Oh, wonderful woman, Aunt Lucy.
And now the news I know all you sport fans have been waiting for. The results of the Derby run today at Epsom Downs. England's most colorful sporting event of the year was run today under ideal conditions. And before a record-breaking throng including many of the Empire's most celebrated. And here are the results. One Song was the winner by 2 lengths. Plumtree second, Bonnie Mae third, and King Perry fourth. Swan Song, the winner, was ridden by jockey Harry West and carried 100.
Turn it off, Aunt Lucy.
Owned by Sir Arthur and Lady...
Well, at least we don't have to pose for the newsreels. Oh, come on now. Cheer up, Aunt Lucy. Maybe it's just as well.
Perhaps for you. But you know something? I'm sorry Jean missed the trip with you, so there.
Aunt Lucy.
Well, I am. We think you're a very attractive man. Aren't you even sorry?
Why, of course I am.
Well.
Funny, I was so sure we'd win. Bye, Jean.
Bye.
Answer it, Jean. I'm in no condition. Darn that horse.
Hello?
Hello, Jean, honey? Did you hear the news?
Oh, hello, Freddie. Yeah.
Yeah, it's too bad, huh? But little old Freddie's got a surprise. Now, you just go to Nick and Nick's. Tell him old Freddie sent you for the money.
What are you talking about?
About $6,000. I sold your half the ticket.
Sold it? When?
Right after I left you and Dave. $6,000.
But we said we wouldn't sell.
Oh, you don't think I'd let my baby take a risk like that? And besides, did you ever think for 1 minute I was going to let that guy go off with my girl?
Freddie, we went 50-50 on the ticket.
Absolutely correct. And what did I do? I sold only your half of the ticket. I let his half ride. He stood to win $75,000, but his horse didn't win, so just his tough luck, that's all.
I see.
Now go right over to Nick and Nick's.
All right.
I'll be down tomorrow. So long, honey.
So I went straight to Nick and Nick's. The money's here in this envelope, and half of it's yours.
Well, good old Freddie.
Yes.
Oh, but wait a minute. No. None of this is mine. He sold your half.
Oh, no, it's 50-50. Freddie said so.
Oh, did he really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, when will we leave?
Oh, please be serious.
Well, I'm completely serious.
I can't possibly go away with you.
Then I can't possibly accept this money here.
But it's yours. You need it. I know you must.
I did need it, but only for one purpose.
What?
For our trip. An artistic experiment that people would confuse with something improper or whatever it is you'd think they'd do.
You can't ignore people.
No. I found that out once before. But I didn't think you were people.
Well, I'm not. What did you mean when you said experiment?
Well, I meant the experiment of taking someone who was going to settle down happily and prosaically in Poughkeepsie and giving her one little holiday on a quite impersonal plane, of course, and then seeing if it would last her for the rest of her life.
Impersonal, huh?
That's right. Like a guide or a scientist making an experiment.
But it's such a crazy idea.
Experiments are always crazy until they're proved.
All right. Maybe I'm the one who's crazy now, but... Okay. Make the experiment.
Well, that's good, Jean.
We were 2 pigeons. Now I'm a guinea pig.
Oh, this is wonderful.
Is it? Well, just make sure you understand now. A strictly impersonal guinea pig.
Don Amici and Lucille Ball will be back with Act 2 of Lucky Partners in just a moment. When you get an especially interesting letter, don't you like to share it with someone?
That depends on who it's from, Mr. Kennedy.
Well, this one's from Mrs. Ruth Willette of Wolf Creek, Kentucky. She says Wolf Creek is a small town in the wilds, and at one time the dealers were out of Lux, so...
I struggled along with my laundry, never satisfied with the appearance of the nicer garments. When I began wearing summer clothes, I discovered they lacked the dainty freshness I so appreciated before. Then one day, I was able to get Lux Flakes again. After washing my light dresses, I noticed a decided difference between the appearance of the garments that had been luxed and the ones that I'd done with the other soap. Please let me express my deep and sincere appreciation of Lux Flakes for making wash day easier, for giving joy and satisfaction in wearing clothes that have distinctive freshness. Poise and graciousness can only come when one is well-groomed. And to be well-groomed, clothing must be clean and color-fresh.
That's one of the nicest letters we've ever received, Sally.
And it all goes to prove that, as Mrs. Willette puts it, you never miss the water till the well runs dry. If your dealer's been out of luck sometimes, keep trying. He's getting lots more now. Lux is worth waiting for.
You know, Sally, Mrs. Willette proved herself what actual washing tests showed. With strong soap, too hot water, and rough handling, pretty things get old and drab-looking in almost no time.
But when the same kinds of things are washed with gentle, lukewarm Lux suds...
That's a different story. They stay bright and lovely up to 3 times longer. And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act 2 of Lucky Partners, starring Don Amici as David and Lucille Ball as Jean. Miss Jean Newton, having faced the most perplexing problem of her life, has made her most drastic decision. She's become a guinea pig. The following day finds her in David Grant's newly purchased car, speeding away from the security of Aunt Lucy's book nook. The aspects of this purely impersonal experiment chill her righteous bones, but she's resolved to see it through. And seeing it through, she realizes, involves such things as polite conversation.
On a day like this, it's nice being a guinea pig.
Well, that's good. Tell me, how do you like your car?
My car?
Yes, I don't believe in possession, so I bought it in your name.
Well, thanks. I wish I could understand you. You know, I think you're running away from something.
Well, maybe. Maybe I'm running away from the same things you're headed for. Security, respectability. I had them once.
What happened?
I'm sorry, but this experiment rules out anything in my past and anything in your future. We've time only to enjoy the poetic present.
Well, I don't want to seem unpoetic, but could we stop at a Western Union somewhere?
Well, certainly.
I think I'd like to send a wire to Aunt Lucy and I guess Freddie, too.
Oh, by all means.
Oh, I'm glad you're not angry.
Well, why on earth should I be angry?
Well, I know that everything's all right and purely impersonal, but you must admit it may be a little difficult for Freddie to understand.
Yes, that's true.
So I'll just let him know that the scenery's lovely and I'm having a good time, and that'll show him that everything's all right, won't it?
Well, I think it's a splendid idea. We'll wire him everywhere we stop.
Well, maybe not everywhere. Where are we stopping first?
Niagara Falls.
Oh.
Welcome to Niagara Falls, and may I express the hope you'll have a very happy time here?
Well, you may indeed. I'm David Grant. I wired from New York.
Oh, quite so. Rooms for self and sister, not necessarily adjoining.
That's right.
Oh, front, please, front.
Yes, sir.
Miss Grant, 355. Mr. Grant, 526.
The elevator's this way, sir.
Here you are, boy. You go on ahead with the bags. My sister and I will be up later.
Sure, Mr. Grant.
Why, later?
Because I recommend something to eat.
Oh, thanks. I'm really not hungry.
No? Drink?
David, I'm awfully tired, honestly.
Oh, but it's so early. Okay, run along. I'll see you in the morning.
Thanks again.
Good night, sister.
Good night. Oh, brother.
Oh, having a bite to eat, I see.
Yes, I am. Won't you sit down?
Oh, no, indeedy. I just wanted you to know that I...
Sent the roses to Miss Graham?
Oh, a beautiful bowl, sir. Beautiful. Oh, Mr. Grant, about the rooms.
The rooms?
I feel just awful about those rooms I gave you, but adjoining rooms are now available, and if you'd care to move tonight,
Well, I think that my sister is already retired. Besides, we're completely satisfied, thank you.
Oh, well, perhaps tomorrow?
Oh, perhaps.
Yes, sir. Oh, well, company, I see.
Huh? Oh.
Hello.
Well, hello. Please, sit down. Would you like some ham and eggs?
Well,
Waiter.
Yes, sir.
Double my order, please, and some coffee now.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to thank you for the flowers. I mean, that's why I came down. To thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome.
People just wouldn't believe this, would they?
Believe what?
Our being together like this. I mean, they'd think it wasn't like this. Frankly, I didn't quite visualize it like this either. I mean, this is so pleasant.
Oh.
Are you thinking about something?
Yes.
A secret?
No. Freddie.
Freddie?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, after all, we do owe it all to Freddie, don't we, Jean?
Yes, David, what happens after?
After what?
The trip?
Oh, well, I take you home and you get
Oh,
married.
no, I mean, what's going to happen to you?
Oh. Well, I don't exactly know. Something will turn up. It always does.
Oh, Mr. Grant.
Yes.
I feel so much better, Mr. Grant.
Oh, you do? Well, I'm certainly glad to hear that.
I took the liberty. I changed you and Miss Grant to adjoining rooms.
What?
The bags are moved. You've done the hotel a great favor.
Well, as long as it's a favor.
Oh, yes.
I'm sure the management will appreciate it.
Well, I want the management to feel free to call upon us at any time.
Oh. By all means. What am I saying?
Well, these are our new rooms, I guess.
Yes.
You take this one, and I'll take that one. Here's your key.
Thanks. Good night.
Oh, the room, you better see if you like it first.
Oh, it's fine.
Oh, but let's see. Okay?
Beautiful?
Well.
Look, it's Freddie.
Very nice. Very nice. Well, one of you two better start lying.
Just what are you doing here?
I followed you here, that's what. Just what do you mean coming on a trip like this with him?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
I mean you're coming home to marry me like we agreed.
You agreed that I take this trip first, remember?
I can testify to that.
You shut up. You think you could take my girl and...
And what? Never mind. Maybe you two would rather talk it over alone. I'll go to my room.
Well, I used to think he was just crazy. Now I don't trust him.
Well, that means you don't trust me either.
Well, why should I? Now that I know he isn't crazy.
I think you'd better leave.
What?
Yes.
Okay, if that's the way you feel about it. Okay. Only don't be surprised if I don't appear to be waiting when you come back.
Yes, Freddie?
I'll go, but I warn you, it may be for good.
Maybe.
Oh, I just can't understand you. I just can't.
David?
Come in.
I'm sorry about Freddie.
Oh, now, don't blame Freddie. Try looking at it from his point of view.
Well, anyway, he's gone.
I don't envy him traveling all night.
It'll teach him not to be so suspicious. Well, good night. Oh, what a lovely fireplace. I love fireplaces in bedrooms, don't you?
Well, haven't you one? I didn't notice.
Uh-uh.
Well, we'll change rooms.
Oh, no, I didn't mean that. Good night.
Good night.
You got a room?
Oh, yes, indeedy. Alone?
Yeah.
Sign here, please.
Okay. Call me at 2 o'clock.
P.M.?
A.M.
A.M., yes, sir.
And don't forget. Oh, is that the right time?
Yes, sir, just 11 o'clock.
Thanks.
Hello?
I wake you up?
Oh, no.
Can you hear the music?
Yes.
Nice, isn't it? Nice, dreamy. It's like a lullaby.
Lovely.
Is the moon shining through your window?
Uh-huh. Did you arrange that, too?
Why, certainly. I can just see you. A shaft of pale blue light falling across your room and your face like a soft shadow on your pillow.
Can you really see me?
Well, of course I can. I have a wonderful imagination. Well, pleasant dreams, Jean. Pink-eyed rabbits, curly-haired lambs, and ribbons and bells, and sunny meadows. You sleep yet?
Oh, no.
Jean,
Yeah?
how would you like to jump out of bed, get into that lucky dress you told me about, and have the last few dances with me? We're still time.
Wonderful. I'd love to.
Wonderful. Hurry now. I'll meet you in the lobby in 10 minutes.
Well, I made it.
My, Jean, you are dazzling.
Oh, good evening, Miss Grant.
Good evening.
I called the terrace, Mr. Grant. Your table's waiting. The new rooms are satisfactory, I trust?
Oh, they're perfect, but my sister should have the one with the fireplace. Can you switch them?
Oh, it'll make me very happy
Oh,
to.
don't put them to all that trouble.
Oh, but we're making him happy. Come on, let's find that music. Having a good time?
Well, nobody knows who we are or what we're doing here.
I'm not so sure about that. 2 tables down, that elderly couple. You know them?
I've never seen them before in my life.
It's funny, they've been sort of smiling at us since we've been here.
David, they're nodding at me. They're getting up.
Are you sure you don't know them?
Positive.
I hope we're not intruding.
Oh, well, no, not a bit.
But there's something we'd like to know.
Are you superstitious?
And do you believe in luck?
Oh, yes, we do, don't we, David?
Well, we've been very lucky.
Then would you come out with us? Out?
Just across the terrace and into the garden. It's very nice, really.
There's something we'd like to show you.
Perhaps share with you.
Jean?
Well, why not?
You think we're adults, don't you? But we're really not.
Just old and happy.
Show them the way, Alva.
Say, what in the world are they up to?
We'll hurt their feelings.
It's quite dark here. Can you see?
Oh, yes, it's beautiful here, these old trees and shadows.
Just a little way further. Oh, this is it. This is the threshold.
Threshold to what?
Why, to whatever you want on the other side.
Of course, my dear.
See? It's a bridge over this little stream. Now, you pick her up and carry her across the bridge.
Oh, that's fine.
Aren't you coming?
Oh, no. We crossed it a long time ago.
Well, come on, David.
Okay. Up. Now what?
Why, you kiss her, of course.
Huh? Oh.
Fine, fine. I said fine, fine.
Oh.
Now you carry her back across the bridge. And over here is the wishing well.
Yes. 50 years ago tonight, we stood right here and wished that our marriage might last forever.
You do understand, don't you? It's just that you two looked so happy and shining when we saw you inside that we wanted you to have our good luck. Good night.
Good night.
Jean,
Yes?
I apologize
What for?
for kissing you. I promised it would be strictly impersonal. Either we must go back to being as we were, or else we can't go on with this trip.
But why?
Because that's how it was going to be, remember? Now let's get inside and dance.
Would you mind very much if we don't? It's nearly 12:30. I think I'll go to bed.
Oh?
Good night, David. We can shake hands, can't we? Quite impersonally?
Why, of course.
Aren't you coming in, too?
Oh, later, I think. Don't forget, you'll have the room with the fireplace. Here's the key.
I'll leave yours at the desk.
Thank you.
Well, what time do we leave in the morning?
Would 9 be too early?
9 would be swell. Thank you, David.
Good night.
Hello?
2 o'clock, sir.
Huh?
2 o'clock.
Oh, 2 o'clock, thanks. All right, come on. Open this door. Open it up.
Who is it?
It's your fiancé, that's who it is.
Oh, well, wait a minute.
I'll give you 10 seconds or I'll bust it in. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi.
What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
This is my room now.
Oh, sure.
We changed rooms.
Oh? Was the other one haunted?
Now, look. I don't like you following me, spying on me. It's disgusting.
Where is that guy? Where is he?
I haven't inquired. He's probably next door.
Get packed. I'm taking you home.
You are?
What kind of a sap do you think I am? But before we leave, I'm going to tear that wolf to pieces. I'll murder him.
You let him alone.
Is this his room?
Yes, but if you think for one
That's
minute...
all I want to know. All right, come on, Grant. Be a man and open this door. Grant, open up. All right, I'll go in after you.
Freddie, put down that fire axe.
That ain't for him, that's for the door. On him, I use just my natural strength. There. All right, Grant. Put up your dukes. Hey, where is he?
David? He's gone.
Oh, skipped, huh?
He probably went for a walk, maybe.
I took his baggage for exercise? Wouldn't be surprised if he stuck you for the bill. Hello, give me the desk. Hello. Hey, what's happened to Mr. Grant? Mr. David Wolf Grant. Uh-huh. Checked out, huh? Did he pay his bill? Oh, he did, huh?
Give me that phone. Where did he go? This is Miss Newton. I mean Miss Grant. Oh, he did? And took the car? Oh, well, will you send it up right away, please? Thank you.
Send what up?
He left me a note.
Well, that's very thoughtful of him. Always a gentleman even when he takes the car and ditches you.
Do you still want to drive me back to New York?
You got a date with him there?
No, I haven't got a date with him there.
Okay, then I'll wait for you in the lobby. Sorry, officer. I didn't realize I was going so fast.
Yeah. Driver's license.
Yes, here.
Is your car?
Well, not exactly.
Well, whose exactly is it?
Well, it belongs to Miss Newton.
She know you got it?
Well, in a sense, no.
That's the sense I'm interested in. Where is she?
Well, at this moment, she's at the Arrogane Hotel, Niagara Falls, but she's asleep now, and I'd rather you didn't disturb her.
I think maybe she wouldn't mind.
Oh, I forgot. She isn't registered there as Miss Newton.
Oh?
As a matter of fact, she's registered as Miss Grant, my sister.
Why?
Well, that's rather a long story.
Okay, it'll keep.
Oh, thank you.
You can tell it to me in the morning. To me and the judge.
I'm arrested. You mean you're putting me in jail?
Mm-hmm. But first you're going to find me that dame. Move over.
Yes, sir.
And get going.
Yes, sir. And in case you're interested, officer.
Yeah?
I'm very unhappy. Very.
We pause now for station identification. This is TBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. In a few minutes, our stars Don Amici and Lucille Ball will return in Act 3 of Lucky Partners. Now, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Ladies and gentlemen, a high honor is to be awarded this evening to the employees of Lever Brothers Company, our sponsors. An honor which climaxes one of the most encouraging stories I've ever heard. 3,000 miles away in a New York studio is the distinguished president of the National Safety Council, Colonel John Stillwell. Come in, Colonel Stillwell. Where does your story start, Colonel Stillwell? How long did it take the National Safety Council to change that picture? $300,000. Well, that's 3/4 of our total American war casualties. Well, that's a happy fact, Colonel, but how do you account for it? Now, such a saving of life and limb is really a very worthy accomplishment, Colonel Silwell. On behalf of the president of Lever Brothers Company, Mr. Francis A. Countway, and on behalf of all the men and women who comprise the Lever Brothers family of workers, it's my privilege to thank you for this very fine award. And we thank you, Colonel Stillwell, for being with us tonight. And now, back to our story. But first, let me invite you backstage after the play for a chat with our stars. The curtain's rising now on Act 3 of Lucky Partners, starring Don Amici as David and Lucille Ball as Jean. About 50 miles from Niagara Falls is a town called Pocomo. And in Pocomo's police court, suspected of stealing an automobile, David now faces the judge. But David is not alone. The law likes witnesses, and Jean and Freddie have been forced to oblige.
Well, now, let's see who you all are. You. What's your name?
Frederick Victor Harvard III. Insurance, Your Honor.
Well. Know these people, do you?
Oh, yes. Young lady's my fiancée.
I am not.
Well. Seems to be a little confusion. Remember now, under oath, under oath. What's your name, young lady?
Jean Newton.
Alias Jean Grant.
No, Your Honor. That is, yes, Your Honor.
Owner of the allegedly stolen conveyance.
Oh, no. Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Yes and no, eh? We'll see. That's what we're here for. And you're Mr. David Grant. That right?
Well, no.
Says so here. Says you are.
But we're under oath, Judge. I am not David Grant.
Then who are you?
Paul Knight Somerset.
Paul Knight Somerset?
What'd you say? Who?
Paul Knight Somerset.
Somerset. Well. Court's adjourned. Gotta figure this out. Lock him up. Paul Knight Somerset.
Thanks a lot for coming, Wendell.
So it appears you've set the world on fire again.
Yeah.
You should see this town. Discovering you is the biggest thing that's hit it in 50 years. You're all over the New York newspapers, too.
And Jean won't talk to me.
The Pocomo Chamber of Commerce has just made you an honorary member. Hotel is jammed. Business booming.
Can they make anything out of this?
Of course not. We're going to be in court tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. At 5 minutes after 10, I guarantee to have the case dismissed.
Thanks, Wendell.
We're waiting in this anteroom, Paul. They'll be ready for us any minute.
Jean.
How do you do?
Hiya, Dave. Paul.
Hello, Freddie.
I just want to tell you again, no hard feelings.
Thanks.
Boy, what a mob in there. What a lot of contacts I'm going to make.
Jean, I wish I could make you understand.
I'd rather you didn't try, David.
Oh, not David, Jean. Paul. Now, why don't you break down? He's a celebrity. You can't expect
Freddie,
him...
please.
I tell you, Paulie, you just can't figure women, can you?
Gene, this is my attorney, Mr. Wendell.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I wish you'd let him represent you.
It's a very simple matter, really, Miss Newton.
I don't need an attorney. I've done nothing that I can't explain myself.
We're ready. Come along.
Come on, Freddie.
Yeah, they can't begin without us.
Wendell, wait a minute.
Yes?
Thanks for everything, but I just decided I don't need a lawyer either.
What?
Run along, Wendell. I'll let you know how I make out.
Paul! Here now. No liberty. Court of law, you know. More witnesses I hear, more confused I get. Now, where's the girl's aunt?
Oh, me, Your Honor?
Come here. When did you first meet Mr. Somerset?
A day or two after he whistled at her and gave her the dress.
And Lucy.
Shush now. Shush. He gave her a dress?
Oh, and what a dress. Cost at least $200, silver beads and chains.
My. And how did your niece explain such an expensive present?
Oh, she didn't. She denied he gave it to her.
Now, about this trip, where did he get the money for it? You know?
Oh, that's easy. My niece gave it to him.
Dear. Step down. Next witness, hotel clerk. Where's the hotel clerk?
Right here, Your Honor.
Remember this telegram?
Oh, indeedy. Please reserve 2 rooms not necessarily adjoining.
What did that mean to you? Come.
Why, Your Honor, that means that they must adjoin.
Here. Shush now. Shush. Court of law, you know. That's better. Mr. Harper, are you or are you not engaged to Miss Newton?
Well, I was engaged to her, Your Honor, and I think I may say I have every confidence I shall be again.
Were you engaged when she went off on that trip?
Oh, yes, sir.
You approved?
Well, maybe not at the time, but I realize now I was unduly suspicious and narrow-minded.
Oh?
Well, I found out who Mr. Grant really was. I mean, a celebrated celebrity and, well, you know.
I never heard tell that celebrities were any more to be trusted with a pretty girl than anyone else. Well, this ain't buttering any bread. Miss Newton, please. Right here, Miss Newton. Now, just remember, we're here to protect you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Pray don't mention it. Now, how did this all start? This trip and everything?
I was talked into it, Judge. First by Mr. Harper and then by Mr. Somerset.
I thought Mr. Harper was again the idea.
Oh, he was, but Mr. Somerset talked him into it, too.
Good talker, huh?
Oh, yes. And I was to be a guinea pig or something.
A what?
Judge, do I have to go into all of this?
Oh, my, yes.
Well, I warn you, it's going to sound kind of crazy. It was crazy. I was crazy to fall for it, too. It was supposed to be a friendly little trip as brother and sister. Oh, please, Your Honor, I can't make it sound like he did. It was sort of a, well, oh, you know what I mean.
Did he keep on being just brotherly?
Well, not entirely, Judge.
Overstepped the mark, eh? Kissed you, I suppose.
Just once, and then a little later he drove away in the automobile.
Thank you, Miss Newton. That's all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, pray don't mention it.
Your Honor.
Yes?
As my own counsel, may I cross-examine the witness?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Miss Newton, is it a fact that since he left you at Niagara Falls, my client has made repeated attempts to see you?
Who's your client?
I'm my client. And you refuse to give him a chance to explain? Well, Your Honor, will you be kind enough to tell the witness to answer?
Got to answer him, young lady. But don't be scared. We're here to protect you.
Thank you.
Pray don't mention it.
I was saying, you refused to listen to my client.
Yes.
Did he leave a note for you at Niagara Falls?
You know perfectly well you did. You did.
Have you got it with you?
I tore it up in little pieces.
Oh. Miss Newton, do you believe that my client was sincere in his feelings for you?
Your Honor, he's only trying to make me talk to him now because I wouldn't talk to him outside.
Is that right?
Definitely.
Sorry. Can't allow you to discuss your personal feelings.
But, Your Honor, if I can't explain my reasons
If Miss Newton is interested in your reasons, she can ask you when you're on the stand.
Well, in that case, no further questions.
But I have. You're the painter, huh? Paul Knight, Somerset?
I was.
What are you now?
Oh, not much of anything.
Just a loafer, eh?
Well, it's a little harsh, perhaps. Depends on how you look at it.
Yes. Did you accept $3,000 from Miss Newton?
Yes.
Persuaded her to go on a trip with you and then made love to her?
I kissed her once.
I don't care about statistics. Answer my questions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Then you deserted her and made off with her automobile.
Exactly.
Well, didn't take long to get that cleared up. Your turn now, Miss Newton.
Well, I'd just like to say that he bought the car with his own money, so I guess he had the right to take it back.
That's for the court to decide. Anything else?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Pray don't mention it.
Your Honor, being my own counsel, am I entitled to ask myself a few questions?
Oh, yes, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Somerset, when you asked Miss Newton to go on this trip, were you in love with her? Well, I didn't think so at the time, but now I know that I was.
Your Honor, I object. Personal feeling.
Objection sustained. Go on, Mr. Somerset.
Tell me, Mr. Somerset, when did you fall in love with Miss Newton? Well, I think it must have been when she said she had a proposition.
One more word and you'll be in contempt of court.
Pray, don't mention it, Your Honor. I'm finished. Oh, no, I'm not. Somerset, do you think that a man with your record had any right to make love to her? I do not. That's why I ran away, and I'm extremely sorry.
I warned you, Somerset.
Judge, may I ask him a question?
Go right ahead, Miss Newton.
Mr. Somerset, do you mean to suggest that it was because you had once been in jail that you walked out on me? I mean on my client?
Well, it was partly that.
And what else was it?
Oh, my whole mode of life.
Well, that's the silliest thing I ever heard. Exactly what's the matter with your mode of life?
Nothing from my point of view, but a great deal from everyone else's. I've been described as a beachcomber, a screwball, even as a loafer.
You used to be described as one of the best painters in the country, but you haven't really painted in 3 years. Why?
Your Honor, I object.
Come. Answer the little lady.
Well, because of some paintings. I published them in a book.
What kind of painting?
The kindest thing said about them was that they were documentary in nature. I painted some of our better-known citizens and institutions in such a manner that I was sued for libel.
You lost the case?
Oh, decidedly. I was fined heavily.
Well, couldn't you pay the fine?
Yes, but I went to jail instead. A matter of principle.
Is it true that since then this book of your paintings has become practically a classic?
So they tell me.
Then it was just bitterness and resentment at the injustice of the decision that made you stop painting. And that keeps you loafing and making caricatures now.
Oh.
Yes or no?
Yes.
And you're in no way ashamed of yourself and your attitude?
No.
Well, in case you're interested, I am. Thoroughly ashamed of you. That's all. Thank you, Your Honor.
Step down, Mr. Somerset. Well, it appears we have not one but 3 defendants charged with various offenses. I'll take Mr. Harper first.
Oh, yes, Your Honor. I'm right here.
Any man who would let Miss Newton go off with another man is a dope. I can't fine you for being a dope, but for destroying one hotel door with a fire axe, the penalty is $25. Now go sit down and think about it. Now for Miss Newton.
Well, Your Honor?
Miss Newton seems to be a much wrong little lady. A little too trusting, perhaps, but otherwise in no way to blame. Obviously, there is no case against Miss Newton. You can sit down, too. As for Paul Knight Somerset, I'm not too happy with his record, and it seems to me he's gone out of his way to confuse this court. To begin with...
Your Honor, you can't say things like that about him.
I was merely about to repeat the same things you said.
Well, I can say them, but you can't. You owe Mr. Somerset an apology.
Young lady, I've granted you a great deal of freedom in this court.
But you do. You owe him an apology in the name of the whole bench. It was terrible what they did to him. Just because some stupid judge couldn't tell the difference between works of art and...
I'm getting pretty mad, Miss Newton.
But artists aren't like ordinary people. They're sensitive. So sensitive that if you hurt them even the littlest bit, they run in a corner and you can't get anything out of them. They won't paint. They let their feelings run away with them, and then they run away from their feelings, and they don't know what it means to the girl they've made fall in love with them. And you're to blame because you stand for the law, and you certainly ought to apologize to Mr. Somerset in the name of the law. And now you can put me in jail for contempt of court if you want to, because I'm finished.
Well. Mr. Somerset.
Yes?
Did I understand you to say you were in love with Miss Newton?
Oh.
Remember, you're still under oath.
In that case, yes, Your Honor.
Miss Newton, in the course of that barrage you just leveled at me, did I hear you say that you were in love with Mr. Somerset?
Well, I guess I did let it slip, Your Honor.
Well, I don't know what there's left for me to say.
You can apologize to him.
Somerset, she seems to think it would make you feel better and persuade you to start a new and useful life again. So here goes. I know the judge who sentenced you. Went to school with him. Personally, I think he's pixelated. I'm very happy to apologize. Now get out of here, all of you. I'm going fishing.
You are now leaving Pocomo Township.
David. You sure this is the right road to New York?
Oh, sure. And I think it's very nice of you to let me drive you back.
If we were going the other way, the road would go to Niagara Falls.
That's right. You know, I just thought of a wonderful experiment.
Nothing impersonal, I hope.
Purely unscientific.
How does it work?
Well, you take a little gold ring and Funny little judge in Pocomo says some magic words and bang.
What happened?
In 50 years, I'll give you an exact answer.
David,
Hmm?
turn the car around.
Jean,
Hmm?
this is the road to Niagara Falls.
Before our stars return for their curtain calls, let's drop in on the family next door and see what's going on.
Patsy! Patsy?
Mama, from the house.
House? What house? Oh, my nice clean blanket. Just because I hang my blanket over 2 lines to dry doesn't make it a house for you to play in.
It's a beautiful house, Mommy. There's the front and the back, and up between the ropes is the roof.
Yes, dear, I see. But I just luxed that blanket, and I don't want it to get all dirty again.
It smells nice, Mommy.
Yes, it's all fresh and clean for us to use when the weather gets cold.
It's soft, too.
It is soft, honey, and clean and fluffy. So let's keep it that way.
How about those lightweight blankets you've been using all summer?
Are they clean and ready to put away?
Or the ones Junior brought home from summer camp?
Warm, breezy days are ideal blanket washing weather. Here's how to do them. Make extra rich, lukewarm suds with mild Lux flakes. Squeeze them through the blanket. Never rub or wring or twist.
What about women who have washing machines?
They're lucky. Be sure to use enough water to float the blanket and run the machine only 3 minutes. Then rinse thoroughly in lukewarm water and hang it in the shade to dry.
What's this about hanging it over 2 lines?
Hanging a blanket over parallel lines helps keep it from sagging at the edges.
With gentle Lux Care, your blankets will stay soft, fluffy, and unshrunken a long, long time. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
Don Amici and Lucille Ball were lucky partners in tonight's play. And after hearing these fine performances, I think we've had a bit of luck, too.
Thank you, C.B. It's the first time that I've acted before 2 producers. You knew that Don was forming his own picture company.
Yes, so I've heard. What are you going to make for your first picture, Don?
Well, nothing's finally settled, but there's a great idea turning over in my mind.
Has it got room to turn?
An idea for a picture, Don?
The story of Dr. Wassel.
The story of Dr. Wassel?
I don't wonder you're impressed. Great idea, huh?
But, Don, hasn't it been done before?
Oh, no. And even if it had, I mean a big production, Technicolor, and big names.
Oh, I see. Somebody like Gary Cooper, maybe, or Lorraine Day.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Yeah. Maybe I could help on it, Don.
Oh, no, C.B. Not that I don't think you're a great producer, but Dr. Wassel, that'd be over your head, to put it baldly.
You know, Don, I think you're going to go places in pictures.
Go places? Look where he just went.
And C.B., when I finish Dr. Wassel, I'm going to give it to you for the Lux Radio Theater.
Well, thank you, Don, thank you. But we've already counted on producing Dr. Wassel here.
For next Monday night?
No. For next Monday night, we have another exciting play. As full of warmth and action as the heartbeat of America. It's the 20th Century Fox hit, Home in Indiana. And we can promise you a 4-star performance with Walter Brennan, Charlotte Greenwood, June Haver, and Gene Kane, all in their original screen roles.
Sounds good enough for Don to make a picture of, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. You brought a lot of pleasure to a lot of homes tonight. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Walter Brennan, Charlotte Greenwood, June Haver, and Gene Kane in Home in Indiana. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Now, a brief reminder from Uncle Sam to save those waste fats and greases from your kitchen. They're more urgently needed now than ever for medical supplies to save American lives and for explosives to help win the victory sooner. Rush your waste fats and greases to your butcher, and he'll give you 2 meat points plus 4 cents for each pound. Next month, October 16th, the Lux Radio Theater celebrates its 10th anniversary on the air. We'd like you to share in this celebration by helping us select the play and stars you'd like most to hear. Send your suggestions on a postcard to C.B. DeMille, Post Office Box 9, Hollywood 28, California. Or use the ballot which your Lux Toilet Soap dealer will be glad to give you. Lucky Partners was presented through the courtesy of RKO, producers of Bride by Mistake. Don Amici can currently be seen in the 20th Century Fox production, Greenwich Village. Lucille Ball appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture Kismet. Heard in tonight's play were Carlton Cadell as Freddie, Harry Tyler as the judge, and Verna Felton, Noreen Gamille, Charles Seal, Eddie Marr, Arthur Q. Bryan, Leo Cleary, and Norman Field. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Home in Indiana, starring Walter Brennan, Charlotte Greenwood, June Haver, and Gene Crane.
Hear ye, hear ye. Kate Smith and Aunt Jenny join up to bring you their Friendship Cocoa Cake. Lusciously light, chocolatey layers piled with fluffy sea foam frosting. So delicious and so easy. Made in 5 minutes in just one bowl with new Easy Mix Spry. See the Spry ad in October women's magazines and newspapers. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Clifton Webb and Lucille Ball in The Man Who Came to Dinner. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Some time ago, the famous team of George S. Kaufman and Moss Hart decided to write a comedy about a certain individual they called Sheridan Whiteside. So they began supposing. Suppose this eccentric character were to visit someone's home for dinner. And suppose he fell down the steps and, well, there you are. They had the so-called gimmick for their plot. The play born that day they named The Man Who Came to Dinner. It had a long run on Broadway, and later I had the pleasure of directing the screen success. In casting the part of Sheridan Whiteside, the problem is to find an actor who can at once be charming and detestable. In short, a genius like Clifton Webb, who played the part for 2 years on the stage. And co-starring with him is a vivacious young lady who has quite a flair for comedy herself, Miss Lucille Ball. When a man brings guests to dinner, the average housewife is sure to think of those extra dishes to wash. But with Lux Flakes as a permanent member of the household, well, it isn't quite so discouraging. Unexpected guests are far more popular when Lux does the work. And now, here's The Man Who Came to Dinner, starring Clifton Webb as Sheridan Whiteside and Lucille Ball as Maggie. 2 weeks ago, an event of international impact occurred in Messalia, Ohio. Sheridan Whiteside, celebrated critic, lecturer, radio orator, intimate friend of the great and near great, slipped on a piece of ice and fractured his hip. Result, the idol of the airwaves rests until further notice in the home of Mr. and Mrs. Ernest Stanley.
Oh, isn't it wonderful, Ernest? At last he's coming out of his room in a wheelchair.
Well, it's about time he decided to see some member of this family.
Oh, you can't blame the poor man for being cross with us, dear. You know, he just never goes to dinner anywhere. And then he finally agreed to come here, and this had to happen.
Here's the calf's foot jelly you wanted, Mrs. Stanley.
Oh, thank you, Sarah. Just a little something to cheer him up, Ernest.
You know who phoned this time, Mother? George Bernard Shaw. And look, we're all over Time magazine.
Yes, dear, I saw it.
When do you suppose he's going to leave here? Phone going like mad day and night. Messenger boys running in and out.
Pardon me, Mrs. Stanley.
Oh, yes, Miss Cutler. You mean he's coming out now? He is indeed.
You may wheel our little patient out, Miss Preen.
Oh, Mr. Whiteside.
I hope you're feeling better.
I am suing you for $150,000.
How's that? You're what?
I said I am suing you for $150,000.
Oh, dear, my calf's foot jelly.
Made from your own foot, no doubt. Mr. Stanley, since this village quack who calls himself Dr. Bradley tells me that I should be confined in this moldy mortuary for at least another 10 days, due entirely to your stupidity and negligence, I shall require exclusive use of this living room, as well as that drafty sewer you call the library. I want no one to come in or out while I am in this room.
Oh, but Mr. Whiteside, we have to go up the stairs to get to our room.
Isn't there a back entrance?
Why, yes, of course.
Then please use that.
Oh.
I shall also require room for my secretary here, Miss Cutler. I shall have a great many calls, so please do not use the telephone. I sleep until noon and require absolute quiet throughout the house until that hour. Now then, where's your cook?
Mr. Whiteside, if I may interrupt for just a moment.
You may not, sir. And now, will you all leave quietly, please? Or must I ask Miss Cutler to pass among you with a baseball bat?
Now, see here, Whiteside.
There is nothing to discuss, sir. Considering the damage I have suffered at your clammy hands, I am asking for very little. A good day.
I'll call you from the office, Daisy.
And not on this phone, please. Here is the luncheon menu, Mrs. Stanley.
Oh, but I've already ordered lunch.
It'll be sent to you on a tray.
Oh.
Miss Preen, get your fish hooks off my wheelchair.
I happen to be a registered nurse, Mr. Whiteside, and
Go and read the life of Clara Barton and learn how unfitted you are for your chosen profession.
Well, Mr. Whiteside, shall I look in again this afternoon?
If you do, Dr. Bradley, I shall spit right in your eye.
Oh, what a sense of humor you writing fellows have. By the way, I've been doing a little writing myself. I just happen to have a copy with me. It's called 40 Years an Ohio Doctor.
I shall lose no time in reading it, if you know what I mean.
Much obliged, Mr. Whiteside. Now, don't forget our little pills.
Well, Sherry, I must say you've behaved with all your accustomed grace and charm.
Listen, Repulsive. I did not wish to cross this cheerless threshold. I was hounded and badgered into it. I now find myself, after 2 weeks of racking pain, accused of being without charm. What would you have me do, kiss them?
You know, when I finally give up this job, I, too, may write a book. A cavalcade of insult, or Through the Years with Prince Charming.
Good morning.
Oh, no.
My name is Harriet Stanley, Mr. Whiteside. I saw this holly framed green against the pine trees. It was the nicest present I could bring you.
What was that?
Mr. Stanley's sister. I've talked to her a few times. She's quite strange.
Strange? She's right out of the Hound of the Baskervilles. You know, I've seen that face before somewhere.
No nonsense. You couldn't have.
Oh, well. Maggie, take a telegram. Columbia Broadcasting. You may schedule my Christmas Eve broadcast from Stanley residence in Massalia, as I shall be unable to proceed to Hollywood. Stop. For special New Year's Eve broadcast, we'll have as my guests Yasha Heifetz, Catherine Cornell, Schiaparelli, the Luntz, and Albert Einstein, with Haile Selassie on shortwave from Ethiopia. Whiteside.
Sherry, are you sure you'll be able to leave after Christmas?
Of course I will. Send a cable to the Dalai Lama, Lhasa, Tibet. Dear Boo Boo, schedule unchanged. Can you meet me in Calcutta July 12th? Dinner 8:30, Whiteside. Wire Arturo Toscanini. Counting on you January 4th, Metropolitan Opera House, my annual benefit for paroled murderers. Will you have quiet supper with me and Ethel Barrymore afterwards? Whiteside. Hello? Who? Mrs. Stanley is too drunk to talk. Well, what's this?
A cable from that dear friend of yours, Lorraine Sheldon.
Well, can't you read?
Sherry, my poor sweet lamb, have been in Scotland on shooting party with Lord Bottomley and only just heard of your poor hip. Sailing Wednesday, Queen Mary. Cannot wait to see my poor sweet Sherry. Your blossom girl, Lorraine. In the words of the master, I may throw up.
Don't be bitter, Puss, just because Lorraine is more glamorous than you are. Here, give me the rest of those cables.
Lorraine Sheldon, Lord Bottomley, my Aunt Fanny.
Ah, here's one from Destiny's Top.
Oh, yes, England's little rover boy, Beverly Carlton. He's leaving Honolulu, be in Hollywood next week.
Hollywood next week, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, why couldn't he stop here on his way out to New York? Send a cable. Beverly Carlton, Royal Hawaiian Hotel, If these people intend to have their friends use the front door...
Well, what do you want them to use, a rope ladder?
I will not have a lot of mildewed grave robbers rushing in and out of this house.
Good morning, Sarah.
There's nobody home. The Stanleys have been arrested for dope peddling. Go away.
Good morning, Mr. Whiteside.
Maggie, get rid of him. Get rid of him.
I'm Jefferson of the Massalia Journal.
Sherry, I told you about Mr. Jefferson. He wants to interview you.
Oh, yes, the fellow who's been squiring you to the movies. What do you do, Mr. Jefferson? Sit on the balcony playing footsies with her?
Well, I warned you about him, Bert.
Pass me that box of goodies, will you please?
You know, Mr. Whiteside, you're the biggest news to hit Massalia since the end of the war.
Pecan butternut fudge. Rather toothsome.
Time for your pills, Mr. Whiteside. Oh, my, you mustn't eat candy. It's very bad for you.
Miss Preen, my great-aunt Jennifer ate a whole box of candy every day of her life. She lived to be 102, and when she had been dead for 3 days, she looked better than you do now. Now, what were you saying, old fellow?
Well, I can at least report to my readers that chivalry is not yet dead. What do you think of Massalia? How long are you going to be here, Mr. Whiteside?
A, Massalia is a town of irresistible charm. B, I cannot wait to get out of it. And C,
Sherry, look who's here.
Oh, blast.
It's Metz, Professor Metz.
Metz, you incredible beetle hound. Jefferson, behold one of the great men of our time, Professor Adolf Metz, the world's leading authority on insect life. Metz, stop looking at me adoringly and tell me why you're here.
You are sick, Sherry, so I come to cheer you.
He doesn't deserve it, Professor.
Would you believe it, Jefferson? He's written 8 volumes on the mating instinct of the female white ant. Lived 2 years in a cave with nothing but plant lice. Didn't you, my little hookworm?
You embarrass me, Sherry. Look, a little present for you.
Open it up. What is it?
All for you. Here in this box are 10,000 cockroaches.
Incredible. Oh, dear, thoughtful, incredible Metz.
Look, my friend, they play, they make love, they die. See? They even bury their own dead.
Well, I'm glad of that, or I'd have to do it.
And with these earphones, Sherry, you listen to the mating call. Here, you listen.
How long has this been going on?
Did I hear the word cockroach? Take a look, Mrs. Stanley. 10,000 of them.
They're mine. Everyone mine.
Mr. Whiteside, I will not stand here and allow you
Then
to
go back upstairs. Metz, you will stay for the day, of course. Stay for lunch, Jefferson. Maggie, tell the cook there'll be 2 more. And close the door. I don't want a lot of prying people prying on their betters.
Mr. Whiteside, I want to talk to you.
I am busy, Mr. Stanley. I'm listening to my cockroaches.
Now, Ernest, don't lose your temper, dear.
I tell you, I've stood all I'm going to stand.
Indeed?
I have just received a bill from the telephone company. Long-distance calls, $984. Mr. Whiteside, I realize you're a distinguished man of letters.
Oh, yes, of course, we both do.
Please. But ever since you came here, we have not been able to call our souls our own. I have to tiptoe out of the house in the morning.
Now, Ernest.
And I come home to find a man putting cockroaches in the kitchen.
Oh, no. They just escaped, dear. He was looking for them.
Have you quite finished?
No. I go down to the cellar this morning and trip over an octopus that William Beebe sent you. And stop pawing me, Daisy.
Mr. Whiteside, my husband didn't mean that.
Yes, I did. I meant every word of it.
You have one point in which I see some slight justice. I do not expect you to pay for my telephone calls.
How good of you, Mr. Whiteside.
I shall instruct my lawyers to deduct it from the $150,000 I'm suing you for.
Oh, this is the end, Daisy. Simply the end.
And I'll thank you not to trip over that octopus which once belonged to Chauncey M. Depew. Oh, well, have you two come to scold me, too?
Gee, Dad's sure mad, isn't he, Mr. Whiteside?
Good evening, Mr. Whiteside.
Now, look here. I am by nature a gracious and charming person. If I err at all, it is on the side of kindness and amiability.
Well, we just didn't want to bother you, Mr. Whiteside.
Well, been out ice skating, I see.
That's right, Mr. Whiteside.
Me. I used to cut figure eights myself, arm in arm with Betsy Ross, waving the flag behind us.
Oh, it was wonderful on the ice today. Miss Cutler and Mr. Jefferson were there, too.
Maggie, skating?
And I got a swell picture of her. You see, I'm kind of an amateur photographer, Mr. Whiteside.
That he is, Sherry, that he is. Well, have a nice nap while I was gone.
Come on, June, we better get ready for dinner.
Okay.
Well, Cat got your tongue, Sherry?
Don't look at me with those great cow eyes. Where have you been all afternoon? Necking with Bert Jefferson?
I've news for you, Sherry. We have a genius in town.
Yes, I know.
I'm talking about Bert, and I'm serious. He's written a play. It's great, Sherry. And here it is. I want you to read it tonight.
Any further orders, miss?
It just cries out for Catherine Cornell. Sherry, if you like it, will you send it to her? And please, you will read it tonight?
Not tonight or any other time. And you might ask Mr. Jefferson if you'd like to pay your salary now that he's taking up all of your time.
Oh, come now, Sherry. It isn't as bad as that.
You flea-bitten Cleopatra. Sneaking out like some love-sick high school girl. You're out of your mind.
Yes. Yes, I think I am a little. Anyway, I'm in love. While Mr. Jefferson doesn't know it yet, I'm going to try my darndest to marry him.
Is that all?
Yes, except that, well, I suppose this is what may be called my notice.
It's incredible, incredible. Swept off your feet in 7 days by a second-rate, small-town newspaperman.
I can't explain it, Sherry. I can only tell you it's so. Here I am, a hard-bitten old cynic, behaving like True Story magazine and liking it. What can I do about it, darling?
We're leaving tomorrow. Hip or no hip, we're leaving here tomorrow. I'll pull you out of this, Miss Stardust, if I have
no good, Sherry. I'd be back on the next plane. Oh, don't think I'm not grateful to you, but you don't know Bert. He's gentle. He's unassuming.
I'm completely unconvinced. You are drugging yourself into this Joan Crawford fantasy, and before you become completely anesthetized, I should do everything in my power to bring you to your senses.
Now, listen to me, Whiteside. I know what a devil you can be. I've seen you do it to other people, but don't you dare do it to me. Don't drug yourself into the idea that all you're thinking about is my happiness. You're thinking of yourself a little bit, too, in all those months of breaking in a new secretary. I've seen you in a passion before when your life has been disrupted and you couldn't dine in Calcutta on July 12th with Boo-Boo. Well, I'm going to marry Bert if you'll have me, and don't you dare try any of your tricks. I'm on to every one of them, so lay off. And that's my message to you, Lord Fauntleroy.
Well, I have a message, too. Hello, long distance? I want to place a transatlantic call, please. Miss Lorraine Sheldon aboard the steamship Queen Mary. Sheldon. S-H-E-L-D-O-N.
Well, good evening, Mr. Whiteside.
Come back in Arbor Day, Dr. Bradley. I'm awaiting a most important telephone call.
Now, what would be the best news I could possibly bring you?
You've been stricken with hydrophobia.
Mr. Whiteside, you are a well man. You can leave here tomorrow. Well, sir, I looked at those little x-rays again this afternoon, and guess what? All this time I've been looking at the wrong x-rays.
You what?
Yes, sir. All this time I've been looking at old Mrs. Moffat's x-rays.
Lower your voice, will you?
But aren't you pleased?
Oh, delighted, but your news comes at a very curious moment. Dr. Bradley, I've been reading your book, 40 Years, something or other, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Whiteside, yes.
I consider it one of the great literary contributions of our time.
Mr. Whiteside.
It has its little rough spots, but of course, I was hoping I could stay here in Massalia and work with you.
Mr. Whiteside.
But you see, if my lecture bureau learns that I am well, they'll insist that I fulfill my engagements. Therefore, Dr. Bradley, we must not tell a soul. Not even my secretary, Miss Cutler. You understand?
Not even my own wife, sir.
Fine.
We can start work tonight. I've got one patient that's dying, and then I'll be perfectly free.
I think tomorrow morning may be better. Oh, this is a private call, Doctor. You'll forgive me.
Tomorrow morning it is?
Yes.
Oh, you've made me very proud.
I'm so glad, yes.
Proud,
yes.
sir. And humble.
Yes. Hello? Good. Put her on. Hello? Is this my Blossom girl? How are you, my lovely? Now listen closely, my pet. I've discovered a wonderful play for you. Cornell would give her eye teeth to do it, but I think I can get it for you. Now, wait, let me tell you. The author's a newspaper man here in Massalia. No, he's young and just your dish, my dear. Now, it may take a little doing, but you're the girl who can do it. Isn't that exciting, my pet? Yes, that's right. Now, look. Don't send any messages. Just get here. Yes, that's right. Goodbye, my Blossom. Well, Miss Geraldine Preen. My, but you look radiant this evening.
What? Oh, Mr. Whiteside, at times Well, I simply don't understand you.
May I see you a moment, Sherry?
Of course, Maggie, dear. We're just taking our little pills.
Sherry, I'm sorry for what I said before.
We all lose our tempers now and then.
I promised to have dinner with Bert and go to a movie, but we'll come back and play cribbage with you instead.
Fine.
And we'll see you soon, Sherry, dear.
No hurry, pet. No hurry. I just a ittle wabbit in the sunshine. I just a ittle wabbit in the rain.
Before our stars return with Act Two of The Man Who Came to Dinner, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter.
With a poser for you, John. What famous star wears fuchsia stockings with fuchsia and chartreuse shoes in her latest picture?
A dancer?
You're warm. She starred with Victor Mature and Phil Harris in a 20th Century Fox production. And her lovely legs are famous.
Oh, Betty Grable, of course, in Wabash Avenue.
Right. Oh, her costumes are ravishing in Technicolor. She had dozens of nylons in exquisite shades made especially for the role. They cost $9 a pair.
Wow. I guess Victor and Phil are glad they didn't foot the bill. Or did I steal a pun from Phil?
Well, the studio saw to it that Betty's nylons were handled with loving luxe care.
A good idea for nylons at any price.
You're right. Of course, Betty's a Lux Flakes fan from way back. All her own lovely nylons are washed with wonderful Lux. It makes them last ever so much longer.
Dancing practice for Wabash Avenue must have been hard on Betty's stockings.
Indeed it was. But Betty gets wonderful wear even from sheer nylons. After all, scientific strain tests show that nylons last twice as long with Lux Flakes care.
It's amazing how stockings go into runs much sooner when they're washed with strong soaps or rubbed with cake soap. Lux stockings last twice as long.
And colors stay truer.
Well, I'm sure the smartest nylons in the Easter parade will have that lovely Lux look. Now, here's our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act Two of The Man Who Came to Dinner, starring Clifton Webb as Sheridan Whiteside and Lucille Ball as Maggie. Well, Maggie's in love, but Sheridan Whiteside hasn't the slightest intention of losing a very valuable secretary. He's counting on a real expert to break up the romance, Lorraine Sheldon, due in Massalia today, the day before Christmas.
Just look at these Christmas presents, Miss Cutler, all for Mr. Whiteside.
Well, Sarah, you see, Christmas is Mr. Whiteside's personal property. He invented it, and it belongs to him.
My lands from Shirley Temple, Mr. Belvedere, gorgeous George. And Mr. Whiteside's tree is so beautiful, too. Mr. and Mrs. Stanley had to put their Christmas tree in their bedroom, you know. They can hardly undress at night. What's this one, Miss Cutler?
That's from his sponsor, Sarah, a full year's supply of cream of mush. And he'll give it right back to them over the air.
The things he finds time to do.
Yes, he certainly sticks his nose into everything.
Miss Cutler, you haven't seen the family, have you?
Aren't they upstairs?
Well, I mean the young ones. Nobody seems to know where they went after Mr. Whiteside talked to them.
Oh, Christmas shopping, probably. Well, if I'm going downtown, I'd better let him know. Sherry, may I come in?
Come in, Elsie Dinsmore.
That must have been quite a session you had, Sherry, with the Stanley heirs. What did they want?
Good sound advice, Madam Butterfly. And they came to the right place for it.
You know, June thinks she's in love with some fellow in her father's factory. He's a labor agitator, Sherry. She admits it. And Richard, well, he wants to quit high school and go around the world.
Really?
Sherry, you didn't agree with... Oh, well. Since you don't need me, I'm going downtown to meet Bert.
You're free to go as come as you please, dear.
The radio men may get here before I'm back. Better start cutting the script, Sherry. What time does Beverly Carlton arrive?
Shortly, I hope.
Staying over?
No, he has to go on to New York.
I won't be long, Sherry.
Another package for you, Mr. Whiteside. Only it's a crate, Mr. Whiteside, with an expressman.
Come in, my good man. A crate,
Some kind of animal, Mr. Whiteside. The label says it's from Admiral Richard E. Byrd.
Why, they're penguins. Oh, look at them in there, Sarah.
Directions for feeding are right on top.
It says to be fed only whale blubber, eels, and cracked lobster.
They got 7-Up this morning and liked it.
Just look at the little fellows. How are you, my pretties? Sarah, you better order a couple of dozen lobsters. I don't suppose there's any whale blubber in Massalia.
Well, Merry Christmas.
Oh, yes, there is. Take the crate, Sarah, and open those slats a little. They seem so crowded in there.
You bet, Mr. Whiteside.
Mr. Whiteside, it's been a full week now. My book. When are we going to start on my book?
Mr. Whiteside, they're getting out of the crate.
Doctor, will you go in there and capture them, please?
Cockroaches again?
No, penguins, 4 of them. Oh, and try to amuse them, please, until I come in. Who is it, Sarah? Who's at the door?
Sherry, my sweet.
Lorraine, my blossom girl.
Look at that poor, sweet, tortured face. Let me kiss it. How drawn you are. Sherry, my sweet, I could cry.
All